All right, so last week we had the squad recover from their pretty rough beating the week before, and they went out on another mission to find out what had gone wrong with a relay going down, or at least not answering. They arrived there and were subsequently ambushed by BB Corps troops, including what appeared to be a lieutenant, Crying Wolf. Partway through the fight, Globnock attacked, taking both Towns, who was assisting them, and Ash off into a different fight. Through finishing off the rest of the BB Corps and getting there, they were able to beat them back in time for their new Marauder pilots to arrive and force Globnock away, but not before he severely injured both Ash and Saris. Saris was brought back, much to her chagrin, by some of Tommy Wiseau's blood being forcibly fed to her. Um, After getting back, Ash, Julius, Pequod, and Davine went on the CU podcast with Pat and Ian to discuss the Amalco. And then after that, they went and watched Chancinator 2 Promotion Day and some pretty heavy roleplay and not roleplay, some pretty heavy talking and discussing of people's pasts came from that, with some people reacting to it better than others. And I believe that's the major events, right?
Yeah, I'd say so. That's an understatement. Better than others. So we're 2 weeks from last session. 2 weeks of time has passed. Pequod has been AFK, as the kids will say. She hasn't been around the apartment at all. After the infamous Ash moment, the next morning she took off. Didn't run away. Said she was going to hang out with her parents. Pregnancy starting to get to her. Took baby Leslie with her. How's Julius faring in these 2 weeks?
Not great. Uh, he just been depressed, missing her, the usual stuff.
Okay, cool. Uh, Besides that, this morning, it's very early in the morning. I like to imagine Ash trying to get Julius up. So he went upstairs, got Julius up. Julius hasn't been waking up, cooking. He's depressed, all that bad stuff. I mean, you don't know she's here, but baby Leslie's here. Leslie, Suletta, Commander Integra, Saris in the kitchen. Usual suspects training, and as you're coming down the stairs, you see Rolly with his mop, and you see his four little eyes wide. Holy crap! It's the Cheese Puff Queen! And he walks in at a fast pace into the armor.
Jeez, but wow.
What?
Well, let's go say hello. Come on.
You see Pequod in the armory. Rolly had to get up on like a box. One of these boxes Snarf and them have stuff in. And she's leaning over, hugging him. She hands him a bag of cheese puffs, a big one. She has the pregnant woman glow and sparkles. Julius, she looks more beautiful to you right now than she ever has, ever, just because you haven't seen her in so long. And she lets go of her hug with Rolly. And she says, "Those are the spicy ones. I couldn't find the super spicy ones." Then she turns, not noticing you two out here, and she continues talking to Snarf. Walks over here, like so. Rolly's opening the cheese puffs, and she's watching Snarf work on that plasma rifle in front of him to the left.
Hey, little sister, how you been?
Yeah, you see her jump, her shoulders go up. Oh, hey Ash. She turns to look at you.
You've been gone a while. You're looking
Yep.
good.
Thanks.
Everything treating you alright?
She notices Julius walk in the room and walks over here. Yeah. Okay. You notice she has these white things on two of them, doubled up on the back of her neck.
Doesn't look
What?
like you're doing well.
She rubs them.
What are they?
icy hot patches, soreness as she moves this way.
Oh. Is there anything I can do to help with that?
Snarf looks over his shoulder, looks at her confused. She, no, and steps back this way towards Zap, who and just laughs at.
What's wrong?
Nothing. Just stopping by for a visit. She doesn't even look at Julius, as you notice. She won't even look at Julius.
Right. A visit.
Rolly's gonna make room. Get out of the way for you guys.
Right, a visit. I think I'll leave you two to it.
Oh, please, there's nothing to talk about as she makes her way out of the arm.
Julius.
Yeah.
Snarf, what the hell's that all about?
Wait. Pequot.
She ignores you. Keeps walking. As you see her, just keep walking.
He's gonna... Pequod, where are you going?
To see Icy.
Okay, then I'll walk with you.
How you been, Ash? She smiles up at you. How's Sarah?
I'm doing well, but I'm worried about you. I know you're General Rico's daughter and you've got access to the best of everything, but you're so far along, I really wish you wouldn't vanish like that.
Oh, I'm always around. As she comes up here, looks at Icy, pats baby Leslie on the head, and she's looking right at Icy, and she says, she missed mom number 2. And Icy looks really confused at her, and then Julius, and mom 2 missed her. Yeah.
Right.
I bet she did.
She takes Leslie into her arms.
Can I see her?
Sure. She hands you to her, doesn't look at you.
Well, I've missed my little goddaughter as well, but walks over. Come on. You know you've never been that good at hiding when you're pissed off from me. What's going on?
She turns and looks at you. I'm not pissed about anything. As you see her, almost snarl at Julius holding Leslie. And then looks down at Icy. I want crepes. I'm hungry. And Icy awkwardly gestures over to depressed Julius. And Pequod, no, can we go to you want to go to the restaurant we used to go, Earthside? And she stops herself from saying the name. And Icy, Earthside for crepe?
Pequod,
Yes, Ash.
if you're not angry, then I'm General Rico's son. Biological son.
She shrugs, cracks a sad smile. Oh, you look old enough to be his grandfather. Come on, Icy, let's go Earthside to... Stops herself from saying the restaurant's name again. One we used to go to while Julius and Ash were on the frontier. And can you get baby Leslie for me, please? And Icy, how are we gonna get there? We can't take the Nova. And Pequod, I have my own car. Let's go. And walks out the door.
Julius.
Yeah.
Right. You're coming with me.
Icy's gonna awkwardly gesture. I guess I'll take her.
Alright. He gives baby Leslie a kiss on the head and doesn't want to hand her back, but eventually does.
She takes her and looks at you. What did you do? And just walks away.
A very good question. And he grabs Julius's arm. Pardon me, Jennifer. We have something to talk about.
I can leave the room if you'd like.
No, you stay here with the little ones.
Okay, no.
Come on. And he's going to drag him up into the stairwell where it's private. Alright. I think we both can guess what that's about, right?
Yeah.
Alright, man. Why? I don't get it. You didn't tell her everything, did you?
No, no, I didn't.
Come on, man. What's wrong with you? You promised me almost a decade ago that you would. 7 years. Almost 8 at this point. Come on.
He rubs his face and sits on the stairs. I know. I know.
Alright. Sits down next to him. Listen. There is a lot that I could say about that, but I'm gonna be nice right now. You need to learn something. And I'll give you a little advice about relationships, and you can listen if you want. When it comes to a long-term thing like this, you are not, for all intents and purposes, 2 separate people anymore. You are supposed to be able to trust each other with anything and everything. Trust that each other can handle and understand it. You, even now, don't really trust any of us with everything. You need to let her in fully. Because if you don't, you're gonna lose her. And I don't think you can physically handle that.
You're right. You're 100% right, Ash.
So, the next time you see her, you are going to talk to her. You are going to tell her everything. Every insecurity, everything that happened in that room. And you are going to let her know that you aren't hampered by it anymore. And the other thing is, you're going to stop letting it haunt you. I know it's hard, but you gotta grow past it, man. Trust me, I know better than anyone how hard it is. But she asked you before everything if you were over Izzy, right?
Yeah.
And you said you were. But if you're seeing visions of this girl, you're not fully over her, Julius. And think about what you kept from her.
You're right. Yeah.
Now, get up. We're gonna put on a brave face for everyone else, and then we're gonna fix it. Alright?
He stands up, looks at him, and puts on a really weird looking smile.
Gently smacks him in the face. No, no, no. Come on. You're a key user. You can control your emotions and your energy better than that, right?
I think so.
Then come on. Put on a brave face. We're gonna go talk with Mom. Moms. And Auntie.
Lead the way.
Come on. Walks into the kitchen.
Rolly bumps into you as you're coming through the door. Ah, where's the cheese puff queen?
She headed out. Hey, can you let me
Oh.
know next time she's here?
Oh, yeah, sure. Sorry. Why? She hasn't been here for a while.
No reason, just personal things, you understand.
Yeah, no problem. She got here early in the morning. You two were still asleep.
Doesn't matter if I'm asleep, just let me know.
No problem, Ash. And he, well, back to mop on the floor. Goes out here.
Good. Come on. You gonna go sit next to Sarah's?
Sarah's Commander Integra eating, drinking. Lasley cooking, filling in the void of Julius's lack thereof cooking. And Suletta just looking at Julius with a raised eyebrow, staring bullets through him.
He rubs his face and walks over. Let me handle that, Mom.
I've got it. Relax. Sit down. She points over here. I don't mind cooking. I used to cook for you guys at the bunker all the time. Relax. Did you see Pequod?
I did. Can I please cook?
If it would make you feel better. She's gonna sit down next to Suletta.
He's gonna start cooking.
Saris turns to you, Ash. Ash, what the? Well, I'm not blaming you for anything, Ash. I know you have your issues with Malcolm, but do you know what happened to the Amalco?
No, I don't.
It's gone. And all the games are the physical RFID crappy things are gone. And all the ones Agent Towns brought up over the past 2 weeks are gone too. I wanted to play some Shark. I couldn't sleep, got up a little early, and or Glob, excuse me.
Um, no, I don't know, but I think I might have an idea.
That's not all. Do you know that fucking wacky umpire mask and pipe with the crucifix on it?
Yeah.
Commander Integra, the Saints artifacts. They're missing as well, Ash.
It's alright, we're gonna figure out and fix it, right, Julius?
Julius, when he hears that the artifacts are missing, he sets down the knife and rubs his chin.
Suletta, nobody would buy those. Maybe the Amalco, but I'll call down to SIS. Perhaps they requisition them for some reason.
Thank you, Auntie. But
I doubt it, though. She's glaring at Julia.
I think we both have an understanding of where they went.
Yes.
It's fine. We're going to fix it.
Lastly, just bouncing her legs, sitting in the chair, looking away from Julia.
How's Davine doing?
Oh, excellent. We got her breakfast. Her Hunk and Sasha are hitting the weights, relaxing, having a good time working out in there with the dumbass Drake and Mrs. Lasley. And yeah, it was nice to see Pequod. She didn't want to stay for breakfast. Guess my cooking's not good enough. Lasley rolls her eye.
No, I wouldn't say that's the issue. It's good Davine's doing well, although I think she's just masking again.
Suletta, well, you'll be speaking with Dr. Contry today. Sometime today. I think it's a good idea. All three of you go. I know Davine was excluded from the first couple sessions, but that will not be happening if she wishes to stay in the military, in EarthGov, civilian contractor or enlisted.
No, it's good for her. I think Davine is very good at masking any symptoms she may have, but I think she may have it worse than any of us, especially after seeing her reaction to, well, that.
You know that film? The edited version that cuts all that stuff out, granted. Leslie puts her hand up at that film over the past 2 weeks has grossed, at this point, 80 billion credits. It truly was the most anticipated film in film history.
Well, that's good for the fund, at least.
Good for the fund, bad for General Lorelai's health, Ash.
And bad for my headache.
Leslie shrugs, and she won't make eye contact with Julius. She just keeps looking away. What are you cooking, Julius?
Omelet.
Great. Sarah shrugs. It was nice to see Pequod. She's drinking out of some blood out of a cup. It was nice to see Pequod. Didn't stay. Ran out of here in a hurry.
Yeah, she's, pregnancy hormones and then, relationship things, I'd assume. It'll be fine. Julius can handle it. He can fix it.
Commander Integra just shakes her head slowly back and forth. Yes, you notice she had the icy hot patches on her neck. The front heavy weight of carrying somebody's twin babies is taking its toll, Ash. Also, she has them all up and down her lower back. She showed us before she went to see Snarf. Being pregnant is hell. It's a burden I never had to bear.
Yeah, that little liar.
Lasley just is looking at Malcolm House.
Yeah. Isn't it incredible? Dead and gone forever, and he still finds a way to fuck up people's lives.
Sonny comes in the room. Heard Pequod. Where'd she go? Leslie just glares sharply at him.
Out to eat with, Icy.
Why didn't they eat here?
She didn't want to eat anything that I cooked.
She looks at you and, not my business, but we are short a pilot now. If we get called to, I suppose Lorelai, I don't want to know anything. And she goes into the armory. Leslie face palming.
Like I said, it's okay. Julius is going to talk with her the first chance he gets, and he's going to fix this.
Commander Integra sipping her tea, just looking at Julius. All women, except Sarah, are just staring at Julius out of the corners of their eyes.
Yes, I am going to fix it.
Maybe she's not angry about anything. Saris looks confused. When she's angry, she usually expresses, yeah. She yells and screams and throws a tantrum.
In the, 3 minutes I talked to her this morning, she looked like she wanted to bite Julius's head off. She is livid.
It's not like her. Sarah shrugs.
No, it's not, but given current events, I can't necessarily blame her for acting a little differently.
Saris just shrugs. I don't see what the problem is, but okay. Takes a sip of her blood.
You lean in and whisper, imagine if you hadn't gotten every bit about me, and I had kept significant portions of my life from you for the past 7 years, and you suddenly found out that I'd been hiding that.
Saris looks over at you. Yeah, but Julius did tell her about the dead girlfriend thing at the bunker years ago.
Not everything. And seeing visions of another girl might not bode well for a pregnant woman.
You see Saris's face go white for a second. Oh. She stands up, looking at Julius. I gotta go. And just walks away from Julius.
Right.
Gotta go train a while.
Be right back. He's gonna follow her.
She looks at you. Ash, I don't want to talk about it. It's not my business. Let me train. I don't want to deal with the drama. That's his problem, and he shouldn't. He's an idiot. That's all I'm gonna say.
He is. Alright, I'm just checking on you. You gotta understand, I don't want the person I love the most in this world to be upset and,
Zanzibar hands her some dumbbells and snarls at you to leave.
Alright. Right.
Commander Integra just sipping her tea, looking right at Julius. Sets the cup down. Could you make me an omelet, Julius? I've missed your cooking.
Yes, ma'am.
Julius has a beard, right?
Yeah, a pretty scraggly beard.
Yep. Leslie, just looking at the beard. You're looking like Malcolm there, Jewel.
Thank you, Mom.
I want to clean that up a little bit.
Great idea.
I know what it's like to be depressed, Jewel. She calls you Jewel. Jul, space Jul. But I'm sure it will all pass. When women get pregnant, hormones go crazy, especially towards the later stages. And you have to imagine she's in constant pain, aching, stress, probably worried about giving birth. You never get over it. It's the scariest thing in the world the first time you give birth. And then to give birth to twins or God knows what. So it's, she starts to fumble over her words and can't finish her sentence.
It's scary incident combined with hormones.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say. Something like that, Ash. Yeah.
It'll be fine. I mean, we've gotten through a lot worse, right?
Yep.
Sleeping okay, Julius? Suletta looks at you. Suletta looks at you, Julius. Sleeping okay? Did you DC?
I'm not sure.
Okay, well, she's gonna look at you, Ash. Is he sleeping okay?
I'm not sure if he is. Well, he doesn't tell me anything, you understand?
Yeah, that's a lot of the problem. She sips some tea, just glaring up at Julius.
Yes, it is. 7-year-old advice not taken.
Suletta shrugs at you. Sasha's gonna come out of the gym with her towel on. I missed Pequot.
Yeah, she ran out as quick as she could.
Oh. She's gonna sit down, look around, and come over here, grab some of the tea, pour the tea in, and yeah, she's gone.
Not for good. We're gonna fix it.
It's bad when she won't answer my calls.
Yeah. She, barely could make fun of me. It's not good.
Oh, she must be feeling like crap if she can't make fun of you, Ash, Leslie said.
Yeah. I don't know. Well, I can empathize. I'm almost a bit frustrated with her.
Who?
Well, like I said, I can empathize with Pequod, but I don't know. Vanishing, I don't agree with.
Sasha shrugs. I don't know the reason. I can guess, but
I don't know. With the way that she felt when Mom vanished, I wouldn't have thought she'd be this ready to do the same thing to others.
yeah. Sasha shrugs. Yeah, it's not like her. Just looking at Julius.
Yeah. Don't worry. Hopefully, he listens for once and, we can get through this.
Leslie, through grit teeth, hopefully it's a problem he can fix.
I think so. If it weren't, something reparable, then... If it weren't reparable, I don't think she'd have ever come back. And doubly so, I don't think she'd be reacting this massively if she didn't still deeply care.
Sasha shrugs. Yeah, that's true. Could be the pregnancy getting to her.
I think it's both.
It's the Malkinator stuff.
Yeah, the pregnancy is amplifying some pretty heavy emotions.
Sasha shrugs. I don't know how I'd feel if my husband was having visions of another woman. I just...
Yeah, I get it. And he's gonna be pissed at me, but if he won't bring it up, I'm going to bring it up to the doctor.
That's a good idea. Contree's a good doctor. Maybe she can give Julius some tools to play with.
Aye, and I think it needs to be beat into his head that people like Country can only help as much as you'll tell them you need it. So if you won't tell anyone anything, you can't fix it.
Sasha nods in agreement. That is true.
That's why...
Poor Davine.
Poor Davine. She, oh, now that Julius is gone, oh my god. That event was horrific. All of it, but I knew he was evil. But I didn't know he was that much of a monster through and through with everything in that part of the film.
Leslie nods. Yeah, I think the curse probably made him, in a way, less evil.
It, Gods, it how do I put it? Not only the cold, unfeeling monster that nuked a colony, but the way he identified a weakness in her and just attacked it and utilized it to try and get what he wanted out of her. You see Ash almost getting green. Oh, it's disgusting.
Cult leader alike.
Yeah, very much so. I think he saw he couldn't get what he wanted through the other means he was using and found a new way.
Leslie nods. Well, old Rico found out that the colony was nuked by Malcolm's football. Didn't take it too well.
I can't blame him. I mean, the colony was unjustifiably nuked under his command.
Yeah. Leslie shrugs.
Yeah, it's gonna sound callous, but it is what it is. Can't change the past.
No, we can't. Leslie looks up at the pictures of Malcolm. No, we can't. Why did she leave these but get rid of the Amalco?
Maybe she's trying to punish all of us.
Well, I don't think we deserve any punishment.
Hey, I told you all everything.
Julius has went to the gym. He's working out for the time being. Leslie looks down at the gym. Yeah, never was much of a talker.
Him and his mom are so alike. His other mom are so alike. Well, he's a lot like both of them, both you and her, but they both are the kind to try and carry it completely on their own and either too scared or too proud to talk about it to others.
Sasha's gonna cross her arms. Doesn't do them any good.
No, it doesn't. Either you put a ticking time bomb out there with your fiancé, or you bury deep-seated trauma until it bursts forth and renders you easily malleable.
Leslie, I hope it's not a ticking time bomb with Pequod. God, I hope.
Oh, well, it isn't anymore, but I'd say it was. We will fix it, but, with the pregnancy hormones added on, I think it's not going to be the easiest of rides.
Suletta takes a sip of tea. I'm not sure how much the pregnancy actually plays into it. Trust. Once trust is broken, it's very hard to fix. Pregnant or not, I don't think any respectable woman would be fond of learning what she learned.
No, of course not. Like I said, I empathize with and understand why. I just think, the hormones may be amplifying already intense feelings.
Perhaps she takes a sip of tea. Perhaps.
And don't worry, if he won't talk to her, you said you probably can't raise a hand at him, Mom. I'm gonna kick his ass if he doesn't actually talk to her.
Leslie shrugs. He'd be a fool not to, but then again, he didn't want to really propose to her either.
No. You know, I see a lot of, a younger version of myself in Julius. I think, much like I was, he is ruled by a lot of deep-seated fear.
Maybe. She looks at you. Maybe.
Fear of commitment instead of fear of self, like I foolishly had. It was, with him, it seems to be fear of commitment. Fear of honesty and especially fear of trust.
Leslie shrugs. Ugh. It's not gonna get him anywhere.
No, it's not. Which is why he's going to fix it, and if not, I'm going to kick his ass, and then he'll fix it. Because I'm, at this point, with the emotional wreck he is, and will probably be if he doesn't fix this, I don't think he could win a fight against me.
Suletta chuckle. Probably not. He does look like Malcolm Jr.
Yeah, and that's the scariest part. He's... If he could control everything he has, he's one of the strongest beings in the universe, and yet... he's wrecking himself to that extent.
Well, if the squad needs to be deployed, we're short a pilot, though I'm sure she cleared her departure with Lorelei. There's no way she just walked off the station.
I would assume so. She is, EarthGov forever at heart. I doubt she'd screw over the good general that way.
Yeah. That and... well, I'm sure Lorelei has a replacement pilot set up for you.
I'd assume so. The general probably had a, backup in play from the very beginning, knowing how close to having to take time off Pequod is.
I bet you she didn't think this is the reason she'd been taking time off.
If she even knows.
She probably doesn't.
It's fine. It will work out. I mean, he is a naturally charismatic young man, despite being a little awkward. Everyone just seems to love him at first sight.
It's the good look.
It's the good looks, but I think it's a little more than that. It's just, I don't know. It factor, I guess you could say. He'll
Women
fix it.
love a good-looking, vulnerable man. Or they did, as Leslie rolls her eye.
She still loves him, that's why she's so pissed.
Leslie just shrugs. I hope he can fix it. I really do.
I have no doubt he can. And hey, I can't be the only one of your sons who ever fucks up.
No, that's true, but this is a major screw-up.
It is, and he's going to fix it and learn from it. We all are going to have major screw-ups. I think we'd all be lying if we didn't say we had massive lapses of judgment in our lives. Not necessarily that big, but you understand.
Sasha looking at the kitchen door. I didn't even get to see her. And Leslie, she ran out of here like a bat out of hell the second Julius came into line of sight.
Yeah, she did. I miss her too. The actual her, not even when we were talking. She was squirrelish and quiet. It's not the Pequod that we know.
Sasha, absolutely not. But maybe Julius can get her a present.
The best present that he can give her right now is honesty.
Or a better ring, maybe.
Yeah, I actually have been thinking, since, it would again fall into the category of advice that my little brother refuses to listen to, but I think I'm gonna try and push him to let me help him make her a ring. Not only because she wants that damn Escalade, but something made through blood, sweat, and tears is always worth more than something bought.
Commander Integra nods in agreement. A good idea, to be sure.
And there's some gemstones that I've heard about that I've been trying to find research into, but I'm sure there's something that I can help him with.
Leslie shrugs. Oh, worst comes to worst. We just, well, I guess there's other fish in the sea for Julius.
Worst comes to worst, we lose the great, debatably the best pilot in EarthGov, and we lose our strongest, debatably our strongest fighter.
Leslie shrugs. Oh.
That's why there's no other option but to fix it, because he's not going to be able to fight if he loses her, Mum. I think he needs her more than she ever needed him.
Leslie covers her mouth. Probably forcing his hand into a proposal wasn't a great idea, knowing how immature he still is.
Maybe. But
It was for his own good. I don't think he knows how good he has it. Or had, I should say.
You see Ash clench his fist and grit his teeth. Yeah, he doesn't get how good he has it. How good we all have it. You know?
He looks at you and shrugs. I don't think he ever will. He's hard-headed.
No, he'll get it. Believe me, he'll get it. You know, I can't even imagine 8 years ago, what I would have given up to have the life I have right now. What I would have been willing to do.
Instead of stuck in Gallia with that Dale character, Leslie looking at.
I get to live here with the most beautiful and wonderful woman in the universe, a wonderful family, a fantastic job. What more can a man ask for?
Suletta smiles. Not much, but
Kids? That's about it.
kids. Yeah, kids. Kids would be nice. More kids around here are always nice.
Someday,
I
but
was looking forward to twins being around the apartment myself.
they'll be around the apartment. Again, I have faith in him. That he can fix it. Can fix it.
But will he? She looks at you. He's... Anyway, forget about it.
Onto a less depressing subject. How have things been going for you, Sasha?
She looks over at you. Good, pretty good. The usual. As she says that, Towns is here at the kitchen door. You see him looking, and he... Where's your wife at?
She's training. Why? And he's gonna get up and walk over.
He comes in. No. In here.
Okay.
In here. In private. He first, Sasha looking up at him. Hey, agent! He looks over his shoulder. Hi. Could you stop following me around Ring 8? And she starts laughing and smiling. Towns pulls out more Amalco games. First, here you go, as per Pequod's request.
Thank you. Although, do you know where the Amalco we had went?
Towns looks at you confused. No.
Good. Wonderful. It's fine. Thank you. I'll put these to the side for when she eventually comes back. Now, on to Saris. What's wrong?
Is there any way we can close this door so nobody can get in?
Yes, he'll close it and lock it.
Good. You might want to sit down for this.
He sits down. What's wrong?
Sasha's gonna sit down right next to him. You see him look over at her, confused, then back at you. So one of the reasons General Rico didn't want you and Julius, and General Lorelei, and the Marine General, I can't remember his name, Spears, I think. One of the reasons they didn't want you guys to get voted to go public is because it put you out there. And not in the way you're thinking, like blew your cover as agents or operatives. It put a mark on the chances are gonna cut out to get you, Ash.
Of course.
Not you, not Julius. Along from what little we know, we intercepted this here, and he plays just a call, and it's between some unnamed Chance, who's a senator, he's arrested, and somebody who, I mean, you can't tell by their voice, but Towns pauses the video while they're speaking, and they are speaking about Saris in great detail. He pauses the video. This guy is, from what we can gather, an assassin. The way vampires work, Commander Integra, Saris is of royal blood. We've been over this, Ash, if you recall.
Yes.
There's always been a concern that that royal bloodline would be out to get rid of her.
Yes, a loose end.
Yes. And Towns cuts her off. Apparently the chances may be working together to with this assassin in particular. They call him Vamp, V-A-M-P. I doubt they'd ever make a move here on Gateway. It'd be suicide. But when you guys leave the station and you go out into the, what do they call it? And Sasha, civilian theater. And Towns, thanks. Yeah, watch out. And on the frontier, we need to watch out.
Right. Kind of shaking a bit. Well, just another name on a list I need to kill.
Ceres represents progress, but also I think how General Lorelei put it, it's progress, but some people in the there's not that many vampires, let alone royal bloodline, but not all of them are thrilled to see the vampires serving Earthgov, especially at a high level.
They want to maintain the status quo.
Towns nods his head. Yeah.
Well, they're going to be in for a rude awakening when their little assassin turns up dead.
I don't think they'd be bold enough to make a move. Towns closes his wrist computer, or at least Agent R thinks they wouldn't be emboldened unless they had the funding of the chances backing them. And now they do.
Even being this emboldened, they're bloody idiots.
Yes, they are, but that doesn't mean they can't be effective.
Oh, they will be. I expect nothing less if it's that expensive of an assassin. How many people know about this?
Agent R, Lanaya, myself, O, and now everybody in this room. And I assume you'll tell your wife at some point, but I don't want to barge in and just break the news to her over breakfast.
No, I will. But there's another person I'm going to put in to the loop on this.
Who's that?
I'm going to let the general know.
Good idea. I haven't gotten around to seeing her yet. She's not in her office on Ring 8. I guess she's downstairs.
I'll head there right now. Thank you, Towns. You're a good friend.
No problem. Just remember, like I said, watch out when going into the civilian theater.
Understood. And one word of advice. Lean in and whisper. She likes you. Shoot your shot with her.
He looks at you and gestures towards the mat. Ash, she doesn't even know what I look like. And you see her eyes sparkling looking at him from behind.
Towns, she really likes you. Just shoot your shot. What's the worst that could happen? Oh no, it doesn't work out. Boo-boo. Come on, man.
Yeah, I'll think about that. Oh, look at this! He grabs a bagel, my favorite, and runs out of the room. As Sasha watches him run with the bagel.
You know he's got a bit of a crush on you too, right?
Sasha looks at you. At least Julius never ran away from Pequod. That's twice.
Just shoot your shot. Ask him out.
Sasha shrugs. I've been following him around Gateway.
Well, to be fair, he's a bit of a socially awkward person, being a fish out of water, man out of time. Think of it. He's basically where Julius and I were when we first met you.
She nods and looks at the door he ran out of. I was following him so intently and closely the other day, he had to activate his active camouflage to get away. Thankfully, my visor has heat vision, so...
Just ask him out. What's the worst that can happen?
I might, given what's going on around lately.
Speaking of which, Sasha, Mom, Auntie, I have work to do.
Have fun, Ash.
Will do. I'm gonna tell the general then, Saris.
Good call. Leslie nods.
He's gonna make his way to the elevator.
You go down. The usual day.
He's going to right up to the office. Boys?
They look at you. Oh, you're starting early today?
I am. Important work, right?
What can we do for you?
I need to talk to the general.
We'll ring her up. She's in a meeting currently. You might want to buy some time.
I will, but let her know it's urgent.
Copy. You see they call her, and she's listed as Do Not Disturb, but they leave a message for her.
Thank you, boys. I'll be back in a bit.
Yeah, give her 15, 20.
Okay. Well, I have some work to do. He's gonna make his way over to, well, the last people he talked to about this, the Spartans. Just one sec, pulling up my notes.
Mm-hmm.
Knocks on the door.
Door opens for you.
Hello, everyone.
Morning! It's, you're up bright and early.
What better way to spend a morning than out and about, right?
Yeah, I suppose. Spartan looks at you. What do you need?
I was wondering if you guys had any more word on, anybody you may know to help with that mobile suit. I know you said you didn't have much, but you said you'd look.
They both shake their head. Negative. We heard the guys next door got you a Walren and his family,
Aye.
but coming up short, at least right now.
No, it's fair enough. Always worth checking, right?
Yeah.
Thank you for those healing guns, though. Those have been a boon to keeping us alive.
If you ever need more supplies to craft them, let us know.
I'll probably get enough to make about 10 more.
10 more darts? Send it up. 2,000 credit.
He's gonna run the squad card. Thank you.
As you do that, you get a call from Gondor. Ash, you're down here. I can see you up there. You hiding from me?
No, just armory master work, sir.
Come on, Armory Master, huh? Well, come on down here, Armory Master. I got something that'll tickle your fancy.
Very well. Apologies, everyone. I have been called away.
They both nod at you. Gondar calls.
Of course.
Don't want to keep that guy waiting.
Nah, especially when his wife's my boss.
That too. Yeah. They start laughing.
Kind of bows his head. Everyone, a pleasure. I'll see you later.
See,
Walks in. Gondon! Good to see you, my friend.
you see he's holding a pistol in his hand, and he lifts it up. He lifts it up heavy pistol. Look at this.
What do we have here? May I?
Yeah, please. Not a fan of firearms myself. He spins it towards you so the handle's facing you.
He's gonna try to hold it out the way he normally would his regular pistols. No, that doesn't feel right.
No. You'll need 2 hands to shoot that one. That's a Magnum. Mark 56 Magnum. Those, he points at it, were employed during the Archfiend incursion. That time period in EarthGov's history. They're not made anymore. They were deemed too expensive to mass produce. Plus, that's a professional shooter's pistol. Somebody like you can use that. You give that to, somebody fresh out of the academy. Imagine Malcolm shooting that, Ash. Think about it.
He's gonna double up on it. What caliber?
50 cal.
Oh, gods, he'd break his wrists.
Rip and tear, and he slides 2 magazines across the table. Be easy to find ammo for it, like your basic handguns. Since my wife still has your forged pistol, you see him running his finger across the table awkwardly. Your forged pistol. I figured you could probably make use of that. One of the hunters brought that in. It belonged to some UIR agent that we had a bounty out on. Killed him, took that as a trophy. He brought it in as proof he was dead.
It's a pity that someone so foolish and, let's say it, weak, had such a beautiful piece. This thing. 50 cal. He's looking it over. I've never seen sighting like this on a weapon before.
Smart scope. Supposed to integrate with the helmets you see the basic troopers wearing around the station. But again, it was too expensive to produce.
That makes sense. Why do that when you can just have it on the weapon?
Exactly.
An extra, 100, let's say $10, 10 credits worth of components to put 2 little nubs of metal. But I wonder, he's gonna try and get it to interface with his solid eye.
It doesn't.
Shame.
Old tech.
Either way, maybe it can be modified to do that.
I'm sure your engineer might be able to figure something out. Normally, I turn pieces like this into the Rangers, the armory, but since you're lacking a shooter, a handgun, and we don't know when she's gonna give you that back, Ash. He sits up in the chair awkwardly. Figured you'd make use of it.
She's surely warming up to me.
I hope so.
Is what it is. I'll win her over eventually.
We saw Colonel down below 5 times, Ruger and I. Ruger starts laughing. There's this great scene where he's looking for this, sniper guy, and Julius is standing behind him playing some guy with it, and he's trying to do a bad Australian accent, Ash.
Yes.
Or New Zealand accent or something. And Malcolm literally pulls up a newspaper and puts it in front of his face.
Oh, I remember. Do you know that was him trying to legitimately infiltrate a UIR facility?
They both start laughing.
You remember the news about the lightning count vanishing?
Yeah, I mean, vaguely. That was a long time ago.
That's the facility.
Oh, that was. Oh, wait. He filmed a movie while doing it. He was not.
Nuts and unimaginably evil.
So I've heard. My wife's never coming to see a movie again with you guys.
Hopefully we can talk her out of that.
She hasn't even been up to the apartment for breakfast. I think she's had enough of Alpha 9.
For a little while. That's one thing about me. I'm like a bad itch. You can't get rid of me.
Ruger speaks up, or as Malcolm said, a cockroach.
I prefer the more eloquent way of putting it, but yes. But
you see Gondar look around. Where's your partner? You two are usually attached at the hip.
Relationship issues with him and Pequod.
Oh. He just kind of rolls his eyes. Oh.
You understand.
No, I don't.
You never have relationship issues.
I understand relationship issues. But I also understand having a good thing. And there's no need to rock the boat if you have a good thing. But to be honest, Julius, I like him. He's a nice kid. I think he's got a good head on his shoulders, but I don't think he's very bright.
He's a smart kid. He just is very immature.
Oh, there's different forms of intelligence. Social intelligence, interrelationship intelligence, book smarts. I don't think he's too bright when it comes to the matters of relationship.
Julius, well, Pequod was his first after not getting into his business to tell, but some pretty heavy shit. He's not the most... He's somehow less versed than I in the matters of the heart.
Gondar looks at you. Well, you've never had a problem expressing yourself. I don't know about him, but I imagine that's probably his issue.
That's his issue. Mine was, I'll be honest, we're friends here, right? Mine was, beating myself up over it.
Maybe he's doing the same.
I think so, but I don't think he yet understands the need for a safety net.
Well, I'll tell you what, Ash. Once you lose something like Pequod, there's no going back. There are probably... I like elves, Ash. I've always been more into elves than humans or even Tabaxi. That's my taste. That's how I ended up with Lorelei, Ash. But, long story short, Pequod is a 10 out of 10. And to screw up something like this, you might as well just put yourself in the airlock. Call it a day.
And I'm going to make sure he understands that if he doesn't already. I was talking to Mom earlier and told him that if he doesn't shape up, I'm going to kick his ass and make sure he does.
You see, he closes the case the pistol was, you can infer was sitting in. He looks at you. We don't know how good we had it or what we had till it's gone. And then when it's gone, yeah.
It's almost impossible to get back.
Yeah, I don't know the particulars. I don't really want to know. I'm sure my wife will be thrilled to find out. I won't tell her, but...
Hopefully she won't need to know that because we're going to try to fix it before then.
Oh, Godspeed with that.
Thank thank you. And thank you for the beautiful piece. I'll make sure to get good use out of it. It's different. You know, I've never really shot pistols that require two-handing them.
I think that's why, besides being expensive, it's too hard to use. You have to be a very skilled shooter to even get a grip on firing that thing.
And he kind of picks it up, fiddles with it. The trigger pull's pretty heavy too. You'd have to have some real strength to use this in combat.
Oh yeah, for sure. I bet you Lasley used, or was at least issued, one of those. Laz and Suletta.
Oh, I have
Commander
no doubt.
Integra might have even used one in her day.
I have no doubt, but I'd also assume, on how beefy the bullets are, this would fare a lot better against armor than my normal weaponry.
Yeah, I think it's a good. I mean, it's all weapons are tools. They all have their specific uses, but can't hurt to have that in your back pocket.
No, I'd say Ravage, my revolver is more of an all-purpose weapon. You know, jack of all trades, master of none. This is a scalpel for specific uses.
Scalpel that leaves a big asshole.
If it leaves anything behind at all.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of your wife, I have an appointment with her to discuss some other family emergencies.
He's gonna put his paw up. You might want to let her know. You're a smart guy, Ash. Here's the thing. Pequod's really important to the big picture. He starts, making his hands in a big circle here in Earthcom. And so are those kids. And so is Julius. You might want to let her know about this instead of trying to hide it, because Ash, she's very important. Let's just leave it at that. I think you understand that.
I understand. Always the bearer of bad news, right?
Yeah, well. Yeah. Better you than him.
And that's part of, I suppose, being an officer, right?
Master Sergeant, yeah. Being a rank or higher rank, and good luck, Ash. He looks at you and smiles. At least it's Julius's neck on the chopping block and not yours.
I'm gonna need it.
More chopping blocks than one, unfortunately.
Well, don't worry. If I can't get through to Julius and get him to fix this, we've got an appointment with Country soon, and you know how good she is at making people do the right thing.
Gondor shrugs. Yeah. If he doesn't want to fix it, that's his prerogative. I don't know. Julius strikes me as a strange kid, strange character. Doesn't necessarily mean he's not a good kid, but I definitely see somebody who's more concerned about self-destruction than
Other people.
I don't know of other people, but yeah.
Good, wonderful boy. I think of him as my brother. But sometimes it feels like he doesn't listen. It feels like, well, it goes in one ear and out the other.
Gondar shrugs. A lot of kids at the orphanage can be like that, yeah. Going through a lot of traumatic things when you're young can do that to you. I'm no psychologist, but what I do know is ruining a good thing is never a good thing. And if she cuts it off with him, here.
It's gonna ruin him.
Not only that, but then it's just my wife that wants to keep him in Earthcove. All of High Command thinks that kid should have been sent out of the military. Granted, it falls to my wife, but if he doesn't have her last name protected him. That's simple as that. And my wife. But once that's gone, he puts up a finger. Lorelei, General Spears. 2. Democracy. People vote.
Yeah.
2 versus how many? I don't think that kid really understands the ramifications of his poor behavior over the past how many years.
No, he doesn't, and I'm gonna make damn sure he does, because I don't want to see him ruin the life he's lucky to have.
Gondar shrugs.
He doesn't.
Yeah, I don't get a vote. I'd be 3 if I got a vote, but I don't get a vote.
It's fair enough. Neither do I. But We fix things with the cards we're dealt.
We try, yeah.
Well, better not keep your wife waiting. Thank you, Gonda, and I will make sure this gets very good use.
Good luck.
We'll try. Gonda, Ruga,
They nod, door closes.
makes his way to Lorelei's office.
Yip, yip, yip. Oh.
Thank you, boys. Walks in.
She's here. She's up here. You see her on her wrist computer. Ash.
Ma'am, salutes.
She salutes you back.
I have, two rather, well, one very urgent and one urgent personal matter to bring up to you, ma'am.
Okay. Dealer's choice. Start with whatever you prefer.
I'll start with the easier to talk about, although it's not fun. Towns from SIS came and, Agent Wibley came and visited us and had some rather not good news.
Sit.
He sits down. It is a recording of an arrested member of the Chance family talking to an assassin named Vamp, at length about Ceres.
See your eyes get wide for a second.
He thinks that the Chance family has thrown their lot in with the royal vampire family, and is trying to use the removal of Ceres as a bargaining chip.
To come after you.
Revenge, yes.
Right. You see her nod her head. Right.
First thing I did is come and tell you, and then I'm going to tell her.
Who else is aware of this?
Aside from the people in SIS, me, Lazuli, Suletta, Sasha, and Commander Integra.
You'll have to make the whole squad aware of this. I would keep leaving. I understand staying on the station all the time. It's nice to get down on planet side, regardless of what planet it could be. It's nice to touch grass, but I would keep extracurricular activities off station to a minimum.
Understood, ma'am. That was my plan as well. I will make sure to inform most everybody, and that brings me to point number 2.
Well, I'll tell you this, Ash. If they truly send an assassin after her, make sure his body is recovered. Because if his body is recovered, we have empirical proof that it happened. That's all EarthGov needs. I've lobbied for years to have this royal vampire family taken out. Vampires, they live underground, down on Earth, Ash. There's not many of them. We're talking less than 25,000, give or take somewhere around there. They are not allowed to actively hunt and feed. EarthGov supplies them with their food. That being said, when they do have an unauthorized feeding, they tend to take care of their own business, if that makes sense.
And Ceres is the result of said business.
Also, this royal, she air quotes, family, most of the vampires that live underground are not part of this royal, if you will, bloodline. So they live in poverty. Much probably like Crisa, if you remember the city where you were stuck on that tower.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, this would be all we need to take care of that royal vampire family, and I would be thrilled to have 20, 30,000. However many there may be, estimates range somewhere from 20, 25 to 30,000 vampires under EarthGov's command.
I would be too. You know, vampires. I never personally had met one until I met Ceres, but I'd read about them, and they were very egotistical. Egotistical to a fault, from what I've seen, and it seems that the royal bloodline feels that way too. I'll do my damnedest to bring back as much of him as I can.
Just one man. One vampire that's must be a hell of a fighter, unless he has some type of plan to get Ceres alone, which Well, the odds of that happening are slim. There'd be no way he could jump you when you're on a mission. Unless.
I wouldn't rule anything out, ma'am. Even right now, the Chance family probably still has some very powerful political allies.
It will take time to. It will take time for them all to be flushed down the drain, slowly but surely. They were deeply entrenched in the EarthGov political geoscape.
I mean, yes, that stupid Amalco video said that they had been the first family to hold seats in the United States government, the UN, and EarthGov. They've been there since the start.
All in good time. They'll be gone, as will Malcolm.
Takes time to cut out a cancer.
Yes, it does. What's the other matter?
Well,
That seems like the bad news.
Uh, this one's hopefully easier to fix bad news. You know how Pequod has not been around as of late?
Her pregnancy. It's advancing, Ash. I've actually never been pregnant myself, but I've known a lot of women who have been, and she is in the final stages. She's not giving birth, at least for a month or two. We definitely want to lean towards the two. We don't want prematures. But
Of course.
she is in a lot of pain and stress. She requested time off, and I gave it to her. Thunder 2-2 will pilot for Alpha Niner in her stead until she's ready. From my understanding, she's spending time with her father and mother.
That's good to know. Now I know where she is, but yeah, the pregnancy isn't the reason she ran off.
She drops her pet. Oh.
Oh, indeed. The pregnancy is not the reason. The reason is, you remember when we watched, that movie recently?
I don't want to remember it, but yes.
Well, that movie dredged things up, and it turned out that, despite my advice, Julius had not told Pequod all facets of his past in the 7 years they'd been together.
You see her hand go up over her eyebrow, and she just leans into her desk and doesn't say anything.
And he told her that he still sees visions of his dead ex-girlfriend Izzy.
Her lean slumps closer to the desk.
And so Pequod is rightfully incensed, and Julius has grown a scruffy beard and is depressed.
Oh, so he looks like Malcolm.
Not quite that bad yet. Closer to me when I first came back.
Oh, joy. Might as well just punch him in the side of the stupid little pretty face and give him a lazy eye.
It's okay, ma'am. I said, easier to fix. I've given him advice. Hopefully he listens, because, well, you know damn well I'm an idiot in many things when it comes to...
Ash, this girlfriend that occupies the reaches and crevices of his mind happened over 400 million years ago. He needs to grow up and get over it. And she's staring right at you. You see her eyes start to glow. Oh.
I agree. That's the advice I just gave him. Believe me, ma'am, I'm a fuck-up in a lot of ways, but this is one of the few things I know plenty about.
Oh, I would say he's the fuck up. He doesn't know what he ruined.
I wouldn't say he's completely ruined it yet. There's a chance. There's always a chance.
She sighs deeply. Oh, God.
I'll do my damnedest, ma'am, and I'm going to have Country try to help him through it as well.
She puts her hand over her mouth and thinks for a second. Maybe he doesn't. She shrugs. They were never officially married. It's not that big of a deal. Maybe... She makes an awkward hand gesture. Maybe he's better off with somebody else. I don't think he is. That being said, perhaps this is where they go their separate ways.
No offense, ma'am, but I think you're misjudging the situation.
Well, I very well could be.
he loses her, you lose your secret weapon.
She shrugged. Of course, nothing's ever easy. Nothing's ever just goes as planned. Well, I'll tell you what. If I lose my secret weapon, I'm going to kill him.
Understood.
And I'll kill his mother along with him. Because to be frank, Ash, she starts tapping her finger on the desk. He doesn't understand how good he has it here. I know that because I've read his mind. You both fear Gallia. Like children, you cower at the thought of going back to Gallia. So much so that you enjoyed the thought of a planet being cracked. I'll find a way to send him back. I won't kill him. I'll find some way to send him and his mother back.
Understood, ma'am.
How could he do this? She's face palms on the desk.
Believe me, I feel the same way, ma'am. We're going to fix it. I'm gonna help him. I know you don't have much faith in me, but this is one thing I'm decent at.
Matters of the heart are not easy to fix or deal with.
I understand that, ma'am, trust me. Things with Ceres aren't always easy, but nothing worth having in life is.
She sighs. What other bad news do you have for me, Ash?
Oh, none that I can think of at the moment.
Who? She looks at you confused. Who knows about this relationship issue of Julius and Pequod?
Well, other than the two culprits, excluding towns, the same people, Mom.
Just the apartment.
I'd say not even the full apartment, just parts of it.
I wonder if Rico even knows.
Given the way she was acting when we briefly saw her today, I don't know if she'd be telling him.
You see her look right at you. Did you wonder? Did you ever think why she went to the lengths she went to hide Julius from her father?
Well, I can imagine if you made General Rico angry and hurt his daughter.
That had nothing to do with it.
Oh.
He is an embarrassment. He acts as a soldier should act nowadays, but imagine your father being General Rico, and you bring Julius home.
That makes sense.
She sighs. Oh. He's doing good nowadays. I'm quite proud of him and where he's gotten himself, but apparently he's just decided to blow everything up and ruin everything.
It's alright, ma'am. I'm proud of him too, and we are going to fix it. We're going to. I think I need to get it through his skull. Country, somebody needs to get it through his skull that... I told you this a few weeks ago, that Asharion Valorius died 400 million years ago.
Yes, and so did that little girl.
And so did Julius Rainfall.
I don't agree. She shakes her head. Clearly, he doesn't see it that way. And that's the problem. And his mother.
Yes, it is.
Clearly, they don't understand the term get over it.
No, they don't. Which is why my next stop before the apartment is to sadly be a bit of a snake and let Country know all of this ahead of time.
Dr. Contry is a wonderful doctor, wonderful therapist, but I'm not sure how much she can do. In a situation, this is a very delicate, runs her hand across the table, situation, Ash. You have to understand, if she's done with Julius, she's done. And
Yes.
then there's only me standing in between Julius and all the people who think, rightfully so, he should be out of the military.
That's true, but I don't...
Or shot, or hung, or all the other things that happen to people that get away with what he got away with for how many years?
I agree. I don't think she's done with him yet, though. Not...
How do you know? You've seen her.
She's very angry, but she doesn't. She won't look at him. But it's, how do I put it? There's so much passion. It seems, ma'am. I don't think
She runs her hand down her face. Go ahead. Keep going.
I don't think you'd have the amount of passion that I saw from her if you didn't still care. I think right now she's in a tumultuous amount of emotion and is probably going to lash out when he tries to fix things, but I don't think she wants to be done with him. I think she's just rightfully incredibly hurt. I'm going to help him fix this, ma'am. Trust me, I don't want to lose them any more than lose him any more than anyone else does.
She points her finger at you. If anybody has a free ticket, this sounds strange, Ash, but if anybody has a free ticket out of EarthGov, it's that woman. She was never forced to join the military, or any facet of EarthGov. It was a choice given to her by her father. She could have went to college, she could have been a scholar, a musician, whatever she wanted. And given who her father is and how much money he has, she can leave freely at any time and never have to work a day in her life.
Yes, she can.
I would be very gentle.
I agree.
And should she leave, Julius will never get within 100 feet of her. They'll kill him.
I understand, ma'am. I'm going to try to help him as best as I can. Apologies, ma'am. Just realized.
It's a morning of bad news.
Yeah, the love of my life has a hit on her, and my little brother's an idiot and is going to try and rip apart. And is not trying to, but is in his foolishness, making waves and possibly ripping things apart. I get it.
She stands up 400 million years ago. It's over. That little girl, even if we didn't crack Galia, she's not even dust. It's over.
She is an infinitesimal speck in a sea of infinitesimal specks, ma'am. It sounds callous, but it is what it is. She's dead. She's gone. And I get a level of guilt. I mean, there are days where I'm laying in bed and I just feel a tinge of guilt that I can't remember the faces of my biological mother, father, and sister. You have bad days. And then I look over at my wife, fiance, whatever you want to say, and I remember how damn lucky I am, and I forget that guilt. I think he needs to learn the same.
See her looking out the window down at her, perhaps playing with her hand, gesturing. Perhaps that is too callous. Not even dust. Perhaps there is a way to let me know how it goes. She turns around. Let me know how it goes. Between the two of them. And should Julius fail again, I think I know somebody that might be able to help.
Understood, ma'am. And thank you. I really do need to. This reminds me that I haven't had a chance to thank you for something. I thank you for everything you did when I first got back. I was an immature loser, and your actions helped put me straight. And I'm eternally in your debt.
She crosses her arms, nods, and smiles. By the way, what are your fitting sizes?
Fitting sizes, ma'am?
Per se a suit. If you were going to have a custom-made suit made for you.
I'm going to be blunt here, ma'am. I don't really know. I'm a bit of an idiot who just puts on anything that fits halfway decently.
Have one of the girls at the apartment help you. They should be able to scan you with their wrist computer. And then have them send me that information. That bandana you wear, the emblem, take it off and look at it.
He does? It's worn. Hard to see, but it looks like a fox.
Belonged to a unit called the Null Unit. They were around when I was a kid, long before EarthGov. They were with the United States government, CIA, Central Intelligence Agency, old precursor to what we would call SIS today. Anyway, it belongs to the Null Unit. I took that bandana because that emblem caught my fancy. We have a suit here on Gateway that belonged to the same unit, though it was fitted for a woman, clearly. We'd have to have it refitted, but given how well you work with Agent Towns, I think having two stealth operatives capable of stealthy acts, excelling at infiltration, you two work well together. If we can have this suit fitted for you and not whatever woman wore it all those years ago, it could only benefit the squad.
Great, thank you, ma'am. Will do I'll get the fittings for you and try to. Well, I will use it to the best of my ability.
Good. It'll take time to get it retrofitted to you. Certain portions will have to be resewn, remade. It's a skin-tight suit. It will be uncomfortable at first. They called them sneaking suits, old precursors to the armor Agent Weebly wears today.
Yeah, I kind of like that. Call me an idiot, but timeless tech has always been my preference to wield over bleeding edge.
Speaking of bleeding, I suppose it's not quite bleeding. Sometimes I think that agent's brain is bleeding. Is there any reason that agent is walking around Gateway stealth all the time? He came into my office stealthed the other day, clearly startling me. I'm actually quite fond of that agent. I think Dale picked the perfect man for his job. The curse bestowed upon that agent gave him powers that he no longer has, so he's not as powerful as he would have been under Dale. But that being said, you can't go walking around stealth, not knocking.
Ash is chuckling. He's hiding from Sasha, Mum.
Oh.
She's got a crush on him, he's got a crush on her, and he's hiding from her because she's following him like a puppy dog.
He's quite handsome. I worked with him extensively to remove the issues Dale's curse laid upon him. He is quite handsome. I don't fancy the mohawk, but to each their own.
Yes, fair enough. It's no matter. I've told them I've given them both the advice of shoot their shot.
Ships passing in the night. She makes an awkward gesture with her hand.
I really hope they do before we go on another joint mission, because that won't help combat effectiveness at all. Awkward chemistry.
I did see her look. I saw her doing laps around the ring the other day. I suppose she was on the hunt. Sasha is a woman that knows what she wants.
From what I heard from her, she was probably following him while he was stealthed.
The Ranger helmets do have the highest infrared tech. It can even see through water.
Oh, water. Yes. You see what
She says in her Malcolm voice, thermal imagery doesn't see through water, Ash.
Yes. Oh. And then I spent the next 12 hours on a rooftop with Malcolm.
She starts chuckling.
Hey, it'll be alright. There's something about Julius and I. Despite all of our stupidity and all of our mistakes, it always tends to work out in the end. Somehow.
She looks at you. It better.
We're here for a reason, ma'am.
Hopefully that reason wasn't to throw away the greatest relationship in the galaxy.
I don't think it was. I don't think we'd get sent 400 million years in the future and arrive at just the right place at just the right time. Just for him to be destined to throw away something like that. I think this is just a bump in the road on the journey of life.
Let
There
us
you have it.
hope.
Yes, ma'am.
She's going to nod at you. I have meetings down in JSOC. Again, let me know how it goes between Julius and Pequod. I don't know if they'll get to it today or whenever you get to it, but allow me to know how it goes. If it goes poorly, I think I know exactly who can not fix it, but help Julius grow up.
Understood, ma'am.
Maybe grow up, she puts her hand up, is the wrong way to put it. Just forgive himself. I think growing up makes it is too harsh and not correct. One needs to forgive themselves.
Right. I know that feeling very well, ma'am.
Well, I know just the person. That stupid tortoise.
Yes, yes. Still a bit cross at him after you found out he made Wiseau immortal?
Apparently, Mr. Wiseau is the yin to Malcolm's yang. Yen had a vision, foreseeing a great looming evil from a rich backing family years ago, and Tommy represents the opposite of Malcolm.
Oh my gosh, that's actually accurate.
No, it's not. Tommy is an idiot.
An idiot who wants nothing more than to help good flourish in the world and for people to be happy, better than an idiot who's a psychopath who wants nothing more than power, money, and to get whatever he wants. I'd say it is true that he's the yin to the yang.
She grabs the back of her neck. Oh, I wish it wasn't.
Well, look at it this way. At least Wiseau is endearingly annoying.
Yes, I can't believe Saint Guillotine is the CEO of Cadillac. Did you know your friend Rob is the chief marketing officer now?
Oh, I heard. Oh, no.
Apparently, some karate black belt master is in charge of some other Coca-Cola. She shrugs.
Well, Wiseau did say he wants to lift people up. Ah,
He is wise. She turns around and points at you. He's wiser than he looks.
well,
Perhaps he could lend Julius some advice.
oh, God. He's gonna be mad at me. He'll be almost as mad at me as you were, but, I think I should let him know as well that Julius is going through a rough time. I'll leave the circumstances to Julius to tell him, though.
Lorelai nods. Julius has nobody to be mad at but himself for screwing up a good thing.
I agree, ma'am. When, messed up dearly with Ceres, the first thing I did was desperately try to fix it. I can't imagine what I would have done if she vanished for 2 weeks. I wouldn't have stayed in the apartment depressed. I would have searched her out.
Lorelai shrugs. But you idolize her. And she knows that. You idolized her for years. And you were ridiculed at times in good nature, of course, but she knows that. I don't think Julius did the same for Pequod. I think he acquiesced to demands, to buying things, but that is merely a mask that ensures his love, if that makes sense, if you will. That is, I think, when you're like Julius, she runs her hand down her face, makes like a blank expression, and you're a girl like Pequod. And he doesn't really do what you would do for Ceres. It doesn't instill a lot of trust and faith, so the issues are exasperated and come out as I want, buy, this, that. She isn't that demanding of a girl. She never was. If you could read into her mind, you would know that.
No, she isn't. She never really demanded of me.
No. But demanding of the one you love because perhaps they don't. Yeah. She rolls her eyes so hard you swear you feel the station tilt a little bit.
Oh boy. Yeah. Well, don't worry. Thank you. This has been enlightening and something I need to talk to him about.
Please do. Please do. Imagine the future leader of EarthGov, husbandless, the children growing up without a father, and Julius living on the streets. Because I assure you, that's where him and his mother will be. Because once that last name isn't there to protect him, it's just me, General Spears, because he's a good man and friend of mine and apparently took a liking to you two. And I don't think General Rico will be backing Julius anymore.
No. And I'm gonna make that damn clear to him, ma'am. You said grow up is a bit harsh, but I don't think it totally is. He needs to. The same as I did. I don't want to see him make the same mistakes I did and destroy himself like I was.
Agreed. He's too handsome.
Love you too, ma'am.
She nods. I'm off to meetings.
Of course. A pleasure, as always, ma'am. And again, thank you. You changed my life for the better.
She winks, goes into the elevator again. Let me know how it goes, no matter how poorly the outcome.
Well, I mean, who better than to deliver the bad news than someone you already are ready to kill?
She chuckles and goes down the elevator.
He's gonna make his way. Okay, now for the more awkward part. Knocks on the door.
Yeah, it's open. I am gonna need Julius back at some
Yeah.
point. Like, I can't keep this going. If he doesn't have power, we're gonna have to come up with something here.
I'm here.
Oh,
I'm just on my phone.
fuck. Keep going, Ash. I need him in the game. I got a mission. I'm running out of options
You're
here.
good.
All right, let's.
Walks in. Hello, ma'am.
She looks up at you, Ash.
Good to see you. I'm here to give you some need information you're gonna need ahead of therapy.
Right? Pulls up her wrist computer.
It's about Julius and Davine and things that they are not going to tell you, so I'm letting you know now.
Take a seat.
He's going to sit down next to her. Alright. Julius is currently embroiled in, a very significant issue with Pequod.
She looks at you concerned. Okay.
You know how I told you everything of my past?
Yeah.
He gave her 6 years ago or so an abridged version, the cliff notes of it. And that's it. 2 weeks ago, we saw an unedited version of one of the movies Malcolm made that included Malcolm breaking him by talking about his past, and it came out that to Pequod she found out that he had not told her everything of his past. And he admitted to her that he was seeing visions of his dead girlfriend from Gallia.
She looks confused for a second. Starts typing on her wrist computer. Okay. I'm not one to judge. Where's Pequod now?
According to the general, staying with her mother and father, at the moment having lunch with Icy somewhere on Earth.
Well, I like to think I know Julius. Well, I don't think I'll have to tell him he should fix it. I am sure he wants to. I would not doubt that for a second.
I would assume so, but he doesn't. I gave him the advice on how to prevent this almost a decade ago. And he didn't listen. He never listens to me. But I'm hoping he may listen to your advice. Maybe it'll do something.
She nods her head. I can give him advice. In matters like this. This is a joint venture between him and Pequod. That is what relationships boil down to. Man or woman, man or man. Tabaxi or elf? She starts laughing. Pequod has to be willing to hear him out. And be willing to understand this. A long time ago this girl existed. She's long gone. I don't blame her for being angry at Julius. But at the same time, his first girlfriend's gone. For good.
Agreed. I
Usually in matters like this, both parties are to blame. In this sense, I would blame Julius far more than her, but I'd say she still has a hand in this.
I'd say so. That's exactly what I was thinking. He is 90% of the issue, but the way she's dealing with it is part of it as well.
Well, they, she chuckles a little bit. Very passionate relationship. Relationships built on passion tend to explode from time to time.
Aye. What's the old saying? It may not apply completely, but a candle flickers at its brightest just before it's about to go out.
Yes. And with how much headboard banging there was back at Raven Rock, and yeah.
Aye. He needs to learn communication is how you keep a relationship going.
I would agree. I don't think it's ever been his strong suit.
No.
But it's going to have to be if he'd like to keep his relationship.
And
I'm sure he would. I would bet my life on it that he's coming up with a plan as we speak.
I would too. And now for the insider info on Davine, or as much as I can gather. Davine, I'm no psychologist. I have no training like you do, but I know what PTSD looks like from experience, and I think she has been masking rather severe post-traumatic stress disorder, ma'am.
I was confused why she was excluded from our earlier sessions. I'm still not sure why she was. She shrugged.
I think Icy took a liking to her and gave her a bit more leeway.
Well, post-traumatic stress disorder. I've dealt with a lot of that, given I'm a military physician. I don't know the details that caused that to Davine. The problem is these events happened so long ago, it's hard to acquaint them to things nowadays. They happen in a world that's long gone. Long since gone, dead, from what little we know, exterminated, eradicated.
Yes.
Its rationale doesn't necessarily transcend space and time.
Yes. Well, from what little I've been able to gather from what we saw in that film, and what little I've heard from Julius, and the minuscule amount I heard from her, I've been able to piece together a rough understanding.
Pray tell.
She was a victim of a cult, brainwashed and used. And that's what pushed her into doing some pretty horrible things to Julius when he was younger. And while I do agree, what happened to Julius is not exactly equatable. I think the brainwashing and the manipulation of a cult is something that is still around in the modern day, right?
Yes. Was it only Julius?
Julius and 2 other children, including his long-dead girlfriend.
Right. You see her shrug. Puzzle pieces coming together.
I apologize, I'm not working with the complete puzzle either.
Well, to be frank, Ash, it's up to Davine. If she's willing to discuss it, and once to Davine, I am a stranger. That's the problem with being a therapist. You two, we had a preconceived relationship. You, Julius, and I. Davine, I've probably said maybe 5 or 6 words to her. If she's willing to divulge the information, perhaps if Commander Jiren's there, she would. Or maybe she would not want to. Maybe she would. Maybe it would make her feel better. Either way, it's up to her whether she wants to tell me or not, and even cares what I have to say.
Understood. I just, I wanted to... They're not going to be willing to talk unless pushed, I don't think. So I wanted to give you the best chance I could.
She nods her head and smiles. They shouldn't have to be pushed. They have to realize they need help, and if they don't, sooner or later, it's going to cost them. I think Julius, in this case, yeah,
It'll cost him everything.
it might have already have.
I don't believe so. I hope you're wrong.
Matters of the heart, or something. She lowers the wrist computer. Only the two parties involved can really solve.
Yes, ma'am. Oh, gods. Thank you.
I'll be up later, and I will try my best with Davine and Julius. The one thing I'll say, I have extensive notes on Julius. I took notes while we did therapy, our sessions together. He didn't talk much, ever, about anything, only when probed. And if Davine is the same way, I'm sure she's quite fond of Commander Jiren. But she'll be liable to lose him next. You can't keep 1,000 skeletons in your closet and expect them not to get out. Sooner or later, they will.
Agreed. That's, well, you know how terrible with interpersonal relationships I've been in my past, but the first thing I wanted to do when it started getting serious with Saris is tell her everything.
If anybody's up to the task of fixing it with Pequod, I'm sure it's Julius. I
think so.
hope.
I know so.
Oh God, I hope. You see a bead of sweat come down from her bangs.
He'll fix it. And if he's not able to on the first try, kick some sense into him and I'll make damn sure he does on the second.
How's he doing?
Not the best, very depressed and growing a scruffy beard.
Oh. Well, that is understandable. They've been attached at the hip practically since the Headhunter days. Then they were separated, and that only strengthened their bond. The separation. So.
Codependency.
Yes. But how is Pequod? Does she look well?
Other than the symptoms of heavy pregnancy with twins, the last I saw her, she was glowing.
Well,
Icy hot packs all over her, but other than that, she seemed good, just angry.
understandably so, but I wish she was here. Could have her, we could sit her down and talk it out together, but I doubt I'll be there to give Julius the home field advantage when the time comes.
I doubt it. Ooh. Well, thank you, ma'am. I should probably get up to the apartment and try to talk to him one more time before he tries to fix it.
Probably a good idea. She smiles. I'll be up late.
Of course, and thank you. I thanked the general already, but thank you for giving me the help I needed.
You're welcome. She smiled.
And I think I'm gonna talk to one other person.
Okay.
Goodbye, ma'am.
See you later, Ed.
He's gonna make his way down to Tommy. Hello, Tommy.
Oh, there he is. There he is. You see him on a call with John Kevin, St. Guillotine in a suit and tie. John has 1,000 papers on his desk, stapler in his hands. John's in like this huge office. You know, looks like he's hundreds of stories up. And you hear Tommy, St. Guillotine, don't worry. We'll get somebody down there to organize this. You'll need to get production done faster. You understand? Price of Escalade, base model. Now, almost 200 million credits. This is unacceptable. I will find somebody to come down and help. But you need clean up your desk and just clean up the desk, John. Stop having panic attack. Me and Rob be down there soon. And he closes his computer, turns towards you. Ash, how you doing? It's not a great day, Ash.
Trust me, I know. Ugh.
Very bad time with Cadillac Company. St. Guillotine is overwhelmed, having panic attacks. But
fair.
if anybody can right the ship, it is the Saint.
That's fair.
What can I do for you this fine morning?
Well, I think, gods, Julius is gonna need some help from someone like you.
What the problem? He want Escalade? I can get him one, but it's going to take time. We sold out of Escalade, Ash. There are none left. That's why Guillotine in panic. We have car retailers calling, screaming all time. Stock of Escalade going up somehow. It doesn't make sense.
Oh, that's fair. No, marital issues.
Oh, with pregnant lady?
Let's just say he kept a very big secret from her and she found out about it.
What kind of secret?
The full details of his past.
Okay, but why is she mad about that?
They've been together for 7 years and he hasn't told her everything about himself, and he revealed that a girl he once cared about who died in his arms, he still sees visions of.
Oh. You see him set down the football. Ash, now I understand. Well, maybe I don't. Because I don't know the interworkings of these two. But from everything I see, they're quite happy couple. But I tell you, Ash, that's very difficult. I have a friend a long time ago named Steve. Steve had beautiful marriage. The most beautiful. Wasn't the most beautiful woman he was married to, but they were happy, Ash. And this is all that matters. However, Steve's girlfriend died in a car crash long before he married this girl. And his wife felt as if she had to compete with Ghost. And Ash, there is no competing with Ghost. So Steve's marriage hit the rocks, and she leaves Steve. And then Steve gets so mad, he drive off cliff and kill himself. In Escalade. Long ago.
Yeah, I hope that's not where he's headed. We're gonna get him out of it.
Well, he can't get Escalade, so he can't drive off cliff. Everything is fine.
He can self-destruct and get him off himself another way.
He doesn't seem like the type to do that, Ash. I hope not, anyway. I would feel as if I lost a son. I was never blessed with children until I met you two back at Watertown.
Thank you, Tommy. He's my brother, so I feel very similar.
But I can understand, though I don't know all details, and honestly, I don't think I want to know all details, because it could make me feel bad, or make me not be happy. But what I will say is this. Nobody can compete with Ghost. And I don't think pregnant ladies should have to compete with Ghost.
No.
That's not fair to her.
No, it's not. And I'm going to let him know that.
You should. They are a good couple, Ash. Very cute together. I quite like seeing them. When she was crying on my Escalade, the way he looked at her, I can tell he loved her and want to do his best for her. So don't let them ruin this, Ash. If they do, I think Julius will end up probably in a very bad way. Use drugs, drink alcohol. He be with St. Guillotine, smoking marijuana. That's no good. Nothing wrong with marijuana, but you use too much, not good for you.
All things in moderation. I hope I can help him. I really do.
I hope so too. If you want him to come talk to me, I'll be down at restaurant. We going down there. I have to find somebody to help St. Guillotine. Maybe I could find high model Escalade somewhere, buy it off somebody, get it cleaned up, detailed to look new, and we could win pregnant lady back over for Julius with that. Though she too smart, but she seems to like material things.
I don't think material things are really going to be what helps this time, Tommy.
What about candy bars? I own Hershey Company, Ash.
I think the only way to fix it is for Julius to be honest with her.
Well, that can be hard. I think Julius can do it. I have faith in my son.
I do too. I think he will. I just worried about him.
I am too now. I was worried about St. Guillotine. He suffered heart attack yesterday cause stress got to him. Had to be taken to emergency room.
I hope he's alright.
He was okay, but he does not like the hospital. He says he has something called warrants out for his arrest.
I could see that.
Something to do with climbing ladder and looking in bathroom. I don't know. He much like Julius, he won't talk about past.
That's fair. Oh boy. Well, thank you for your advice, Tommy, but I think I need to go and talk with Julius.
You go ahead and do that. If you want, later on, stop down at restaurant. I can talk to Julius a little bit. I'll be down there if you'll need me.
Thank you, Tommy.
And Ash, if you meet anybody that would be good person, Ash, have to have good heart, run company, CEO experience, let me know. I will hire them and pay them fairly.
I will. Not sure of anyone right now, but I'll let you know.
Okay, well, good luck, Ash, and tell Julius I am thinking about him.
I will. Thank you, Tommy.
Have fun, Ash.
We'll try. And he's gonna make his way up to the apartment.
There you go.
Alright. He's gonna go and try to find Julius.
I have him in the gym.
You still here, bro?
Yeah, I'm here. Just trying to get the 20 to work on my phone.
Okay.
I wouldn't worry about that. Sooner or later, your power will come back.
Yeah.
I can come up with something. Roll 20 on mobile is terrible.
Yeah. Well. Alright. How you holding up?
That sounds like a big Ash.
Right. He's gonna shut and lock the door. We need to talk.
Okay, let's talk.
I want you to listen to me. I know you never really do, but I want you to actually listen. Because I'm going to give you the best advice I can right now. Say that again?
Please.
Alright. I'm going to ignore that you should have told her. You're going to tell her everything, but this has to do with you seeing visions of that girl.
It's not Italian too.
That's fine. It means nothing. It means the same with what I'm going to tell you. I know.
Let me hear it.
I have an inkling of what they must have meant to you. For a long time, I would see visions of my family. Before, my old family. It's not easy to get rid of them, but you need to move on. They're gone forever, and it is not your fault. They died 400 million years ago, Julius. And to be frank, so did you. Or at least that version of you.
I'm not gonna say anything, just please keep talking.
Could you say that one more time?
Not saying anything, just please keep talking.
I think we just go on with something else. I can't. Why even have a moment like this if I can't understand a word he's saying?
Okay.
Get out of the room. There you
Yeah.
go. You go join everybody in the kitchen.
Secondary work, something he needed to ask Snarf about.
There you go.
Hey, Snarf.
He looks over his shoulder. What up?
Got a little gift for you to play with.
What's that?
He's gonna hand him the case with the magnum in it.
He opens it up. Sonny, woo, steps out of the way. Snarf. This is, you see him struggling to hold it.
Yeah.
Where did you find this?
A little gift from Gondar.
Oh, in Gondar's good graces. This is old school.
Yes, it is. I believe he said Archfiend incursion.
What do you want done with this puppy?
Well, I was hoping it is outdated, but the smart sight, do you think you could find a way to get it to interface with the solid eye?
Yeah, I'm sure. I don't know how much more benefit it would give you, but yeah.
Even if it's not a large benefit, it's the way it's built to be shot. Probably would be more effective used in that manner.
Yeah, I don't. Let me have your solid eye. I'll give it back to you if you have to go on a mission. But, yeah, let me have your solid eye. Well,
Takes it off and hands it to him.
shouldn't take too long.
Oh, God, it's bright in here.
Yeah, that's the way we like it. Look over there. You see Zap with a gigantic fan on him, blowing, and he's just sleeping. Banks.
What always raises people's moods, eh?
Yeah, maybe we need him to play matchmaker or Cupid with Julius. And
He'll fix it. I believe in him.
yeah, me too. Does suck not having her around.
It does. It really does.
Jennifer's gonna come in the room. Walk over, turn the fan off. No more hurricanes.
No more hurricane sap. How you doing, Jenny?
Good! She turns around. Good. I wish I could sleep as well as this guy. And she pats him on the stomach. Go east. Go east. They're taking the point.
Don't we all?
Wonder what he's talking about.
Oh, I've got no clue. Maybe,
Snarf, it's a game. Or something. He told me it was some game called SWOTOR he played hundreds of years ago with his friend Banksy, but he says Banksky. He said it was one of the happiest moments of his life. That's why he calls everybody Banksy. He's looking for Banksy, who is most likely dead, given how long ago this was.
Yeah. Well, I can't blame him for wanting to remember the good times.
No, I don't either. Snarf turning in his chair looking at...
Good times are gonna come again. They always do.
Jennifer, I think the best part about having Zap here is the Walren kids. They're adorable.
Adorable little bastards, aren't they? They get
Pequod wanted to adopt some of them before she vanished.
I think she still does. She's just, dealing with things.
I don't envy being pregnant like that.
No, I do not either.
Snarf's gonna get up out of the chair. This is a nice piece, too.
That one is very much so.
SIS has all the cool toys.
Them and the Spartans.
Tavar's, or he picks it up hard to come by.
Well, he gave it to me because he said he had no real aptitude for it.
Snarf laughs and sets it down. Yeah, I would too. Give it to somebody who actually knows how to use it.
Yeah. Any ideas for modifications to that?
The pistol or the Tavar?
Either.
The pistol, there's not too much we can do to. I mean, to be honest with you, I know this line of pistols. I've never held one. But they stopped producing them for a reason. A lot like MP5s in a sense. MP5s are very hard to, let's say, phase the barrel, do modifications on, modern modifications. In the MP5's heyday, it was, I think, considered like the quintessential anti-terrorist weapon. Nowadays, that's a long time ago, right?
Yes.
This pistol is in the line of that. It's modifying it we would risk really screwing it up. The Tavar, on the other hand, I could think, a silencer. Maybe, I was looking at it earlier. I wish that agent wouldn't run out of here. I wanted to ask him questions about this. But maybe we could give it a burst feature. It only has semi and full. I was thinking if we could put a burst feature on it, that might help with accuracy.
I think so.
The silencer for sure.
Of
I'm
course.
surprised it didn't come with one, being an SIS weapon. That being said, we can get one retrofitted easily.
Of course. If you say no attachments or modifications to the Magnum, then we won't touch it at all. I'd prefer it to be in working order. The Tavar silencer, a burst fire mechanism sounds perfect because while I am more comfortable with full auto fire, I think burst is a happy medium, right?
Not only that, when it comes to this Magnum, but this is a nice piece. This can net you something for trade if you don't want to keep it around or you feel like it's played its use out. The Tavar, that can net trade too, but this is an antique. This is a pro shooter's weapon. Of all the stuff we have in the armory for trade, I'd say that Tavar and this are our two biggest tickets. This, the plasma rifle, we're not trading this. We can the captain wants it.
Of course, I had no intents on trading it. I'd agree. I'm gonna try and hold off as long as I can on getting rid of any of the bigger ticket weapons because, let's be honest, better that we have any versatility for the team, right?
This harpoon gun as well. That's a big ticket item, but I think we want to keep that baby around given what it did.
Agreed. I need to get plasma pistol ammo. Any work done on modifying the sniper or the AR?
Which AR are you talking about?
The
Your AR?
No, the stock one.
Oh, this one? No. Negative. Haven't gotten around to it yet. I don't think it'll net a lot trade-wise. The sniper over here, that's ready to go. Built-in silencer, infrared optic scope, so that should help you out. I also made the magazine well bigger, so a larger magazine can fit in it. Therefore, higher caliber bullets. The barrels on this thing are interchangeable, so it can fire your standard 5.56, 7.62, and if you want, I can phase the barrel. I think that might help when it comes to trading.
I think so, because I could bargain that for more ammunition for the weapons that we do have.
Yeah, it's not a bad idea. I can get around to that. Give me a couple days. The AR is last on my list because no matter how much we trick that thing out, it's a pale comparison to points to that one.
Of course. Anything. I'm just, we're probably gonna have to start almost, assembly lining this to keep ammo in the squad at the rate we're chewing through it.
Snarf nods. Unfortunately, sooner or later, we'll have to start working on the mobile suit. Still compiling a list, but there's only one of me, one of Zap, and one of Jennifer. And between the three of us, only I can really work on the weapons. And I'll be needed on that mobile suit.
Of course. Well, that's not always going to be the case. We're going to have somebody who can help with that eventually.
Jennifer shrugs. Don't forget, Sasha wants a rocket launcher.
She does. I'm also working on getting that. Oh, gods. He's just looking at the bigger ticket stuff. I'll have to ask her about what can even be done, because most everything here is cannot really be traded.
Yeah, and something tells me no matter how much I trick that out, and we ain't. And the MP5, the stock one, we ain't getting a rocket launcher for those things. But he sits back down.
No, we're not. God,
Bad you can't find any more of those. He points up to the pulse rifle. Max Tech weapons. They're not floating around. Not easy to come by.
No. Well, we're gonna be fighting the cult that's supplied by Max Tech, so maybe.
Yeah, I mean, they'd fetch a high price. A couple of them, 3 or 4. They're very reliable weapons. I can see why the captain kept her.
Oh, I can't blame her. The smart gun had to drop it for running out of ammo, but that smart gun was a joy.
That thing could probably get you a rocket launcher. He points to you. That's the one with the harness?
Mm-hmm.
I've seen pictures, but I've never seen one in person.
It was really incredible. Almost no recoil, despite the size of the bullets being fired.
Actually, your solid eye, you already have an uplink to the smart system. Probably wouldn't take more than 10 minutes if you get your hand on one. For the armory?
Well, never know. Never know. Max Tech has been giving these people weapons this whole time, so could get them that way.
Sonny's gonna put the magnum up on the wall.
Actually, can I see it? I'm gonna show it off to Mum.
Sure. She hands it back to you.
Thank you. If only Blaze were here, it would make things so much easier.
Snarf nods. I didn't know the guy, but be nice to have another gunsmith.
We'll get him back eventually.
I could probably learn a thing or two from him. Guns were never really my forte. So.
From experience, and this is no insult, you could.
I wish he's around.
He will be. He will be. Alright, thank you. Snarf, Jennifer, a pleasure.
She smiled.
Sonny, I'm gonna go over and see how everyone's doing in the kitchen.
Okay.
He's gonna walk on in. Hello?
They're eating, watching TV.
Hey, Mum. Got a little
Yeah.
something I think you'll like.
She looks up at you. What do you got?
He's gonna toss her the pistol.
She catches it. Suletta looking at it. Leslie, aims it up in the air. Hunk, don't you have one of those back at the bunker? And Leslie, I do. Yeah. Same. She looks at the serial number. Same model. Mine's platinum. They issued me a platinum one. Too gaudy for my taste. Jet black as she's starting to turn it in her hands. Suletta, I still have mine. Somewhere at my apartment.
Well, a gift from Gondar for the squad.
She looks at you. Gondar's a fan of yours. That's good.
I'll take it.
She's looking at the pistol. Very heavy. I poor. She hands it to Stiletto, who starts looking at it. Poor shooting scores with mine. Mark 56 Magnum.
Fair enough. Well, better than my automatic scores, I'd assume. At least back when I started.
Hunk's looking at it. Yeah, it's a heck of a gun. Got quite a kick to it.
I'd assume so. 50 cal. Beefy. But it'll be nice. Another weapon for the toolkit.
Suletta inspecting it. Beefy, but you'd be surprised, given your training and your wrist strength. It'll feel like there's not much recoil.
I'd assume so. Is Icy back?
Saris looks up at you. Not yet. I don't know. She should be back soon. Maybe Pequod's keeping her out a day on the town. And Sasha, yeah, I mean, me and Pequod have known each other for a long time, but given how close Icy and Pequod were over the past 2 years, I'd say Icy's more or less Pequod's best friend. Sasha kind of half-heartedly smiles. Me and Saris, we weren't here for a lot of the 2 years you guys were gone.
Aye. Well, when she gets back, we need to call a squad meeting.
Squad meeting? Sasha looks at you. About what? About the developing situation of Pequod and Julia?
The other situation.
Sasha nods. Yeah. Well, we need Julius here, but he's busy working out.
Yeah, a lot of his... Oh, God. Hiding, I know.
Clearing his mind.
I hope so. Once I can get through to him, I need to talk to him again.
Hunk looks at you, Ash. The catcher's mask and the pipe are gone. I'm not sorry to see him go, but...
The Amalco. A lot of things.
Leslie just sighs. Yeah.
We'll fix it. We have to.
I don't think there's any we involved. It's the one Julius Rainfall's issue to fix.
Agreed. Well,
Saris inspecting the pistol.
what do you think?
A little too big and heavy for my taste, but I can see why he gave it to you.
Yes, I like it quite a bit, actually. It feels nice when you double up on it.
She hands it back to you. You actually gonna use it?
Oh, I think so. It'll offer a nice little bridging gap between things like Ravage and, well, things like my rifles or anything. It's a nice heavy weapon that's nice and concealable. I think it's got a nice place in the arsenal.
Sarah smiles at you. Well, at least he likes you.
Well, after having to deliver bad news to the General, I think she doesn't hate me as much as she did at least, because she actually smiled at me.
Sasha, see? Told you she didn't hate you. People she hates are dead.
Yeah,
Usually.
maybe I'm growing on her like a mold at this point.
Leslie, did you tell her about Julius from Freakwood?
Yes, I did.
How'd she take it?
Um, she said if Julius doesn't fix it, she's gonna find a way to send him and Davine back to Gallia.
Sasha, I doubt she would do that. Just angry.
I think so. She also said that if it doesn't work this time, that she has someone who may be able to help him figure this out.
Sarah's Tommy Wiseau.
Close. Master Yen.
Leslie, I wonder what he could do.
Well, now that he's sane, I'd say he's probably the wisest man in the universe.
Sarah's second only to Tommy.
I'd say Yen gives him a run for his money. I mean, Yen's the one who made Tommy what he is because he saw him as... And this is from the General's lips, so don't act like I'm crazy. Master Yen saw a vision of a great evil and made Tommy what he is because he would be the yin to that evil's yang. And take a guess who the great evil was.
Tewaz. Sasha speaks up. Sarah's Globnock.
Malcolm Chance.
Leslie starts laughing.
And I gotta say, he's right. He is the yin to Malcolm's yang.
Commander Integra, I hear he's going to begin production on his own gaming console.
Yes, I think they were gonna call it the T-Box.
Dear God. She takes a sip of tea.
Could be worse.
Could be as bad as your face on that poster board in downtown LA.
Oh, now. I'm not that ugly. Better than
No,
that.
it's a very unflattering picture of you, son. Commander Integra's sipping the tea.
It is. Gods, am I happy we got that fixed before I got to see you, Saris.
Hunk, why the hell's he advertising the movie if he hasn't even started shooting it yet?
He wants to surpass Malcolm in popularity, and getting the name out there may help.
Leslie shrugged. That's gonna be very hard to do.
I hope he does it.
I mean, the people I think at first were kind of like almost hero worshipping Malcolm in a way. Now that the truth's out there, people know it all. It's in vogue to laugh at that guy, and to be honest, it's hard not to.
That it is. But if somebody can, I'd say it's Wiseau.
I think most people honestly would never have believed that guy was a ranking officer in EarthGov's military.
Oh, gods. I wouldn't have believed it, and I knew him. I still can't believe it.
Commander Integra, take them down, Julius.
Monkey boy.
Sasha starts laughing. That poor monkey.
That poor monkey indeed. But,
I wonder why he kidnapped a monkey.
a divine mystery. The same reason why he invaded the tomb of a Civil War general and stole his uniform and musket. Or,
Hunk, yeah, that's something else.
or why he attempted to maroon me on the planet where the gravity dragons are from.
Saris in her Malcolm voice, welcome to the Dragon Isles, Ash.
Yes. Or why he ever thought he had a snowflake's chance in hell with Davine.
Leslie, yeah, that's the greatest mystery of mysteries.
I'm happy Carter was there, now that I saw what he was doing at the end.
Yeah, him and Nick are missed.
Good men. Very good men.
Soletta's going to open her wrist computer. You never told us Malcolm got his arm bitten off by what looks to be a mako shark.
Oh. Yes, yes. Ah, so much to dig through, I'd almost forgotten that. Sorry.
Sasha, Towns didn't even know about this one.
So, we were infiltrating some Max Tech facility. They were experimenting on sharks. I think what I remember, they were trying to make Mako sharks bigger and meaner and smarter, and they wanted to use them as living anti-submersible weapons. Right? Take out submarines, divers, that type of thing.
Yeah.
Small boats, even. We got there, and Malcolm wanted to see the shark up close, and I think he wanted to try and read its mind when he heard how smart they were making them. So we tried to catch one, and he sent me out in a little cage to draw them in and catch one. I was very nearly eaten before we managed to catch it and bring it into the little laboratory there. He extracted whatever brain material he needed to test it. At least I assume that's what he thought it was for. And then decided to stand right next to the face of the shark. The shark turned and bit his arm off as he lay there and said the words, "Look at what Ash did to me," as I was furiously trying to grab a shotgun to kill the damn thing.
Oh, the room erupts in laughter as that exact clip plays. Do the line again.
Look what Ash did to me.
Soletta closes her wrist computer. Tell us some of your other favorite Malcolm tales we may not know about, Ash. We need some laughs on this rather somber day.
Oh, well. You've all seen the footage of me getting hit with the guitar.
Sasha starts laughing, but she's grabbing her head.
The fun one. So, you remember how bad of a way... Oh, you don't know, do you, Cyrus? How bad of a way I was in at the time because of my back injury.
I mean, Icy's told me.
Yeah. Well, it was after that where I was clinging to life in a healing tank on the ship. And Malcolm and Daria walked in. And my first words were, "Is everyone else okay?" And Malcolm looked at me and responded, "Yes! We won our fight!"
Oh, Sarah starts laughing. A true leader of men, to be sure.
Or when I foolishly went to talk to him in private because I was worried because we were going after the Iron Circle, and bandits and slavers, at least at the time, were a very sore spot for me. So I went to tell him about my past. Foolishly, I know, but it was still early enough in the journey that I had a inkling of faith in him. I told him I was worried about me, not being in full control of myself, and his response was, "Are you a slaver?"
Sarah starts cackling. She looks at you, Ash. What is this about? She's slowly pulling up a picture on her computer.
What picture? Please put that away. Immediately, kind of almost sits back in the seat. Please, put that down.
She puts it away. It looks like it's from a movie, but at the same time, I don't...
That's from a movie, a documentary movie he made, called Chance's Platoon.
The picture's gonna be up. They're passing it around.
Yeah.
But you can't see it.
He can't. That's one of the few things from that journey that still gets to me. That scene, it appears as if he shoots me there, right?
It looks like it.
He does, in the knee. during that scene, he had been legitimately attacking and killing colonists. I didn't know. It was very early in our time with him, and I was lost in the woods, and I came across him. And he shot me in the knee after I talked to him for a moment. He then got everybody on the dropship and left me there as I was limping trying to catch up. And the colonists legitimately shot me 68 times.
Everybody looks shocked at you, Leslie. 68 times and you're still breathing?
I wasn't. The only reason I am is because Ebenezer teleported me to the ship, and he used his magic to keep my heart beating long enough for Country to stabilize me.
Leslie nods. Good old Eb.
Good old Eb. And Eloquin, not Country, Eloquin. Gods. Eloquin stabilized me.
Commander Integra looking at the picture. It's a Vietnam picture. An old
Yes.
conflict, looks like Viet Cong. Is that what this is about?
It was based off that, but he legitimately started shooting the colonists.
Commander Integra shakes her head.
I legitimately had my heart stop beating for about a minute before Eb was able to get it started again. I actually died there.
Saris looks shocked. And he set all that up to try and get rid of you? This was early on, or?
Early on, I think it started as a way to impress Davine or something of the sort, but I think he saw a chance and took it.
Leslie's shaking her head in annoyance.
I've, like I said, I've moved past pretty much all of that, but that memory still... That memory still gets to me.
Understandably so. Soletta looking at you, most people who get shot that many times don't live to deal with the after effect.
No, they don't. It was actually, Eloquent said, miraculous that only 2 of the bullets clipped anything vital.
Well, thank God those... What? The colonists started shooting you. Did he abandon you there?
Yes, he did. They got on the dropship and left me.
Leslie shakes her head. Did he actually leave you in, like, inhospitable places and told you to survive for a week and...
Yes, he did. You know, it's funny. I've never really... Up until I got everything I have now, I never really feared death. I really fear it. Beyond just losing every one of you, I really fear it now because... It was strange. They say your life flashes before your eyes, right?
Yeah.
All I saw was you guys. You especially, Saris, and then just a bright light, and then blurry vision of Ebenezer, and then I woke up in the tank.
Thank God for Eloquin. And Ebenezer.
I
We have to buy him a drink sometime.
owe him much more than that. Oh. Thought we wanted to get off heavy topics.
Sarah shrugs. I didn't know that picture would be so heavy. You got any other Malcolm stories?
Well, let's think. There's the chainsaw incident. You've all heard of that. There was the time he purposefully tased me because he wanted to short out the robotic hand I had.
Leslie starts laughing.
When he called me a meat thief because he saw me eating a bit of deli meat. I believe he said, rend him, crush him, eat his bones when he saw me doing that.
Sarah's, look at this. People are already memeing on the new CEO of Escalade.
Oh. Yes, the saint himself. Aliens, and is that a plesiosaur with... Why does that look almost like if Zap was a human?
I don't know. Sarah shrugs, but the new CEO of Cadillac, he's having trouble. The public want their cars, and so yeah.
Aye, fun.
The memes are out in force, unfortunately, for the Saint. Poor guy. He killed his son with your help. Got over that hump, and then now he's becoming a meme like, here you go, like Malcolm.
Oh, God. This poor... Oh, that's beautiful. Ah,
Poor guy. Seriously, they put him on some anime character's face.
they did. Oh, I heard that Malcolm's No Mercy pay-per-view came out a few weeks back. How was that?
Oh, apparently it did record numbers. Leslie just chuckles.
Then the next one should be soon, I assume?
Yeah, I think they air one every 3 weeks, or 3.5 weeks, depending on holiday. Oh, what is that, Saris?
Oh, gods. Where is that?
Saris, I don't know. People just make the memes. They take pictures and make these memes. They're making fun of him. The only reason people even know he's in charge is because he did a press conference and he was asked a lot of questions about how he was going to fix the Cadillac company, and the Saint apparently had a heart attack at the press conference.
Oh, God, poor guy.
Poor guy indeed.
Oh, my.
Not sure why Tommy would put him in charge.
For all of his wisdom, Tommy Wiseau also just believes in lifting others up to a fault.
Yeah, I don't think that guy's cut out to run a multi-billion-dollar company like Escalade, but maybe he'll get the hang of it sooner or later. This meme is titled "The Current State of the Cadillac Company."
Yeah, the only change should have been, instead of whatever van that is, it should have been a Cadillac.
Saris nods, yeah.
Oh, Malcolm ranting about how much better Davine Quest would be than The Legend of Zelda.
Oh, Saris starts laughing. Davine Quest. That's Davine the dolphin?
Yes. There's also Davine Mountain.
What was that game about?
It looked to be a 2D action RPG. Possibly based on... It looks like he stole lots from a game called Cloudy Mountain and then just did something with it. I still don't. Oh, God. My face is going to be somewhere covering missiles when that game comes out.
Sarah shrugs. Well, just think of it this way. All the money EarthGov makes is going back into trying to fix Malcolm's foolery, folly, all of the above. Idiocy?
No, that's true, that's true. I thought if I ever did get an action figure, it likely wouldn't be me in a Nazi uniform.
Sasha starts laughing. You did look evil and all, but you did look pretty slick in it.
I'll take it. I think he actually went to Hugo Boss and had them make that using their original designs.
Sarah shakes her head. You played the villain in pretty much every movie, with the exception of a few?
Yes, there was some where I played the hero, because Malcolm had a phase where he thought Davine would like the bad boy.
Look at this! Saris pulls up. John Kevin's on the cover of Time magazine.
Oh, no.
Just hit the stands today.
Toolbox of the year. The results may surprise you. Oh my god.
Sasha looks at you. At the press conference, he had a toolbox that was sat next to him.
Oh god. Amazing.
Poor Saint.
Poor Saint. Well, I heard that Brandon Law is in charge of Coca-Cola.
Leslie, how many fucking companies does that guy who is your friend own?
At least 10.
Oh.
You're like this. What was his role? You're like this one, Mom, Integra Mom. Rob is now a member of the board at Cadillac as well. I think it was the chief advertising officer. I think it was.
I suppose not by choice.
I doubt it.
Poor man. Well, he's probably making good money on top of his salary from EarthGov.
That is true.
He does have a wife to support.
He does, and I'd say it's gonna do a good job towards that.
I'm happy for him. He got to work with Tommy, be Tommy's bodyguard.
It's a cushy job, almost as cushy as being General Lorelai's bodyguards.
Yeah. Sasha nods. Yeah, that's a good job. It's a sought-after honor guardsman position in the Rangers.
Oh, I can imagine. Not just because, of course, the honor of that position, but let's be honest, you're the bodyguards of someone who would never once in their life need a bodyguard.
Yeah, it's mostly just a ceremonial thing, but that's why they keep it around.
Aye, of course. I was going to say emotional support, but that's a more eloquent way of putting it.
Oh, she'll need more than emotional support if we don't get to the bottom of Pequod and Julius.
I agree. Ooh.
Hang on. No. Oh God! Don't tell me that. I lost it. Oh God. Sasha looks over at you. Ash, tell us some more about Malcolm.
All right, let's think. Well, there's other movies he made that I can mention.
Like what?
You ever read comic books?
Sasha, yeah, I love comic books.
You ever heard of the X-Men?
Sarah, oh no. Please don't tell me.
Yeah, he made a Chance Men movie.
Sasha, wait a minute. Now, they've made other X-Men movies. Are we talking about the ones way back from even before Calamity, when General Lorelai was a kid?
The first one, starring people like Ian McKellen and Sir Patrick Stewart.
Leslie looks over at you.
15K?
Leslie looks over at you. Tell me Julius played Hugh.
No, that was Malcolm. Julius?
What?
That was Malcolm. Do you want to know who Julius played?
Who?
Xavier.
How could he have Julius play Xavier? How? Leslie's hand hits the table. Julius would make an excellent Wolverine. He's handsome.
He shaved Julius to do it.
He shaved Jules. That's her nickname. She's been calling him that lately. She shaved Jules' head.
Completely bald.
Dumb fuck.
Well, I got to play Magneto.
Look at this. Sasha, I lost it for a second. Sorry. Check this out. This is another meme on the eNet about the current state of Escalade.
Oh my god. Are those other people on the board, maybe?
I'm not sure. I mean, that's the domestic menace, Sasha points down in the background. The other people, I have no idea, but this is just, you see, and she shows you the text under the picture, current state of Cadillac Company.
Wait a minute. That's Steven Seagal.
Sasha, did Malcolm worship this guy?
Yes, he did. That's where Colonel Down Below is from. Oh my god, why is Steven Seagal there?
Leslie puts her hand up. He's still a meme. Thousands of years later, hundreds of years later, it's
As
just
will Malcolm.
he's dead. He's dead. Don't worry.
As Malcolm will be.
Leslie's gonna look at the gym. Ash, I think I think you need to go try to talk to Julius now.
I do too. Thank you.
Put that piece back in the armory, and then we gotta start the wheels in motion here of trying to get to the bottom of this.
Of course, he's gonna drop it off in the armory and then... Hello, you two?
What's up, Ash?
Nothing much. You and I, we need to talk.
He nods at him.
Davine, you can stay if you'd like, or you can go. Whichever you'd prefer.
She steps out of the room.
He's gonna lock the door. Alright. He's gonna sit down next to Julius. I'm gonna tell you some things, and I want you to listen to me. Don't hear me. Actually listen to what I'm saying. I beg you.
Alright.
Okay. I understand to a large extent what you're going through right now. You know that, right?
He nods.
You know, I used to see visions of my mother and my little sister for a long time. I stopped seeing them when I got into EarthGov, and largely when I met Saris. And I don't even think about them much anymore because I've come to understand something that you need to as well. This is gonna be hard to hear, but Izzy, Cillian, they are dead. They have been dead for 400 million years, and so has Julius Rainfall.
He nods.
Then answer me a question. Why are you letting him haunt you?
I don't know, Ash.
Do you realize what you have right now?
Something good? Or had something good?
No. None of what you just said is right. You didn't had something good. You have something priceless. You still have it. She's angry at you, but you can fix that. He's gonna hand on Julius's shoulder. You can fix that. But you know what you're not doing right now by moping and hiding in the gym.
Fixing it?
Yeah. How do you think it makes her feel that she could disappear for 2 weeks and you didn't look for her?
Not great is an understatement.
I would have been searching for Saris up and down. I would have called in favors with anyone I could to find her the moment I found out she was gone. You need... I'm going to sound like an asshole, but you need to grow up. You're a lot like I was at your age, and that's not a good thing. You know, I get it. You still have those days where all of those memories come back and haunt you and eat away at you, right?
I mean, who doesn't have those kind of days?
I do as well. I wake up and that pain in your gut, that gnawing sensation at the recesses of your mind comes up, and I feel twinges of guilt that I can't even remember what my mother father and sister looked like. I don't remember their faces, Julius. Sound about like what you're feeling?
More than I care to admit.
Do you know what I do? I roll over in bed, and I look at the face of the most beautiful woman in the world. And I remember what I have now. I think about how lucky I am. Think about how much more I have than I could have dreamed of 8 years ago, 9 years ago. And that guilt, that pain, it's all washed away because it's not my pain. It is a Sherion Valorius's pain, and I am not that man.
He nods.
This is gonna be mean, but I think you need to hear it because I don't think anyone else will tell you it. Even the general. Everyone likes you naturally. You're the pretty boy. You're the main character if this was a story or a movie. So I'll be the bad guy. This is an embarrassment to who you are. What you've done is selfish. Because whatever justification you may have for being afraid to tell her, it's selfish at the end of the day. You thought about yourself. You can say that you were thinking about her, what she may think, what it may do to her, but you were thinking about yourself. It's the same reason I lied when I first told people my past. You need to grow up and stop letting Julius Rainfall haunt Julius Lazuli. Because I am not going to sit idly by and let you flush down the drain one of the greatest things in the world. You have... I don't give a fuck about the money or her position as his daughter. You have a beautiful wife who loves you dearly. You have a beautiful daughter and 2 more children on the way. You have a family that loves you, a wonderful job that you get to see the universe in. You have people that care about you everywhere. You have a life that 99% of the population can only dream of. You don't get what you have. And you're going to waste it if you don't grow up.
Julius doesn't say anything, and he turns around to Ash. You're right, Ash, you're right, but I need to at least talk with her about it, and I don't know where she is, Ash.
We'll find her. I already have an inkling she's going to stay with her mother and father. We can find them there. You can ask Rico where they live, and you can go there. You are his son-in-law, or soon-to-be. But I need to correct you on something. You don't need to at least talk to her. You need to talk to her. And as he says that, he's going to push his hand into Julius's shoulder. Talk to her. That's what you have yet to figure out. People like to say a relationship is a two-way street. That's not an accurate representation. A relationship is 2 people choosing to become one. Accepting each other for everything they are and becoming something more. And she probably thought that's what you 2 had done. You have a daughter. You have a son and a daughter on the way. And yet, you never did. The only way to keep a relationship alive, it's not passion, It's not pure passion. It's not physicality. It's not any of that. It is communication, Julius. Honest, open communication. You need to let go and talk to her about everything. And don't get me wrong, I'm disappointed in her for the way she's handled it, but you caused 90% of this. You're both immature, but one of you is more than the other.
When I talk to her, what do I do if she doesn't accept it, I guess? What, I don't know the word for it, but
If she doesn't believe you,
it somewhat just if she doesn't
you take it on the chin. You listen to her because she probably won't. You must understand. You get how much you fucked up, how much emotion has to be coursing through her right now, right?
of course.
You think you're emotional when you limit break? This is something else entirely. She's got a hurricane of different emotions: fear, anger, sorrow, doubt. She's probably got all of that circling in her head repeatedly over and over and over again, expanded on by hormones, and just by the suddenness of it. She may not accept it. It's going to be in the heat of the moment. She may not accept it. She may say things she doesn't mean. You take it on the chin. You hear her. You listen. He's gonna tap Julius's ears. You listen to her. And you fix it. You figure out what you need to do to reassure her, and you fix it. Would you give up if you were in a battle and somebody knocks you on your ass? Would you give up the first time?
No.
So why would you give up there? I have said for years, he's gonna grab the sides of Julius's head, that you can be so much more than I ever could be. And you can. You already are. You just need to realize what you have and who you are. I don't want to see you self-destruct like I did. I've never mentioned much of this to people because it doesn't matter, but I self-medicated quite a bit during those few years between getting out of that slavery and coming here. I self-medicated trying to make the pain go away. Why do you think I know how to make shitty, garbage, highly alcoholic drinks like a Hickson heart attack? I didn't live. I don't think I've ever truly lived until I was here. I survived. I persisted. Most of the gold I had went into getting just enough food to get by, and then just more alcohol. That's what I was going to do the day we met. I was in that bar for that reason. But the moment I actually got into the military, that got me off of it. Aside from the journey with Dale not awarding much opportunity. But I never lived until I met you, Lazuli, Pequod, and Ceres. And I don't think you ever lived until then either.
I didn't.
And I don't think you're living right now.
Does it look like I'm living, Ash?
Looks like you're alive. So here's what we're going to do. First off, he's gonna grab the scruff and yank him by it. You're gonna shave this shit. Looks good on me, but it is decidedly not good on you. I don't even think you've grown a beard before, so it's never gonna grow in right. You gotta grow it and shave it a few times to get there.
I'll take your advice on it.
I'm sure you will.
You hear Icy's voice from the lobby, and Zanzibar letting out a low growl. She doesn't leave often, so when she leaves, he's not happy.
Well, speak of that, we have another matter to attend to. Come with me. Put on a brave face and be a lazuli. I'll meet you in the kitchen, alright, brother?
Okay.
They're out here in the armor, or in the lobby.
He's gonna make his way out. Never mind. Never mind, come out here.
You see Zanzibar's got his scales up, letting Icy rub him because she doesn't leave much, so he's happy, like a dog would be. Towns is handing the Amalco to Saris. Saris with a big grin on her face. And Towns, she returned it to SIS HQ. Told us to donate it. Agent O thought you guys are playing a joke on us. And he looks at you, both of
I
you.
appreciate you bringing it back. Thank you.
This controller, he points down to it, it's been smashed. So you only have one. And Saris, how will we ever play Glob Glob together? And Towns, I'll find you another controller.
Thank you, Towns.
You see poor wait. You see poor Sasha holding an ice cream cone that's melted. And it's all over the floor. Towns, ice cream melts. When did you buy this? And he 4 hours ago? For you! And she, really? And they start. And Icy looks at you and looks at the ice cream. Yeah.
The thought that counts?
They go off over here and start talking, and Icy just Mercurius, and he comes over and starts cleaning it up.
Icy, ma'am?
Yeah, what's up?
We need to call a squad meeting now.
She looks over her shoulder at those two. Oh, good thing he's here. Come on, lovebirds. They're talking. Where do we want to have this?
Wherever you think. Most everyone else is in the kitchen at the moment. Jiren, if you can come if you'd like, sir.
Yes, I wanted to speak to Davine in private, but I'll be happy to attend. He stands right next to Sasha. Icy puts her fingers in her mouth and lets out a sharp whistle, and everybody starts coming out.
Good.
She looks at you. All right, Ash, Icy. And she's looking over at Julius, like looking through you. What's the meeting about?
Towns here has given us some rather frightening news that needs to be known by everyone, especially the one involved. Some of us know already, but I need everyone aware. The Chance family has largely been destroyed, correct?
For the most part, from my understanding, Icy petting Zanzibar's neck.
SIS intercepted a call between an arrested member of the family and a man named Vamp. This man is an assassin. It would appear based on the dialogue that in a bid for more power and prestige, the Chance family is trying to pair up with, and he's going to look at Saris, the vampire royal family, and that they've put a hit out on you.
She looks shocked. Why me?
You're,
I didn't do anything to the Chances.
They want to hurt me.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
So, Vamp. This guy specializes in hunting vampires?
Either that or he is a vampire. I'm not positive.
Towns looks over at you guys. Him and Sasha were listening. They weren't being stupid. Towns, vampires, from my understanding, deal with their own business. They police their own, from what General Lorelei told me. is the head of those police. So a vampire gets out of hand, starts feeding on people down on Earth or whatever it's called down there. He goes and kills them. He has all the tools to do it. And apparently he's very efficient at his job.
And I don't believe this, but they consider Ceres a loose end. So the Chance family saw a way to hurt me and ingratiate themselves to a decently powerful ally, and they took it.
I see. Well, they're not going to do that. Let's go of Zanzibar. We'll kill him.
We will.
Easily. Through grit teeth, staring right at Julia.
We will. The General herself has requested we bring his body back as intact as possible because, well, much like the excuse to assassinate the heads of Max Tech, them sending an assassin after a high-ranking ranger is just the excuse to finally wipe a bunch of pompous pricks off the planet.
Towns nods and bring the other vampires into the fold that may or may not, and he's gesturing at Sarah. Look, and he points up to, and then back at her, you. And Ceres, she did always tell me I was important. General Lorelei, that is.
Almost tears in his eyes. You are the most important woman in the universe to me. And you're even more so to EarthGov.
Icy shrugs. Unless they have eyes and ears in the military, they don't know what we're doing. I'm surprised that they didn't take their shot when we went after the Stonehenge King, or whatever his name was, Icy Shrug.
Wasn't this more recent than that, Towns?
Towns nods. Yeah, the phone call we intercepted was recorded 2 days ago. Doesn't mean there weren't phone calls before that. We got this phone call by happenstance.
Right. Well, I would assume that they do know. Err on the side of caution. The Chance family, although obliterated, had a lot of influence. Correct?
Yes.
What's to say that they don't still have some friends in high places in the military?
Icy shrugs. No, right at Ceres. No leaving the station. Period. Until we get to the bottom of it. Movie nights, if we ever have. Icy gets a really depressed look on her face. If we ever have those again, they'll be done at Jupiter Falls.
Good. Beef up security around the apartment. I doubt that they would try it, but desperate people do desperate things. And the Chance family may have paid him enough that he might get antsy.
Icy looks over at you, Ash. No furniture shopping.
Understood. I had no plans to do so at this point. Is there anything else we can do to increase security? Any way to detect vampires?
Icy looks at you. No, I mean, I think we're pretty safe here. I increase security around here. I don't think there's anything else we can do. I doubt they'd try. She looks over at Towns, and Towns shrugs. I don't think so. Not on this place. But going outside, I'd be careful. And Icy, yeah. But we do need to go outside today. Maybe. We have to find Pequod.
We do. And he's gonna grab him, hold Ceres. I promise you I won't let them touch you.
She gives you a big kiss. I know you won't.
We've got this. And, we'll be able to help Pequod. That's fine. Julius is ready, right? Julius?
He puts up a thumb. Ready to talk.
Hunk, how did you lose her? Icy steps over here, glaring at Hunk. And Hunk, didn't you go out with her? And Icy, she dropped me off at the station. She didn't tell me where she's staying or where she went. We just talked about things. And she's glaring right at Julia.
I have an implication of where she is.
Towns, she's at the Rico estate. And Icy turns around and, how the fuck do you know? And Towns, SIS always keeps an eye on General Rico's daughter.
That was my guess as well.
She's been down there for 2 weeks. I didn't think it was weird. I see. Oh. That explains the Escalade.
Does. Now, we're gonna have to get... Julius is going to go talk to his future father-in-law and get permission to go there, so that he doesn't get shot.
Icy turns around. You can, if you want. But I don't think that's a good idea, because much like the past, I don't think General Rico or Pequod's mom know there's anything wrong. They just think she's wants to be somewhere more comfortable.
Of course.
Because she is... She does that noise and with her stomach pregnant. They actually don't even know she's down there. Typical Pequod.
Then...
So, can we just go down there to talk to her? I mean,
Icy looks at Towns, and Towns, yeah, as long as your names are on the list, you can get in. I think.
Well, they would be, right? We've been on the estate before for movie night.
Icy, oh, name on the list. And Towns, she sent a list. Here, he opens his wrist computer. These are everybody that can be admitted. Agent O showed me it a while ago. Everybody's name's on it here at the apartment except... Gotta go. He leaves the...
well,
Icy. I wonder whose fucking name isn't on the list.
I got a pretty good guess.
Maybe it's all of us. Sasha, and follows Towns out of the door. And Jiren comes up to you, Julius, and pats your shoulder. Be brave.
Yeah. Yeah, I will. Thank you.
You're stronger than you ever thought you could be. Squeezes your shoulder. You can handle it.
Thank you.
Lasley's gonna get out of the way, Baldy, and come over and give Julius a hug.
Well, you're hugging one Baldy when, after saying that.
Leslie hugging him. Saris. Well, I'm gonna go set the Amalco up. I guess, and Icy, no, you're not allowed to come down to the estate. They'd be... no, you stay here. Me, Julius, and Ash will go.
Better safe than sorry.
She nods at you and, Hunk, you want to play Glob Glob? And he... whatever. And follows her upstairs.
We're going down now?
Icy, yeah, we're going down now. We need to solve this now.
Good. Let's go, right, Julius?
Let's do it. He looks down at Leslie and pats her shoulders.
She lets you go.
Thank you.
Alright, follow me. Icy walks upstairs.
Let's go.
Zanzibar letting out a sad groan as she leaves again. At least the Amalco is back. You do notice on your way up to the Nova, you do notice the Saint Guillotine artifacts are gone. Again, it was referenced earlier, but it definitely catches Julius's attention. Clearly, they were not given back to SIS. I'll put you up here. Jiren, Davine, before... I'm sure you're very busy, but I wanted to talk to you in private. And he looks over his shoulder with Zanzibar staring at him. And Rolly's sleeping right here with Rock.
Yes, of course. I have no problem with that.
Clears his throat. I just wanted to tell you that when I look at you, I don't see, regardless of how you see yourself, I don't see an evil woman. I don't see a woman who did bad things. I merely see a woman who's trying to do right by her wrongs. And that is the most admirable thing anybody can do. And I am very grateful. He takes her hand and kisses it, that I get to be a part of your life.
Davine starts to tear up, stand on her tippy toes, and give him a kiss.
Oh, he gives her a big one back. And he gives her a big one back, and what can I get you to eat? Food always helps on awkward days like today.
She chuckles. I'm really not hungry.
You need to eat.
I I ate breakfast.
What did you have?
Eggs and toast.
Well, it is still early in the day. Think of what you would like for dinner.
I will. She takes a step back and starts playing with her hands a small bit. Is there anything you would like to know about me?
There is. He's gonna grab her hands and rub the palm. There's nothing to wash away here.
You can ask, and I'll tell you.
Later on today, whether you like it or not, are you aware of Dr. Contry? Ash and Julius have a rapport with her from years ago.
Yes, she's the one who did therapy with those two.
Later on today, he pulls her hands close. She's going to come up to the apartment, and you, Julius, and Ash are all required to be forthcoming and get to the bottom of your issues with her help. If you wouldn't mind, I'd like to be here for you.
I would appreciate that.
He takes her hand and kisses it. Again, I am not judgmental. I don't see an evil woman.
Thank you, Jared.
He smiles. I'll let you get back to your work. I have, unfortunately, duties to attend to, cleaning up the mess Malcolm left for us.
I do not envy you. She gives him a kiss on the cheek and pats his jaw. Good luck.
At the very least, I hear those podcast guys. You guys are going back on the podcast. I think one of them came by. They have all access visitor passes to places that aren't classified, and I saw a leather jacket with their podcast logo on the back. I think it was for you.
She fist bumps the air. Yes!
He leans in and kisses her cheek. Until later today.
Until then, goodbye. Until then.
He leaves, and you guys get on the note. There is nothing said. Icy puts it on autopilot, and it does not take long. And Icy's not in a talking mood. And you find yourselves right outside. There's an Escalade. Icy points at it, and that's her dad's Escalade. That's what we went out to eat in. See it?
Yes.
Yeah.
There's two guards standing at the door. You don't see any other guards. You can't see into the building. And these guards aren't... They're looking right at you, but they're not moving. And Icy puts her hand... Takes Julius's hand and rubs it. We're gonna fix it. Right?
Yes.
Julius?
I'm gonna try my damnedest.
She rubs your hand tighter. Okay. You first. And gestures up to the guard.
Come on.
She's still holding your hand, so she comes up with you. This guard looks up at you. Same guards you saw all those years ago. Same type of armor outside a sword base. This one puts his hand up. Name.
Sharion Lazuli.
Name.
Julius Rainfall.
I see Captain Winters. He looks over you guys. Okay. This guy pulls up his wrist computer. What's your relation to Miss Patricia? Ash, you first.
Longtime friend, just been very good friends. Squad mate with her as well. I'd like to say family, but that's my opinion.
And this is a huge mansion. Biggest building you've ever seen, like, for a family. Remember, only 3 people live in this place. He nods at you. Captain Winters, we know your rapport. You were here earlier. Or at least we know you were in the Escalade. You gestures to Julia.
Fiance.
This guard, oh, sorry, sir. He starts standing up straight. Sorry, they really should have issued us pictures. Sorry, sir. And this guy, hold up. And this guy, what is, you fucking jabron. It's the guy on the left calling the guy on the right a jabron. It's her fiance. He's on the list. And you see this guy going up and down the list. Apparently not anymore. You're not on the list. Step back. And he raises his gun at Julia.
Hey, calm down, mate.
You're on the list, Ash. One admittance at a time. You're not getting in. He points to Icy with him. One at a time. You want to go in? You can go. And this guy lighten up. And this is our job. You want to go in, Master Sergeant?
Fine.
Icy stands back here holding your hand, Julia. This guard looks at you. If he wants in, you get his name on the list. Otherwise, he's not getting in.
Got it.
The doors slide open. Good luck.
Thank you. Walks in. Oh boy.
Huge mansion. It's empty. You don't see anything. Beautiful place. As you walk up here, you notice a Spartan standing here playing with his Magnum, a more up-to-date model of what you have. He's just leaning against the wall.
Hello there.
He looks over at you.
I'm here to see Miss Patricia, I suppose we should call her.
He points up. He points at the stairs and then points up.
Thank you, sir.
You're free to go up.
He's gonna make his way up.
I'll put you on the board. You're right here. She's right here.
He's gonna wander around looking until he sees her, I guess.
Yeah. You get the feeling you're being watched.
Walk up and
Every step you take, you feel like there's somebody breathing down your neck.
knock on the door.
Door opens, and you see she is looking at a picture of her younger self with a sad smile on her face. And she looks at you and, Ash?
Hello, little sister.
How do you even know I'm here?
A combination of the general tattling on you and intuition.
Oh, she shrugged. Look at this. Come on in. Big,
Seems-
fancy room, big table.
If I didn't know better, I'd think you were quite literally a princess, and not just a figurative one.
She chuckles. Look. Look at that. That's old.
That's the little girl that I came to love as a sister.
Good times. She looks at it sadly, wondering where I went wrong. And it's an actual picture. And she just folds it up and puts it away.
I don't think you went wrong anywhere.
She just shrugs. Yeah.
Can you talk to me?
What do you want to know?
Everything. I'm not an idiot. I know part of why you're upset. I just want to hear it from you.
I don't think you want to hear it.
There's nothing.
She comes and sits down over here. It's deep, Ash, and I don't know if I want to say it to anybody besides Julius, but what else? What I'll say is, Ash, I turned a blind eye to a lot of things over 7 years.
Yes, I understand that. I did too with him.
I let him be who he wanted to be. I never tried to change him. I never tried to make him do what I wanted. I don't think that dead little girl did anything for him. I did.
You did?
And if he's still Ash, I'm not going to compete with a ghost. She shrugs. I don't need the military. I don't need Julius. I've come to realize I don't need him.
If I may, it may not be my place, but can I give you my honest advice?
Sure.
You don't need anyone. He's gonna. May I scoot the chair over?
Sure.
He's gonna scoot it over. Don't want to mess up your fancy tile.
It's very expensive. This is where I grew up.
I can tell. You don't need anyone. You don't need the military. You don't need anything. And he did fuck up tremendously. And while I can understand personally the pain he went through, I'll tell you what I told him. He needs to grow up and let it go.
She shrugs. I don't need to grow up.
I didn't say
I've
you do.
birthed children, and I don't think he needs to grow up. I think he just needs to. Well, maybe he does.
I never said you did. You? I'm very proud of you. You make fun of me, and I'm always the butt of the joke, but look at what you've grown into. A beautiful young woman, headstrong and a fine leader. I'm very proud of you, Pequod.
She smiles and gives you a hug. Just mind the bump.
Oh, of course. Of course I will. You are incredible. I will say. You don't have to, but give him a chance to try and make things right is my only advice. Because you don't need him. You don't. We both know that. Ceres doesn't need me. But
I think she does. She puts up her finger. You worship Ceres. You worship the ground she walks on. And it might be corny and lame, but 2 years separated with the thought of you infidelity, cheating on her, and she didn't really bat an eye. She always held out hope. I don't feel the same about Julius. Not anymore. I He's never been good at expressing himself, and I can understand to an extent, but I can only take so much. Do you really think I want an Escalade? I can have whatever I want. My parents have never said no to me. Ever.
you want him to dote on you.
Like a husband, you would think that you've done so much for and had children and let him do what he wants to you, your body, do, but he doesn't. If he wants that little girl, maybe he can give the Arcane Council a hand job or two. Kiss Lorelai loves him. Kiss Lorelai's ass a little bit. Maybe they'll find a way to resurrect her. I don't want anything to do with Julius. At least not right now.
That's fair. And I understand. He's gonna, rub the side of her face. I get it. You're in pain. Physically and more so mentally. I said it already, but anger, doubt, sorrow, all of it swirling around in your head, right? Give it a chance, though.
It's at this time, Ash, you notice she does not have the ring on. And you've never seen her without the scarf before, but she doesn't have it on.
It's a lot. And I know you've probably given him so many more, but give one more chance for that little idiot. Because I do tell you, he's not good at it. I wasn't either. At his age. He loves you more than anything in the world. He doesn't love that girl. The reason he sees her is not love. It's the same reason that I feel twinges of guilt about my past, even now. It's pain. It's a wound that, due to him, whatever reason he wanted, or thought he had, didn't try to get help at closing, because a wound like that does not close on its own. You need other people. And I have told him as such. But I'd recommend you give him an opportunity. Don't make it easy. I'm going to make that damn clear. Do not make it easy on him.
She
But-
stands up. I'll let him talk, but you can let him in. I'll go out here. She points to the balcony. I'll let him say what he wants.
And you may not want to listen right now. You may not want to accept it right now. And I'm going to tell you that's fair. Just think about it once you're in a more clear state of mind. And that's not an insult.
I think I'm in the clearest state of mind I've ever been, Ash. I was head over heels for that guy, and she opens the door and looks at you. I think I was blinded by him, and, well, I'll save it for him. And she walks out of the room.
He's gonna hug her and kiss her on the head. Just one last thing.
Sure.
Try to fix it if you can. Because
That's on him, not
Yes.
me.
I get that. Let him try if you can.
I'll let him talk.
You think you
That's
know.
it.
That's fair. You think you know what you have, but you don't. Not until it's gone. He's gonna walk away.
That is true. Maybe that's a lesson Julius will learn the hard way. And you hear the door slam to the balcony.
He's gonna walk out.
Not good. You leave with not a great feeling, Nick. Ash, excuse me. The door opens for you. The guard holds the door open for you. He looks at his list, looks at Julius. All right. I guess you two can go wait in the lobby. He points to Icy and Ash. I don't see what the big deal is. You can go upstairs. He points at you, Julius.
Good.
Thank you, Ash.
You're welcome. And one thing, he's gonna grab him by the shirt and pull him in. You better let her know every bit of how you feel about her. And you better let her know that you actually care about her, because the way she's feeling, she basically just told me she thinks that she was blinded by you and an idiot for everything you've been through together. You better fix this. He's gonna let him go.
Sir.
Icy walks in, immediately notices the Spartan standing there, and yeah, that makes sense.
It does.
You hear another one come from Cloak, and he's just standing there with his DMR looking at the open bolt. They're just inspecting their weapons, but they're watching you guys at the same time.
Nice piece.
They nod at you. Icy, those are the same ones from Sword Base.
They are.
Julius goes up. I'll get rid of Ash, put Julius there. So, Julius, when you come up the stairs, you're right at the top of the stairs. The guy who was following Ash around, he's standing with his DMR, just like Carter carried, in one hand, aiming it up at the ceiling, and he gestures with his head towards the balcony, and he's just staring bullets through you. Even though you can't see his eyes, he's looking right at you.
He nods and moves out to the balcony.
You come out, she sees you, and she starts backing away. And she don't come any closer. She just points.
I won't.
You can come up to here. And coming out of camo behind her is the last of her guard. He's leaning on the balcony, just looking this direction, not even looking at you. He's got his rifle slung on his. He's staring right at you. And she steps back one more time.
I just need to tell you things. I'm I'm not sure where to start, but
I think I know where to start.
hey,
Can I ask some questions?
of course.
Okay. She stands over here, closer to the balcony. Did Izzy let you drag her career down the drain? Because you're a prick? Did
No.
Izzy hide you from her father because you're an embarrassment? A walking embarrassment? Did Izzy let you drag her friend Ash's career down the drain and not say anything? Did Izzy. You see, she struggles. Do you wonder why Sasha and Saris and Icy stayed the fuck away from the three of us? Especially Icy? Because a teenager was more responsible than you ever have been? What would you have done, Julius? She looks at you. What would you have done? 3 kids. Do you think my parents would let you live here? You only have your job because of Lorelai and my last name. My last name protected you, and I honestly think you used me for it. When when you first showed interest in me, she steps here. I knew you just wanted a good time. You're like any other guy. You're pigs. There's rare exceptions like Ash, but you're just like any other guy, a pig. You just wanted a good time, and so did I. Because honestly, the bad boy routine wasn't attractive after year 1. It really wasn't. But I didn't try to change you. I let you be who you wanted to be. At the cost of my career, my position, Ash's career, Commander Integra taking heat for you, Lasley taking heat from you. The one thing I've learned about the Rainfalls is you have no consideration for anybody around you. You claim your mother's dead, and then you bring her back to the woman that practically raised you and scare her away. The most irresponsible thing, you notice she's not wearing the scarf or the ring. The most irresponsible thing I'd argue Icy ever did was spend all of her money on your mother, a woman who clearly doesn't care about her and shows no consideration for her. A teenager was more responsible than you. What would answer my question? What would you have done if you got kicked out of the military? Or my last name wasn't Rico. How would you have provided for 3 children and a wife?
I would have found a way. I would have. I don't know. I would have bounced bars. I would have done something.
Did Izzy let you do all the things to her body that I've let you done?
No.
You claim Davine was dead? What's to say Izzy's dead? You used me. That's what you did. For my last name, to get what you want, to get where you want. She reaches into her pocket. That's what you did. You used me. That's why you stayed after you found out who I was.
No. No. I never cared about your last name.
If you never cared, if you actually cared, you see her holding the ring. Why would you still have visions of a girl? What, you said, why would you be jealous over a girl that died 400 million years ago? Why would you still have visions of a girl from 400 years ago? What excuse? There's no excuse. We make fun of Ash, but to be honest, Saris and Ash, there's a reason they clicked as soon as they were back together. Because Saris trusts him implicitly with her life, with her future. He worships the ground Saris walks on. You've never done anything for me besides buy me things. And I'll rectify that. She pulls up her wrist computer. You hear the sound of your bank account. There you go. That should cover anything you've ever spent on me. $300,000. Buy Izzy an Escalade, if you can afford it. You know the hard truth, Julius. She changes the ring in her hand. You and your mother would be living under a bridge on some independent colony if it wasn't for me and my last name that you used to get what you want, Cyrus. And she stares right in your eyes when she calls you Cyrus. You used me. So here's some advice. Why don't you go give Master Yen, she walks here, Ebenezer, some hand jobs. Hand jobs all around, you fucking pig. Kiss Lorelei's ass more. She likes you for some reason. Kiss the other two female members of the Arcane Council's ass. Maybe they'll resurrect that dead cunt for you. Go fuck yourself, Julius. And she throws the ring off the balcony. You've gotten everything you want out of me now, Julius. I've paid you back. You've gotten to have your fun with me and my body. Gotten everything you want. You'll never get another thing from me. Get out, or they'll make you get out. And she gestures back to this guy and storms off and disappears. And she's crying the whole time.
But I didn't get. Hey. And he looks at his hands. Cyrus. Oh, God. And he looks at the guard on the balcony. I'll be going now.
He doesn't even look at you. He's just staring off the balcony.
He walks down, tries to look around for Pequod. She isn't around. And walks down the stairs.
Power go out again.
Yep.
Okay, well, here you are.
Not well.
Julius looks up at Ash. Doesn't say anything and does some gestures with his hands.
What are you... Is that... Oh no.
I see sign language.
Get him back to the ship.
Yeah, Julius just does the, move out, pointing towards the ship sign.
I see. How bad could it have been? As the Spartans encroach, and you can tell by their gesture, leave. By their body posture.
We'll talk on the ship. Let's go.
I'll clean it up, but there you go. Wrong token, but too many tokens to worry about. There you go. You're on the ship.
Alright. Tell me or sign to me, and he's going to be looking at the translation. Everything.
Lacey pulls up her wrist computer to translate it for you so you can read it.
His hands are shaking as he lifts them up, and he starts signing. She didn't even let me get a... I didn't deserve to get a word, and she threw the ring away.
Lacey's face goes white.
What did she say to you?
She said that I used her name. And his hands go into his lap for a second, and they come back up. That I just used her name for my own personal gain. That I just... None of that's true. She called me Cyrus.
Right. What else did she say?
No, she told me to go fuck myself.
Right. And you...
Lacey looks at Julius's wrist computer. She paid him 300,000 credits.
And you didn't fight for it at all.
She wouldn't let me get a word.
No. Even if she wasn't letting you, you should have fought. You should have tried to make the ability for that. You just took it all. You basically... That's almost an agreement by just sitting there in silence.
Icy pulls up the translator program on your wrist computer, Ash, and sits down over here with her hands in her head. Her head in her hand.
What else did she say?
Icy, couldn't have been good. Couldn't have been good. She comes back and, oh, fuck it. I have to sit down. Again.
She mentioned Izzy a lot. How she didn't do the things that she did for me, and how she basically threw her career away for me, and
she's not wrong. And yeah, if she's saying that you seeing her is stupid, then you're damn right it is.
it is.
What else?
Well, she said the Rainfalls don't care for anyone but themselves. He looks over at Icy. She mentioned how she thinks my mom doesn't care about her.
Icy doesn't acknowledge. Just hands in her head in her hands. So.
And
Maybe that's it. Icy's hand hits the table.
right,
Maybe she let him off light.
right, he's gonna hit Julius in the face as hard as he can.
He takes it.
Grab him and shove him into the wall. What the fuck is wrong with you? You're gonna let her say all of that when you know it isn't true. You're not gonna fight for her at all.
I was letting her get what was on her mind off.
No, you let her say it, and then you fight like hell.
Icy puts her hand up. It's a moot point anyway. If he's never gonna get over whatever her face was, it's just gonna keep happening. It's pointless.
Oh no, she's not wrong. Just shove him into the wall again. You need to let her go. Because I was wrong. I said that you're being haunted. Now, you're desperately clinging on to them. Out of guilt or self-pity. Let them go.
He doesn't sign anything.
Is he just not gonna talk? Icy gestures towards him. Is he just done talking now? Is he too in shock to talk? Has he ever? Did he do this? She comes over. Did he do this on Malcolm's ship?
Never.
Oh, then it's bad.
Look at me. Look at me now. I'm gonna grab Julius by the chin and forcibly put them face to face, head to head. You are going to fix this. There's still a chance you can, and I'm not gonna let you do this stupidity. You are going to make this up to her. You are going to prove to her that she is wrong. Understood?
He doesn't do it hard, but he gently pushes your head away so you can actually see the sign.
He's gonna shove your hands out of the way and face to face again. No, no, no. Say it.
He's probably in shock. Icy taps you on the shoulder.
Lets him go. Fine. Takes a couple steps back. You're going to prove she's wrong. We're going to talk to people and we're going to fix this. She threw away your ring? Fine. It was garbage anyways. It was meant to be a placeholder, right?
She threw away the scarf this morning at breakfast. You see Icy just rubbing her face.
Did you retrieve it?
No, I couldn't. She threw it in a dumpster, and there was a hover garbage truck lifting the. There was no getting it back, and I'm not dumpster diving.
That's fair. This isn't something you're gonna fix with money and gifts. She's right. She has given you 99% of everything in your relationship. You haven't given an inch.
He bought her things. Icy tries to defend Julian.
Only because she forced him to. She even did the heavy lifting there. Name
She
once-
paid him back.
Name once, outside the time that he bought her that ring, that she's not the one who initiated it first.
Icy shrugs and yeah. No comment. Sits down at the table.
Who wouldn't think that you're just using them for their position or their body there? You've rubbed her back once or twice. Oh, wonderful. You've never shown her that you actually love her, and I can't blame her for feeling that you don't. I know you do. The fact that you're like this right now proves it. But how does she know?
He shakes his head.
Well, we're not getting back on the estate anytime soon. Icy checks the guest list, and there is no names on the list.
Julius is gonna just slouch down onto the floor and look up at Ash. And he's gonna sign, "Please, God, help me."
The gods don't give a fuck about our mortal affairs, Julius. We fix it ourselves. That's the only way this works. Whatever gods you want to pray to, go ahead if it gives you comfort.
He's gonna sign, "I'm asking you for help, Ash."
Yeah, I'm God, right? You want help? First thing you've got to do is get over her. I showed Ceres that I was over it. I took the last little bit of that place that I had and I airlocked it with her. What can you do to prove to her that you don't give a fuck about that girl?
He's gonna sign, "I don't know. There's nothing of her that I have. I can talk about it with Contri, but how does that prove anything to Pequod?"
You get over it there, and you show her when we talk to her again, and we will. We will get our way back onto that estate, you trust me. You're not allowed to throw this away.
Should we go get the ring? Icy looks at you guys haven't taken off yet. Do you want me to go get the ring?
No.
Try to get it.
He's gonna sign, "No.
All right.
We're gonna make a better one. Me." And he's gonna put his hand out to you, Ash. "And if you'll help me, please."
Oh, we're gonna do what I've been saying we will for years, but it's not enough just to make one now. We're gonna do something incredible with it. And we're gonna ask Icy, or the General, or Master Yen for help with it, because there's something I read about many years ago that may go a long way to proving his feelings for her.
Icy stands up. You know, this is why EarthGov does not let squad members have interpersonal relationships beyond friendship.
I understand.
This is why we're very lucky General Lorelei lets us.
We are. You
Or
wanna-
lets you. I would never be dumb enough to have a relationship. And speaking of Lorelei, as her wrist computer starts to blink, I'll get us back to Gateway.
You know what we're gonna do, Julius?
He does a little question mark sign.
I've been told once that when you get into a relationship and want to marry that person, that you give a little piece of your soul to them. That you become one. So that's what we're gonna do.
He tilts his head.
There's it may just be a legend, but if anybody can do it, it's people like Lorelei and Yen. I read about a material called soul fire. According to what the story's told, it is literally a piece of one's soul, ripped away and crystallized. The process is supposedly immensely painful because you are literally rending yourself. That's what we're gonna do. And he's gonna start walking towards the bridge. Get up and come on.
He stands up.
Icy turns to you in the chair. I don't know how I'm gonna take you to Lorelei in your condition, but we have a mission. So when we get back to the apartment, suit up, and we'll go down to JSOC, and we'll let her decide whether you even get to come or not, Julius.
Understood.
She signs awkwardly back to Julius, trying to say, it'll be okay. But she misses the B part.
Julius is gonna start tearing up and walk over and signs, "Can I hug you?"
She turns around and gives you a hug. You get to the apartment. You guys share a long hug. You get to the apartment. Nobody's there. None of the squad, because they're already down there. And you make your way to the good old JSOC. Sasha and Towns over here. Thunder 2-2 standing there. Agent O looking at the picture of Lizzie. Agent R picking up a flower, putting it down. General Lorelei comes out of the room, just staring at Julius in his disheveled state. She comes right here and she's just looking at Julius at a loss for words.
Julius salutes her.
She salutes back. Agent R looks at Julius, confused. You see Agent O come over and mumble something to him, and Agent R, General? Lorelei's just, you see her jaw slowly going agape, seeing Malcolm depressed to Julius. Agent R, boys and girls, ladies, we have a mission for you. Are you prepared?
Ready as I'll ever be, sir.
Julius, you're okay?
He nods.
Excellent. So, you were ambushed 2 weeks ago by Globnock BB Corps and the corpse of that beast, which we're currently studying. Your captain, General Lorelei, some of our scientists. We did scans of the planet. Initial scans turned up no abnormal life signs. Clearly, they were there somewhere on that planet, because they ambushed you rather quickly. How long would you say passed before you were in that canyon and you were ambushed?
No more than 20 minutes, sir.
Exactly. So we did scans of the oceans at this time. There is a large body of water, an ocean, near that facility. Probably saw it when you flew in. There is a submarine underwater there. We cannot scan the internals of the submarine beyond the structure, beyond what's inside. It looks like a medium-sized submersible vessel. There is a wet dock. Wet dock simply means divers from the outside can dock in, the wet dock is decompressurized, and you then can go through the submarine. However, this wet dock can only hold 3 people. So, Agent Towns, he points over to Towns, knows how to dive. How does he know how to dive? He points to his temple imprints. we can imprint skills, certain skills, onto our agents' brains. It's very painful. You don't want it done to you. Towns had it done for this mission. I would prefer... General? He looks over his shoulder and she's just staring at Julius. Her jaw is now completely open. Ash, he comes up to you. I would prefer you join Towns. You two are infiltrators. Maybe not by your nature, Ash, but you have a knack for this. In another life, you probably would have been an SIS agent.
Of course, sir. Always ready to work.
He looks over his shoulder at Lorelai again. I guess I'm calling the shots this mission. He walks over here. And Julius. 3 of you, Towns, Julius, Ash. Hunk, Saris, Nicole, Davine. They'll stay on the ship. They can watch through your camera feeds, your solid eye, Towns' mask. We don't know if there are any BB Corps, Globnock. We don't know if there's anybody on that sub. It's still powered. That being said, given its size, we think you killed all of them. And it hasn't moved, at least in the past 4 hours. Leads me to believe it's abandoned. However, even in its abandoned state, boys, there could be crucial intel on that submarine. Are you up for a swim? Julius.
He nods.
He looks at you, Ash. Is he up for a swim?
I hope so.
Alright then, boys. Be thorough, Towns will be with you, but search every inch. Report anything you find back. And if there are any combatants on the submarine, you know what to do. Are we taking prisoners, General, or... And she's just still staring right at you.
Ma'am, any, taking prisoners or no mercy? Ma'am.
Kill them all. She looks over at you with wide eye. Kill every last one, if there's anybody on the sub. Painfully. Slaughter them. If Globnock is on the sub, do not engage, though. We'll just blow the sub up. Nuke him.
I'd like to see him teleport from that.
Right. Alpha 9. We'll be waiting back here for debriefing. Julius, stay right where you are. The rest of you go back to the ship. The Nova. Ash, you stay.
Yes, ma'am.
Icy looks at you, Julius. Before she leaves, she grabs your hand. Do you want me to go on the dive? She's trying to sign. Hiding it from Lorelai.
Julius?
Sorry.
Icy tries to sign to you, Julius. Are you up for the dive, or do you want me to go?
He puts a hand on her shoulder. And he leans in. You don't have to try to sign to Icy.
Oh. Do you want to sit the dive out, then? I'll go.
I'm okay.
Alright. Get back to the ship when she's done with you. Sasha and Towns are gonna leave. Davine leaves. Hunk pats Julius on the shoulder, leaves. Saris leaves. Icy, not wanting to let go of Julius's hand, finally leaves. In general, or like coming around this, thing, running her hand on it. Report, Ash.
Ma'am, he about him and Pequod, I would assume.
She's looking right at you, Julius. She's gonna come stand right in front of you with her arms crossed. She's taller than you, looking down at you.
We went there, and he attempted to, after me talking her into letting him in at all, he attempted to talk to her. She did not let him get a word in edgewise, told him that she felt he used her for her name and her body, that him and his mother don't care about anyone but themselves, and that if he really wants that Izzy girl back, he can, suck up to, I'll say it in a more polite manner, the Arcane Council and you to have you bring her back before throwing the wedding ring he gave her off the balcony.
Agent O lets out a whistle with his hands in his pocket and comes stand like a. You hear him sigh, Agent R. Do you want us to have those guards find the ring?
No.
Alright. General Lorelei makes a fist and she's holding it right next to Julius's head. What's Julius doing?
He looks at her.
You see her lip quiver for about 2 seconds and she just. And then pulls Julius in for a hug and rests her head on Julius's head. Keep yourself shaved, Ranger.
His entire body starts shaking. You're not gonna kill me?
No. Just fix this.
We have an idea already, ma'am. I know you don't want me to ask you for things, but I think I'll break that rule just this once.
Of course.
Do you know anything about a material called soul fire?
Agent R. I know who does.
Who?
And Agent O. Master Yen. And General Lorelei, that was my backup plan. She's resting her head on Julius's head. I'll take you to see him. But this is a problem he can help you with, Julius, but you must fix this. By acting like a husband, and a man, and a lover. Not the way you've been acting.
He's gonna nod.
I'll take you to Yen's temple in a few days. We have business to attend to. Ash, you still need to give me your fittings for your suit.
I'll get it to you as soon as the mission's over. Ma'am, I apologize, pressing matters.
What about her scarf? You see Lorelei let Julius go and look at Julius.
Julius just starts scoffing as tears start rolling down his eyes.
Dumpstered.
She lets out a sharp inhale and then an exhale and clear your minds for the mission. Then we'll worry about this. And she pats Julius's shoulder and walks away.
Of course, ma'am.
The agents bid you farewell and assure you they'll be here waiting. Your pilot, your fill-in pilot, Thunder 22, made his way with the rest of the group. And now you're all back on the ship together. And I'll get everybody here, though. And the right token for certain. You can go wherever you want. While I fix things, I don't know where you'd like to be on the ship. Sunny's in her med bay. You guys could be back there. You shouldn't be on the bridge just yet. I see he's just sitting in the captain's chair, looking out the window. Gives you vague recollections of Malk. You see her just sitting there, looking out the window. And Towns is down here with Mercurius squaring away what looks like scuba gear, opening it up and stuff like that.
Right. Looks at Julius. Davine,
Yes, Ash?
do you mind if I talk with you?
She stands up, scoots past. Is this a private talk or?
Preferably.
I see, you could use the captain's quarter. You hear the door slide open.
Almost a shiver in his spine. Yes, of course.
Hunk's gonna come over to Julius and just give him a hug. And hold it there for quite a while. Saris and Sasha just watch it.
Alright. I know this is prying, but at this point I don't really care. He won't tell me. I'm hoping you will. What happened in Gallia?
Did you try to ask him now that this has happened?
He can't even talk.
Right, I was gonna ask about that. That bad?
He's signing to people. She threw away the ring.
Well, um, I can only really tell you about what happened within the cult. Things before that, I have no recollection of. He told me about these things, but I, not firsthand, you know.
Shoot.
Well, it was about, he was about 11 when I was told to go. We were told to go find them when they turned about 11 years old. We were also told to give them a locket with our picture in it, so, you know, they would. She rubs her face. They would trust us. Oh,
Okay.
God. Well, I went, found him. Here, she looks back. He didn't talk much then either. He's back at Ash, and I brought him to the headquarters, I suppose you could have called them with today's terms.
Yes.
And we put him in the cell with Cillian and Izzy.
Okay.
All throughout that time, we were supposed to, you know, keep confidence low, I guess. I'm sure they gave us some other bullshit reason, but that's what I realize now, confidence down. They won't try anything. So we would beat them. It was the mothers, the three mothers, that would have to beat them, and we did.
Mother of Light. Right?
Yes, that's what I was called.
Soldiers for the Moon. What was it about?
She looks at Ash. That's getting more to me, don't you think?
It's gonna need to come out eventually. Isn't it?
Soldier of Light, the moon, whatever it was. We had believed that the moon on Gallia, it was some kind of more powerful being.
Okay.
They worshipped it. They said things like the moon sees all, even when it's not there, and serve the moon and it shall serve you back. Bullshit.
Okay.
It was all leading up to what they believed was called the blinding. The court was Court of the Eyeless Moon. That's what the eyeless stood for, the blinding. A moment where the moon shall send down its warrior angels and these warriors, and it would take over the world, I guess. I don't. And Julius was one of the three that was supposed to lead these armies.
And he was supposed to come very soon, I'd assume.
Well, I suppose soon is relative back then, but
At the time.
yes, soon.
Powerful
I
mystical
suspected.
being.
Yeah, I suspected to be. I don't think the moon was an eldritch abomination, but I suspect the court was closer than they thought they were, maybe.
I think they were in their own way unknowingly worshipped the one behind the shattered star.
Fuck.
And so that's why he won't talk. Was he this, I hate the word, but submissive when you were experimenting on them? Did he break down and hide like this?
Well, to be honest, there was really only one experiment, but we would give them certain alchemical things to bolster them, I suppose. I don't know what to believe about it anymore. We were told it would bolster them up, that it would prepare them, but who knows? It might have just been a fucking roofie. But, back then, at times he would. He would still talk, though. There were, in the very beginning, after I had taken him back from Cyrus, he would talk. After Cillian left, he didn't talk. Still talked with Izzy, though.
I'll rephrase the question. Did he fight for others? If he believed and wanted something, was he willing to fight for it at the time?
He didn't fight. He would make sure others around him were feeling better, but he didn't necessarily fight us.
But he
He
fought.
I suppose he would talk to the other two about their problems and everything. But
He was their rock, their support system.
I suppose that's a good way to put it.
And because of that, he never learned how to have one himself.
She shrugged. I don't know the inner workings of his mind. I can read him quite well, but I don't know the inner workings.
I don't either, but I can see it clear as day. You know, I still think there is an air of selfishness about the way he's going about things. Because it's fear of putting himself out there as much as it is whatever else he wants to say. And no offense to you, Davine, I believe there may be a level of that with you as well. I mean, let's be honest. Outside of Julius, it seems you tolerate the rest of us. I know I'm not. You are not the biggest fan of me. But you need to start letting people in. Because you're gonna break. If you keep going the way you have, you're gonna break again. And it's not gonna be pretty.
Thank you for the advice, Ash. She puts a hand on his shoulder. I do appreciate it, and I do like quite a few of you. I'll be honest. It's just, I don't know why I don't like to show that. I don't.
Because the last time you did, someone took advantage of it.
Now you're trying to get into my psyche, and that's... Yeah, she takes a hand off. That I don't like.
Mercurius knocks at the door.
Yes?
He gestures out. You hear over the radio the pilot, Thunder 22. It's a female voice. No description needed beyond that. But the pilot says, hovering over insertion point now.
Understood.
Hunk lets Julius go. Do you want me to go? You stay here and relax.
Julius signs at him. No, I can handle it.
What does that mean? He tries to copy it back.
He goes to turn on his wrist computer, his personal wrist computer, draws his hand back and points at Hunk's computer.
Oh, okay. He steps back so he can get you. Do it again.
He signs it again.
Okay. I probably couldn't fit in those wetsuits anyway. And he comes back, gives you one more slight hug, and tells you it's gonna be okay. And then lets you go to give you your space and comes up here.
One thing, Davine. Apologies if I overstepped. But I will say, as he walks by, even if you don't want to let somebody in your psyche, you need to. Because the
I
only people...
don't-
No, you do. Because the only people that you're gonna hurt is the people you love.
I don't want you, my psyche, Ash. I want other people in my psyche, but we just. I don't know if we have that kind of relationship, Ash.
That's fine. You don't have to trust me, but just promise me something. Let other people shoulder your burdens. Because, like it or not, I do care about you. Kinda have to after all we've been through together.
She chuckles. Ash, I do trust you. I really do. I wouldn't be willing to go into battle with anyone I don't trust on some minute level. You, because you have been good to my son, and he trusts you. And you've been good to me, even though, sans all the things I've done in the past, I probably don't deserve it from you. I respect that a lot. There are certain people that I want in my psyche, and some people I don't.
Fair enough. Apologies. It appears I do have somewhat of a knack for peering past the masks that we wear. It wasn't my intention.
It is impressive, Ash. I will give you that. She pats your shoulder. Good luck on the diving mission. Keep an eye on those other two.
Always will. And I'm gonna tell you what I told him. You do deserve it. Because, as he's walking back, Davine Rainfall, that woman, died in Gallia. You are not the woman who did those things. And he's gonna walk away.
Day when Solican died. Quite like the ring of that. She walks up to the bridge.
Julius, come on, man.
Icy points at you, Ash. Go back with Towns, get suited up. We'll open the drop ramp here and you'll dive in. Make sure your solid eye system is on. We'll uplink here. We'll be able to watch through yours and Towns' cameras.
Understood. Clicks it on. The first sign of danger, I will radio you and inform you.
We'll be coming in. If there is any. And you hear the pilot chuckle slightly.
Be safe.
You be safe.
Of course. Looks back. Alright, boys. We ready to get to work?
Towns hands you points back here, so you're out of line of sight of everybody, and hands you he's holding wetsuits, 2 wetsuits.
Right. Undress and put them on, I'd assume.
Exactly.
Troy, one moment. He's gonna go. Undress.
The face mask will cover your face. It gives you enough room to wear your gear underneath. You don't have to worry about your eye getting shorted out.
Good to know. Puts it on, comes back out.
They're tight!
It's not even that. I hate being unprotected.
Yeah. He looks at Julius. I'm coming behind you. He's putting on Julius's oxygen tank. Do the same with yours, Ash. Just put it on like a backpack.
Mirrors it and puts it on. Weaponry safe to carry?
Absolutely. This ain't Gallia. Pistols won't short out when they get wet. And then you see Towns think for a second. Well, they shouldn't have did that back in... No, whatever. Anyway, Julius, open your wrist computer. You should see an O2 feed, and it should read 100%.
Julie stares at him for a second, nods, and turns it on.
And I assume Julius has a picture of himself and Pequod as his wallpaper, and that's the first thing he sees.
He quickly goes to the O2 tank.
Towns, do the same with yours, Ash.
He does. Alright. Close quarters combat, correct?
Most likely.
I'm bringing the shotgun.
Towns looks at Julius. You sure you want to come?
Just gonna sign at Towns. It's better than the alternative, honestly.
He nods and puts his O2 tank on. Then follow me.
Alright. Ash is gonna bring the shotgun they bought, the Abyss pistol, the new one. That's the nickname I'm giving it.
Mhm.
And Silence, the SIS pistol.
Now it's nighttime on this planet, so you dive into pitch black water. And you're together. Towns has a rope on you three. And he starts slowly swimming ahead of you guys.
I'm gonna grab Julius and pull him along as he follows.
Oh, I mean, Julius can at least swim by himself.
I think he'll get that across to Ash then, right?
Yeah, of course.
Pushes Ash off of him. Towns goes way ahead, and you see him like looking around, confused. And you see him shrug.
They can talk to each other, right?
Yeah. Yep.
What's wrong?
Where is it? It's pitch black. Hang on. You see him type on his wrist computer, and from his visor, an immense amount of light goes out, and you see the silhouette of a submarine here, a submersible vessel, and Max Tech logo right on the side. And Towns, I assume that's it.
Right. Alright, let's get this over with.
Towns swims up, goes up to the dry dock, and opens it, but he's got to hold the door open so you guys can get it.
Gets in.
You guys go in, the wet dock, I should say. You go in, takes a while for the room to decompressurize, and you're still in your wetsuit gear, of course, but you find yourselves right in here, and the door opens, and you see Towns aiming around with his pistol, looking around, and he's just slowly going around, taking his
Gets
time.
out the shotgun. It was 2d8 damage for that shotgun, right? It would appear
Yeah.
it was deleted from my thing, so I'm gonna quickly make one for it.
Yeah. You hear Icy over the radio. We have your feed from the Solid Eye Ash, Towns. We can see from you. In Towns, I don't see anything. I don't smell anything. You see Towns slowly walk ahead, and Icy, Ash, take the right side. Julius, just stay with Towns.
Understood. He's gonna go through and just, as he's walking through, look at anything that may be useful. So I'm guessing perception?
Nuclear reactor. No, I'll just tell you. Nuclear powered sub, it can stay like this for centuries.
Nuclear sub, them. Keeping on going.
You notice this too. This door, there's a laser grid up. Two big doors that are not open.
Laser grid moving down there, ma'am. I'm guessing there's something important there.
You can't get through the grid though.
No shot on making it through that right now. Gonna have to disable it.
Towns walking up around here. Computer comes up here. Julius, you see, even though this door is closed, you don't know guns, you don't use them, but you see a black pulse rifle, akin to the ones the commandos used years ago on the mission where Hunk blew up where you met Sonny. They killed a kid, Hunk blew up the device. It's sitting like in a position somebody left it, unloaded. No magazines, but you see the pulse rifle. The door, on the other hand, is closed.
Julius is gonna take a picture of it and send it to Ash. Any idea what that is? I know it's a Max Tech thing.
Pulse rifle, good tech. Secondary priority. If you can, grab it. If not, ignore it.
Ash, you see these things, and as soon as you see their eyes, you think back to the Earth Infiltrator prototype, and they're lying on tables.
You seeing this, Icy?
Yeah. And Hunk, prototypes?
That's my guess. Retrieval?
Icy, don't worry about that yet till we clear the whole sub. Ideally, yes.
Understood, ma'am. Gonna continue looking around.
Town's playing on the computers. I really don't know how to do shit with this stuff unless I can uplink with Agent. And he just starts pushing buttons.
Ash is gonna try to see if he can get the laser grid down.
Okay.
Should I roll anything?
You could do your lockpick or whatever it is.
Yep.
Good enough. Towns, this door slides open, and Towns, I think I'm getting the hang of these computer things, Julius. He looks at the door.
He walks over, pats his shoulder. Damn good.
The unloaded pulse rifle. One sec. That's the weapon. It's the larger caliber version of the pulse rifle. So fires 7.62 AK ammo.
Okay.
It's confiscated, I assume.
Yeah, he'll pick it up, sling it on his back, and then do a quick sweep of the rest of the room.
You see a bunch of gear, BB Corp's gear, left over, like the armor they wear, pauldrons, stuff like that. They were definitely occupying this place for quite a while. Ash, you hear the laser grid power down and this door slide open.
He's gonna try and open this door as well.
It opens, you see more gear, living space, cots set up, stuff like that. One gigantic cot that you can probably infer who that belonged to.
He's gonna check if there's any, like, wrist computers, anything like that.
Nope.
Alright. Doubt radio equipment either.
It looks like they cleaned the area, before they left.
Shame to have to follow in the footsteps of actually good soldiers this time.
The laser grid goes down and Towns makes his way up to
Same.
down the hallway, and he just starts going down the hallway, and he's looking at the grid, and you hear Hunk, whatever's on the other side of that grid and that porthole, they want to keep in there or they don't want anybody getting to.
Right. Cautious men. We know how Max Tech is with the things they want to keep hidden.
Towns has to kneel down, spin the bulkhead for like 45 seconds. It had like 20, 30 locks on it. He's spinning out. And he opens it and plops down the hole.
Ash will follow.
You guys get down behind him in single file order. And you hear Icy, I knew it. And Towns, what the hell are those things?
He's going to grab Towns' shoulder. Don't go near them.
They're in stasis tanks of some kind. He's looking around confused. What are they?
Xenomorphs. Dangerous. Think about it as natural selection or evolution given form.
He steps over here. Why the hell do they have these?
They're the perfect bioweapon.
I see not only that, but those are pure strain. They're black. Jet black. Not like the ones we fought years ago.
Yeah.
And that, the one in the middle of the room, that's a queen.
Okay. Very carefully looking around for any computers that he can get to without going near these guys.
Towns looking around the room.
Carefully.
You take that one, I'll take this one.
Okay.
He starts walking this way, slowly tippy-toeing his way through.
Ash is going to look for any information he can get off the computer very quickly.
The queen in her stasis chamber, hovering silently. You hear Icy. The ones we fought years ago, Hunk, were clones. These are the pure strain ones. And where the hell does Max Tech... Where'd they find these things? And Icy, I don't think Max Tech even knows where they come from. You hear Towns start working on the computer. You do the same. You're finding a lot of... Your computer is telling you read out bio information on all these things. They're all alive and kicking, living and healthy.
He's downloading any information on them or their, their scans, anything that he can get.
Sasha, so they're bugs. And I see above that. The queen there probably has an IQ of 185. That's smarter than most people ever born. As you hear Hunk, what the fuck?
And even their drones are more dangerous than any bug. And from the look of them, he looks at the ones in the tanks, those ain't the drones we fought.
They're warriors. Rigid head means warrior. Icy speaks up.
Oh joy. So just the difference between drone and soldier ants.
As Towns, apparently Globnock was even too afraid to use these things for as stupid as he looks. And he sends you a document over to your computer. Globnock conversing with Tewaz. And it's all in text, but if you want to read it in your or imagine it in Globnock voice, he's basically saying, we don't need to use these things, man. I got the situation under control. I'll bring you back Ash's head.
Even Globnock was smart enough not to fuck around with xenomorphs.
Towns, if you look over, you see Towns rubbing the back of his helmet. How the hell are we gonna get these things back? And I see, we're not. They're not coming back anywhere near Earth's space.
You don't get it, Towns. You know termites in Gallia, how bad they were.
He walks over here, yeah.
Imagine termites, except bigger, that gestate inside of humans, and are even harder to get rid of once they entrench.
He looks, by his body language, shocked for a second. I don't want to fuck with them. Looking up at the queen and her hover tank just hovering there silently.
Okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna comb the sub one more time, get anything we can, and then we're gonna set the reactor to blow. Correct, ma'am?
I see he has a football. And Towns, yeah, I do. I'm only supposed to use it. And I see completely obliterate the sub. Completely. Towns, alright. And you see him kneel over, yes ma'am, and he starts typing, putting it right in front of the queen.
Ash is gonna take one more look around, see if there is anything that looks useful in the room.
No. They cleaned this place out before they ambushed you guys. But one thing you can infer, they can't be far. Their teleportation magic doesn't cross galaxies or millions of light years. They definitely launched their assault from this place, given the gear, the state of the gear.
Okay. And I'm assuming there'd be some data to support that as well.
Yep, on the computers. From the communiques with Globnock and Julwaz, Tewa.
Good. Alright. Grabs Julius. Get ready to run.
He nods and he takes photos of the area to show Lorelei as Towns is setting it up.
Hunk, if MaxTech doesn't even know where they came from, how do they have them? And you hear Icy, we were never able to figure that out before we lost. Towns sets the nuke, and he flips a switch, well, he hands it to Ash. Detonator.
Alright, let's go.
Yeah, as you see him look around the room and he scans it with his mask one more time. You guys leave the sub and go back to the ship. Ash, you have the detonator. You're all wet, but you can go get in your normal clothes, and Icy, the ship takes off.
He's
So
gonna
you're good to
change and walk up. Would you like to do the honors, ma'am?
Kindly.
Hands her the detonator.
She clicks it, you're well minimum safe distance. It blows up, and that felt good, and she pitches it to Towns and he catches it. Creepy bugs, great. And people said Gallia was bad.
We're asking how they got them. They probably found them the same way we did.
Icy shrugs. MaxTech has known about them for years. And I mean years. Like, before Calamity War years. But How they know what inkling, where, why, when, never been able to figure out. They're top secret. Which is, I'm sure there was probably information on the computers at Crease if Malcolm has used his brain and decided to maybe, try to infiltrate. Forget it. I'm not talking about Malcolm. She just sits down.
It's a shame we couldn't get a dead one back with us, but for the best at the same time.
Saris grabbing her chest.
He's gonna come over and rub her shoulders. It's alright. Never gonna happen again.
I was hoping we were done with those.
Me too. A theory, ma'am.
Hmm.
It's probably wrong, but everything Max Tech does is for the release of that god, right?
Not originally. They were just a tech company, a weapons developer.
That's true, but we don't know how far back this goes. In all honesty.
She lets you. She.
What if they're connected to that?
She shrugs. Maybe. I don't know. Tewaz would know, maybe.
We'll never find out from him because we're gonna have to kill him and not interrogate.
She shrugs. Something tells me they're not. Nothing can control those things.
True.
I think they're an alien life form from somewhere we never need to go or find.
No, we don't. In fact, if we ever do stumble upon it, it should be put on a no anywhere near it. It should be an excluded zone, or we could just crack the planet. I think that would be reasonable.
Sasha looks at Icy. Queen was the one that got the last squad. And Icy, no, that was an Empress. That's, from what we could tell, a step above the Queen. They communicate through some type of telepathy. The cloned ones we fought years ago didn't. They communicated through noises. The king's roar. As you see Saris grab her chest tightly, the king would roar. Its drones would act. These things communicate through telepathy. It's different.
Yeah.
The pure strain are way more dangerous than the ones we fought years ago. Trust me.
Understood. That's a good thing we nuked it again. And it's for the best that we couldn't bring anything back. Better just to destroy it than to study it, all things considered.
Hunk and prototype units of that thing they sent to Earth. So this is probably where they've been based for a while.
Makes sense. It's not too far away from the relay that they attacked, right?
No. Globnock's little base of operation.
They headed here, used this as a staging ground for that, and then drew us in. Which brings me to something. We did come away with very important information, ma'am.
You see her looking at her wrist computer. Yeah. Bad information, too.
Bad?
Just the fact they still have those things.
That's true. But we know that their teleportation has a limited range. It seems that you have to either be on the same planet, or from what I'm reading, nearby the same planet.
She nods. With that crying wolf thing, more time, the corpses of the BB soldiers, we should be able to come up with a way to stop them.
Understood. Resonance Cascade probably wouldn't work on them, would it?
No, we need complete saturation. Which is why I'm thinking a chaff grenade. Or similar to a chaff grenade.
That's a good plan. That's a very good plan.
Something that would adhere at least one step at a time. In this case, Globnock. Something that would adhere to his armor, keep him where we need him, and let Davine finish the job.
Agreed. We should also plan in case he does happen to get away after that. Just in case it fails, right? Because it would be a prototype that would be hard to test.
There's no way to test it, really.
That's the issue. You see what I'm thinking? I've got an idea. What if we include in the grenade some form of trackable substance? Because we know he'll have to be on the planet. Something with a unique signature that we can track on scanners. So we know exactly where he goes to. So if he does manage to get away, we can find him.
Yeah, but ideally he doesn't get away.
Hope for the best, plan for the worst.
I'll add it to my to-do list, among many things.
You need anything, let me know.
She stands up, and a drink. We're going to drink.
Very good.
Hunk, you don't drink. And well, I do today. Today's a day to drink. We'll go see Tommy. Julius, and she's looking right at Julia.
Julius nods and has a little concerned look on his face. He tilts his head.
I see,
And
we'll go back to Fleet. Oh, go ahead.
he signs, trying to hide it from everyone else. Make sure you drink for the right reasons. I see.
She nods her head, and just, once again, it almost reminds you of Malcolm, just stares out into the void of space.
Look on the bright side, Icy.
Hmm?
You didn't have to use the armor for its intended purpose, as he squeezes Sarah's tighter.
Not this time, but soon. If they have a queen, and the Empress is still out there, God knows what they did with that.
They're idiots. All of them.
They are.
If they're willing to use that, well, it's like I said. Who cares if everything's going to be wiped away anyways? But oh my gods.
From what little we've been able to gather, she turns her chair. Max Tech is Max Tech. You've seen what? Raptors, all the crazy shit they've been willing to dip their toes into. I don't think Max Tech even wanted to fuck with those things. I think it's those people, the Globnock, the cult. I don't think Max Tech was always owned by this cult, that's why. I think they knew about them, from what little we know. I think they knew about them, they knew about their existence, but even whoever ran Max Tech after the Calamity Wars, the first 200 years, was smart enough not to try and fuck with those things.
That does make sense, because everything we've worked on with Max Tech, in theory, is something that you could make a lot of money off of. The Well of Souls, even, you could make money off of. The Raptors, if you could tame them, they'd be perfect replacements for canine units, right?
Mako sharks.
Perfect things to release. If they die, they die, but it's better than losing men going after submersibles and boats. Everything they did, it was something that could be controlled, in theory, and was very good money. Cheap to produce, cheap to contain, relatively cheap, in a manner of speaking, compared to those things. Those are uncontainable, they're uncontrollable, and they have to be more expensive than almost everything else we've seen them work on put together to keep contained.
You see, Towns, really inspiring a lot of confidence when we have to eventually fight those things.
We can kill them, that's not the issue. Tough hides, and I'm assuming they'd be a little more resilient, but high caliber rounds, plasma, phased, and flamethrowers tended to be very effective from what I've read on them in the Max Tech stuff we read.
Icy nod. Pure strain's a whole different ballgame. You don't underestimate anybody, Ash, so I know you won't. But trust me, the black ones are nothing like the ones you saw years ago. Nothing.
Understood, ma'am.
They move with complete and utter purpose, and the only thing they care about is the propagation of their species.
So what you're saying is the difference between dogs and wolves.
Yes, and if there's an Empress, we're gonna need quite a few of those nukes, Agent. And you see, Towns, I have an unlimited line to them. Believe it or not.
Good. Honestly, if we encounter an Empress, our best bet would just be to leave the nuke and... I almost wish we did have Malcolm to just teleport away.
Icy starts laughing. Just have Malcolm. The Empresses they have mind control abilities.
Oh.
So, would probably have mind controlled Malcolm, and God knows. Sasha plays the clip of Malcolm getting his arm bit off by the shark, so Malcolm screamed, then the line.
Look what Ash did to me.
It breaks the ice, Sarah starts chuckling. Let's go over chest.
We've got this. Kiss her on the cheek. We will beat them. Don't underestimate them, but us together, there is not a damn thing that we can't kill, one way or another.
Icy nods her head. You two report to General Lorelei as you hear the ship dock. Report to Lorelei, then come down to Tommy's.
Understood, ma'am.
Good. Hunk's gonna come over to Julius. Give him another hug. I'll give you your space, but if you want to talk, come to me anytime.
He nods and signs thank you, Dad.
And you'll be back here. Just the two of you. And Lorelei's already out here waiting for you.
Ma'am, salutes.
She turns, looking at the picture of Lizzie and the sleeping Achilles. Looking right at Julius, comes up, salutes back at you guys. We saw. Icy doubled your feed back here. Xenomorphs.
Yes, ma'am. Pure strain, more dangerous than ever.
The same thing's responsible for the previous Alpha 9's defeat.
Yes, ma'am.
When it rains, she shakes her head and closes her eyes and then opens them looking at Julius. It pours.
Murphy's Law, ma'am. Good news, though.
Yes.
According to data we have recovered, there is a severe limitation on their teleportation range. It's not theoretically infinite like we thought or like teleportation sigils are. They have to be nearby. It's, from what I'm reading, either on the same planet or near the same planet, probably no further away than orbit.
Good. Very good. I haven't had the time, I wish I could have, to assist your captain in studying the corpses. But given enough time, we will come up with some way to defuse Globnock and company's way of running with their tails between their legs.
Of course, ma'am. I have complete faith in you.
You see Agent O walk up here, turn his back to Julius, opening his wrist computer. Oh, not drawing a circle. Opening his wrist computer. You swear you hear Pequod's voice. Ash, I don't know if Julius is listening or not. But General Lorelei looks at you. Your captain said chaff grenade. Something to stick to them and diffuse their form of escape. That could work.
Yes, ma'am. I made the recommendation to her as well, but some sort of unique chemical or radiological component that is unique enough that we would be able to sense it if they do happen to get away would be in recommendation.
Nanomachines, perhaps? Lorelei shrugs, looking at you.
That would be
Something he wouldn't even know is on him. Something that, if the chaff adheres to him, perhaps the nanomachines could then stick to him, and if he brushes off some of the chaff. All we need is one, out of millions of them crawling around on him. Just one, to stay on him and run him down.
my thoughts exactly. Because if we can get that, even if he gets away completely, we could learn far more than we ever hoped we could about where they are.
You hear Agent O, well, like it or not, they're still gonna be there. And you hear the sound of a call hang up, and Agent O turns around and just he's mumbling to himself.
Everything okay, sir?
General Lorelei looks at him, and Agent O, Pequod just resigned. Ma'am? And General Lorelei just storms off into her office.
Sir?
She wanted the guard detail removed from the house, but like it or not, they're always going to be there because of who she is, even if she's apparently not going to be the leader of EarthGov, so that's great.
Oh, she will. She will. Right, Julius?
Julius looks over at Ash and nods, like enthusiastically nods.
Good. Oh, a pleasure as always.
Drink one for me. As Agent O walks off, and Agent R, I wouldn't want Spartans in my house watching me.
This is what it's like to have children running around. Teenagers running around, I suppose. As he kind of angrily walks to the elevator.
And you find yourself at Tommy's restaurant with Icy sitting at the bar alone. It's empty. It's not busy. Nobody. It's in between like lunch and dinner. And Tommy closes in between lunch and dinner, so prep time is available. Since the place has to be open for multiple lunch and dinner shifts because it's open 24 hours.
Right.
Julius walks up and puts a hand on Icy's shoulder.
She looks up at you. Where is that lazy-eyed freak?
Right here.
She starts laughing. She hits her hand on the bar, and you hear, oh, Tommy comes out. Oh, little girl, Ash Julius, nice to see you. He comes around the bar. What can I do for you all today?
151, please.
150. You want drink?
Yes, Tommy, please.
Of course. I get you whatever you want. I was just watching news. General Rico's daughter just quit EarthGov. She resigned. And you see Icy's face go white.
Yeah. Yeah, she did. The child. He's gonna get up and start pacing.
Here, Ash. 151 proof. Just for you.
He's gonna take the bottle and just start downing from it.
Ash, that is not very healthy for you. Tommy watching you.
I'm fine.
It's big news. Little girl, you want your soda? And she just, whiskey. You'll drink whiskey? And she, yeah, just give me the bottle. And here, anything you want. For Asha Julius' little sister, all for you. Bottle and big glass. Don't drink out of the bottle, little girl. She opens the top and starts drinking. Oh, I see. Julius, what can Tommy get you today?
Julius looks up at him and whispers, "Advice."
You need advice. What advice do you need, Julius? You tell me. Why are you whispering, Julius? Is your throat hurt?
He shakes his head.
Well, I see. He's sign languaging as she pours some whiskey into the large glass he put there for her and downs it immediately. And Tommy, I am founder of American Sign Language Association, Julia.
Julius's eyes widen and he starts signing to him.
Alright, what do you say?
I need advice. You're probably one of the wisest people I know when it comes to this sort of thing. Pequod left me. You probably know her as Pregnant Lady, but her nickname is Pequod.
He signs back. Wait a minute, I thought that girl on news looked familiar.
He nods. Yeah. Tommy, please, I need her back, man.
Well, Julius, he's signing all this to you. Well, Julius, why did you never show her true love?
He signs. What exactly do you mean by that, Tommy?
He signs back, Julius, true love comes from here. And he points to his heart. Showing true love is like, well, from what little action I've seen from Ash and Sarah. She gave birth to children for you and you love her. But buying her things, that's just her reaching out to you, trying to affirm love. What you buy is pointless. And he shrugged. I don't think she even really wants to escalate. I think it's just her way of seeing if you can provide for her and her family. And your family. Well, not anymore. He signs that back to you.
He rubs his hands together for a second. And he signs at him. How do I do it now, Tommy? How can I show her? How can I prove to her that I love her?
Well, he signs back. It's very easy. Have you tried talking to her?
Yeah, she That's when she left me.
Oh, he signs back. Well, Julius, this will be a very hard hill to conquer. What is she feeling right now, Julius?
Anger, betrayal. Nothing. Long story short, nothing great, Tommy. Just
How she feel you betray her? By not getting Escalade?
no. I didn't tell her all of my past. And
There is
Oh.
another woman involved, I think Ash told me earlier today. I'm very disappointed in you, Julius.
Julius nods. You should be, Tom. I told her that I saw visions of her every so often, and you know,
Julius, what we want the most, every girl different, every guy different. But what everybody wants is one person, just for them. If you think about other women, even if it doesn't mean anything, even if this other girl was maybe not girlfriend, but that is not good, Julius. Marriage is about commitment and love. That is turning the face and spitting in the face of marriage if you're still thinking about other girl. Even if it is trivial. Women do lots for us, Julius. She make you happy, you have fun together. We won't get into details of that fun because graphic, strange details. I think of you as son, Julius. I don't want to think of you having sex. But we do all these fun things. But a woman's body is like their temple. It's trust. They have to trust you to let you do things and have fun and love them and take care of them. You fail that trust.
is it? I know it's possible, but do you think I can help regain that trust?
It is possible. Maybe. He's also speaking aloud so you can hear Ash. Ash, please come sit down. If you drink like that standing up, you're going to fall over, and then I'm going to have to carry you back to apartment.
Whatever.
He is very mad. He looks down at you, Julius. Anyway, Julius, I think there is probably a way, yes. If she loves you, then there is always a chance. But who knows if she loves you anymore? If she feel betrayed or used, it is very hard to build trust back, Julius. That's why they say when you have good thing, you keep it. Not hide things. Or think about other girls.
He nods.
My best advice to you, Julius, will be this. You need to find a way to talk to her again. That is square one. What you say, how you handle yourself, that is problem. I don't know what I would say in this situation. To be honest, Tommy was not the best person at expressing himself either. That's why I think wife cheated on me years ago with Mark. And now, it almost happened to you. But instead of her cheat on you, she leave you. And now she out of EarthGov.
Fucking immature brat. Downing more of it.
I have to tell her exactly how I feel.
I think you do. Well, I think you have to tell her, but Julius, you have to show her. You find a way. I don't know how. Have someone read your mind. Affirm to her. You have to be over this girl. If you want this girl, go find her, Julius.
Tommy, the soul, right?
Yes, it's very important.
What if... And he looks over at Ash and back at Tommy. Do you think a ring with the stone of my soul would work?
He thinks for a second. That might be good. Really, what I think is you should get 2 rings. One for you, and one for her. Of course, hers will have the diamond on it, look very nice, the stone. Yours can have it maybe small somewhere on the ring. Ask her for some of hers. the soul. And then you share only each other's soul together, as it should be, Julius. But none of this matters, Julius, if you're still thinking about this girl. Other girl. Because history, Julius, I've been around a long time. History always repeats itself, Julius. This is the advice I give to you today. You are a father. This pregnant lady, she has 2 more kids on the way. You can't be worried about other girl. Even if this is trivial pursuits. You must get over this. I'm sure I'm not first to tell you, so I will not keep repeating myself. But Julius, you ruined very good thing.
And he says that Julius is somewhat looking past Tommy for just a second, and he sees Cyrus staring back at him in the bar mirror, and he looks back up at Tommy. You're right.
Marriage and love, Julius, is about commitment. Single commitment. It goes one way. You are committed to each other. All roads lead back to you. All roads lead back to her. You have to stay on that road. Otherwise, when you veer from it, now Earthgov have no future leader. Maybe I will be leader. I don't want to be, but this is not good situation for anybody, Julius.
He nods.
She is very popular, Julius. She is not a politician, but there are many fan clubs of this girl because she told the truth about Malcolm before anybody was telling the truth, before even you two. She's very important. General Lorelai even told me she is very important to the future, so Tommy should keep his eye on her. But apparently Tommy didn't do a good enough job. And he shrugs.
He chuckles. You did a great job, Tom. I didn't.
Well, I can't guarantee you can fix this. Next time you talk to her, did she give you a chance to talk, Julia?
He shakes his head.
Just because she is angry. Maybe some time passes, few days, you talk to her, she will be less angry. And then, you have to make sure you talk though, Julius. You have to tell her. Don't let her just yell and scream. At least get something in. You need some offense.
I'm not necessarily used to offense when it comes to that sort of thing.
No. Well, Julius, if you love her, then you will be willing to have offense. Maybe don't scream, but be assertive. Screaming probably not a good idea, but be assertive and assure her. And afterwards, if you win, treat her like Ash treat his girlfriend, if you wanted to continue. She doesn't strike me as a girl that likes stuff, Julius. He comes over here, even Tommy need drink. Takes a shot of vodka. Oh. Julius, she does not strike me as a material girl the more I think about her and see her. I think she just want men that love her.
He nods. And I have to show her to be that I am that man.
And you're willing to provide for family, and be hers and only hers, and theirs and only theirs as the children. And if you can't do that, then you don't deserve her. And believe me, Julius, some other man will take her if she ever leaves Big Mansion. She is a very pretty woman, even pregnant. She is fat, but that's okay. It's good to be fat when pregnant. Better for baby.
Nods.
Ash, you're looking up at the TV as Julius is going to say that, and she's on the picture of her's on the TV. Somebody's talking about her resignation.
Ash is about halfway through the bottle and just gets pissed and spikes it into the ground.
Tommy jump! Wow. We'll put that one on your tab. Don't worry, Ash. Why? Okay, Julius, what were you going to sign to me? Then we try to help Ash. Little girl, please stop. And she's drinking out of the bottle.
He just puts his hand on Tommy's, pats it a couple times, nods at him, and turns to Icy and puts a hand on her shoulder. You need to pace yourself.
She keeps chugging it. Tommy, Julius, little girl, not have high tolerance, I think. Look, as she's starting to waft back and forth on the bar stool.
Yes,
He,
let her, who gives a damn?
yeah, okay. He stands up and supports Icy and takes the bottle away from her. You need to pace yourself, Icy. I don't think you've ever drinking like this before.
She looks at the picture of Pequod on the TV, reaches her hand out, tries to say something, and her head just hits the bar stool. And she, ugh.
Share the wealth. He's gonna try and take the bottle from Julius.
He hands it over to Tommy. I don't think you want that bottle anymore, so, back it up, I guess.
Tommy, this is a very strange day. Normally when you come to see me, it's always good. Good things going on, good things happening. I've never seen you all depressed like this. It brings great sadness to my heart.
Tommy, I'm so sorry.
It's okay. I just never seen Ash drink like this. Now, Ash, what is your problem? Why are you so angry? Look, there's Pequod on TV.
Turn it off.
He grabs the remote and turns it off.
I'm
Wow, it's off.
pissed at the both of them.
Wow.
Bunch of children being given one of the greatest things you could possibly have. And only thinking about themselves and their own fucking inner bullshit and pissing it away.
Tommy shrugged. Well, I can understand resigning. It assures she never has to deal with Julius again. Because now, they will just shoot him if he comes near building.
Yeah, real mature, real future leader shit. Whatever.
Well, you have to understand, Ash. Matters of the heart affect us all differently. And they date a long time. She's committed to Julius, feels as if he betrayed her. She move on in her life.
She had the spine to look me in the eye and lie to my fucking face.
Just because somebody... Wait, what did she lie about?
Oh, I promise I'll give him a chance, Ash. Yeah, wouldn't let the boy get a word in edgewise and then took us all off the fucking list and threw away everything.
Tommy looks at you, Ash. I understand you're angry, Ash. But anger will not solve anything here. And to be honest, Ash, I don't care what you think. The fault lies with him. He points right at Julius.
Oh, yeah.
Angry at her, you can be. But this is his fault.
Oh,
And I don't say that... No, let me talk. You are in my restaurant. I don't say that to be mean. But what I'm saying is, she act this way because of him. It is his fault. Take it out on him, not her. Don't hurt him. Don't be mean. Give him advice. Be his big brother. And this one's big brother too. She's a young girl. Very young. She needs boyfriend.
Yeah, probably. What does it matter if I give Julius advice? I've given him advice for nearly a decade now, and he's never once listened.
Tommy looks over at you, Julius.
Yeah.
Julius, one of the wisest men I ever met in my life, told me a long time ago. Tommy, you are going to be very important one day. You don't know why now, you don't know how, and you won't know when. But when the day comes, you will know. Today, I know now is the time. I am here to help the world heal from Malcolm. Malcolm do lots of damage. He harmed, irreparable harm, millions of people. I am here to help the world heal from Malcolm. I will make movie that's better than Malcolm, that make fun of Malcolm. I will make own game console that sell out Malcolms, and all proceeds to charity. And I am here to help you. And the advice I give you today is this, Julius. And I've already said it, but I will say it again. I will turn the TV on. Try not to get angry, Ash. Julius, do you love this girl?
He says, more than anything.
Will you be able to live without her?
He looks down at himself while still holding up Icy. Does it look like I can?
No. So, when you see her, you have to tell her that. She can yell, let her scream, let her make tell her bodyguards are going to make you leave. That's fine. All you have to tell her is those words. And that only takes a few seconds. To expect rationale out of her is not fair. She feels used and abused. And I don't blame her. You are better than this, Julius.
Yes.
And you should listen to the advice of those around you. Not always good advice, but you must be open-minded. I'm sure Ash gave you good advice over the years that could have prevented this.
He did, and I should have listened to him. Because he's my big brother, and yeah, that's the duty of a little sibling.
You listen and you learn.
He nods.
You listen, you learn, and you grow together. That's what life is all about. But now this girl gone. He looks back at the TV. Either way, you'll have a chance, Julia. I'm sure you can get back near that bench.
Yeah.
He nods and puts a hand out to shake Tommy's hand.
He shakes your hand, and we need to find boyfriend for a little girl here. She needs boyfriend. Everybody should have somebody.
Yeah. Yeah, they should.
He's gonna lead into the bar. How are you feeling?
Less livid at her. Just majorly disappointed in both of them. His fault.
Well, love is strange. Please continue.
It's his fault. It all is. But doesn't excuse the not overreaction, just the reaction.
Well, Ash, we do crazy things when we are in love. This is what makes us human. An elf and dwarf. We have soul. We are not machines. It's a good thing we aren't.
Yeah. I don't know.
To be honest, I didn't think she'd resign from Earthgov. But, if you look at it this way, she's rich. She never needed Earthgov. I think probably was staying in for Julius, which I guess Julius never realized.
Yeah.
No, oh god. He rubs his face. He looks up at Ash. We should probably get her back to the apartment, don't you think?
Yeah, let's get it back then. Sorry about the bottle, Tommy.
Don't worry about it, Ash. I will clean it up for you. And don't worry, you don't have tab here. You drink and eat for free.
Thank you, Tommy. As he picks up Icy and looks at Ash. You get to walk.
I've had worse. This is
Alright.
nothing.
Alright. He shifts Icy so she's riding on his back, and he puts out a hand to help Ash up.
He's gonna get up on his own. You better fix this.
I will.
Lorelai won't get the chance to kick your ass.
Tommy, before you leave, Tommy turns the TV back on because he's watching it. And you see her picture still there. They're talking about it. And Tommy, make sure you put little girl head facing down off bed, so if she vomit in sleep, she don't choke to death.
Julius nods. Always the wisest one in the room, Tommy.
It's always darkest before the dawn, Julius. Remember that.
Yeah.
You just think I love you, Tommy.
He smiles. He smiles at you while you say that. Then you see him click through the channel. Now time to watch cartoons. In every channel, there's a picture of Pequot. Aww. As Tommy walks over here. Forget it. I don't need TV today. And he leaves.
Alright. He puts an arm around Ash so he doesn't tip over or anything. Apartment.
Let's go fucking home.
And home you go. I'll put everybody around. You guys come in with Icy like so. And here you are.
Uh,
Let's get her to her room.
Han
Yeah.
comes out. He groans.
Just need to get her to her room, Dad.
Hand her over.
Hands her over.
alright.
I'll take her.
Thank you.
He takes her, carries her up. Nobody put on any TV in this goddamn apartment. Is that understood?
More than so, sir.
And he walks up the stairs with Icy. Drunk Icy.
I'm gonna go find Saris.
She's in the kitchen.
Alright, bud.
He's just gonna walk up, sit right next to her, and bury his head in her shoulder.
She puts her arm around you. You hear her sobbing slightly.
He's gonna pull her in. It's okay. It's okay. We'll fix it. We have to fix it.
Julius is all by himself, Rolly cleaning. You're free to go where you want. Lasley's just sitting in between the Amalco and Suletta on the other side. And they are silently just staring at each other.
I think Julius is just gonna stare out the window, petting Rocco.
Sasha and Towns come in. Sasha, I can't believe you can hear them, Julius. I can't believe she'd quit. And Towns, my standing orders were to protect her, even at the cost of my own life. I guess she doesn't really need to work for a living. As they walk by you, Julius, not even noticing you, coming into the kitchen. Lasley, taking it poorly there, huh?
10 years, almost a decade.
Of knowing Pequod? Yeah.
Didn't matter.
Well, I'm sure she'll stay in touch with you, with us, but not, Julius. I'm sure it mattered to her, but no. I don't know, Ash. I've had one husband. I had a boyfriend who died, as you know, in the Archfiend incursion. We didn't even know each other that well. And then I have Hunk. I've never been in this type of situation.
Saris.
As a woman.
Saris, my one and only.
Saris hold you tight. Suletta, betrayal is difficult to deal with.
Yeah.
It will invoke the most, what we would deem, irrational responses. Given the time they spent together and how attached, I am not surprised, believe it or not.
Yeah.
Saris is gonna let you go and start making you a cup of coffee because you need to be awake for therapy.
I don't know. We'll fix it, but I don't know.
Commander Integra, what do you expect, Ash? What did you expect? What outcome did you truly expect? Julius is near an invalid when it comes to speaking, expressing himself. And he is a selfish boy to begin with. He always has been. He's grown out of that. She sets the teacup down, but he grew out of it too late, Ash.
I just hoped he'd actually be a man and fight for her.
She probably didn't give him a chance, Ash. That is not his fault. However, the situation is, There's no right or wrong. Nobody's to blame. It is just a disaster.
Yeah, I don't know.
Has he ever in your life, as she sips the tea looking at you with her one eye, listened to you? Really listened to you?
No. None of them. No one really does. Aside from, well, I'd guess the people in this room.
She sips the tea. I would say everybody. Your captain listens to you and takes you into consideration. Honk. I'd say everybody but Julius listens to you. She sips the tea.
I suppose. He's got so much fire in him. He can be so much more. He just won't stop sabotaging himself. He just shoves his elbow into the chair.
Commander Integra watches you do it. Takes a sip of her tea. Where is he now? He should eat something.
He's in the foyer.
Well, he should come eat. Major Lasley made an excellent tuna casserole.
Thank you, Mom.
Go retrieve him.
He's gonna walk over. Come on, you're gonna get some food in you.
Okay.
We've gotta fix this.
I know, Ash.
You ready to actually listen for once?
I think you know, Ash.
Good. Because when... You can't keep doing this, dude. You need to. I don't want to lose her either. You and I, we've lost enough people. And you know what? He's gonna grab him. You and I, we've beaten the odds time and time again, right?
Yeah.
We've beaten the odds every time. We shouldn't be here right now. We shouldn't be alive. We should be dead and gone in fucking Gallia. But we're not. We are where we are right now. Because as long as... He's gonna grab Julius's hand and cup it and pull him in. As long as you and I are together, we can take on anything. We are gonna get through this and we are gonna fix it. But you have to work with me.
He takes hold of Ash's hand and brings him in for a hug. I'm gonna work with you, brother.
Good. Because I don't want to lose another sister.
He rubs his back. I know, bud. I know. I don't want to lose her either.
You feel more about it than I ever could. You just need to show her how you feel. Tommy's right. He's always fucking right.
He is. Anyway, he wipes his eye. What are we eating?
Mom made tuna casserole. Let's go.
Oh, sounds good.
Pull him in.
Lasley comes up with a big plate for Julius and sets it down. Terrace has your coffee ready for you, Ash. Then she just sits down and stares right at the wall.
Ash is gonna just drink the entire thing in one go.
Saris, another?
No. Wait for it to take effect. I don't want to be jittery.
Right. Towns and towns. Yeah, coffee sounds fine. Sasha, me too, please. And Saris, so I guess we're, as she's pouring some more coffee and getting tea and sugar and little things. Or, sugar and cream. I guess Thunder Tutu's our new pilot.
For now, we're gonna fix it.
I hope so. She comes up here, sits down next to Commander Integra. Leslie, eat Julius. Clean your plate.
Julius does as he's told.
Doesn't that sound familiar?
You see Leslie just shrug. I can't believe she resigned. I knew she was going to. I just still can't believe it.
It is what it is. We'll just fix it. It's all we...
Sasha, yeah, she never had to be in the Marines. She willingly chose. That's why we got along. We were so different. I had to. I didn't have a choice. I needed money. I wanted to be a ranger, but I needed money. Pequod didn't. She shrugs.
Yeah.
Saris is going to get you another cup of coffee, whether you like it or not, because you gotta be. If you are drunk or hungover during therapy,
He's gonna just start drinking that one too. We'll fix it. We have to. There's nothing else that can happen.
Have to. He plays with the food and then takes a bite. For the future of Earthgov.
Yeah.
it's not about that. Leslie shrugs. Somebody will lead. There's somebody out there for yourself, for both of you. She's pointing right at you. That comes first. Trust me, there'll be somebody. I'm sure. Anybody. But for your sake, she points right at you, Julius. I know you better than I think your own mother knows you. You can correct me if I'm wrong. You'll never get back on your feet if you don't fix this, Julius. And she's staring right at you.
He smiles at her. You're right. I know it. And it seems you know that too.
Suletta takes a sip of tea. We could just pool funds and buy a godforsaken Escalade.
That's not what she wants.
Oh. She sets down the tea. I didn't think so, but perhaps it would smooth things over.
I doubt it. Now he's gonna give her part of himself. For the first time, he's gonna give her part of himself.
Ash is gonna help me make a ring, and we're gonna ask Master Yen about Soulfire.
What better
So
way?
you're gonna have one? You're gonna have one and she's gonna have one, or what's the just one for her?
I'm gonna give her one for her, and if that smooths things over, and if she's willing, I wouldn't mind having one, but at this point she's given me so much. I don't know, I would like it, but I don't feel worthy of it.
Hunk's gonna come in the room from putting Icy to bed and sit down right next to you. And it makes sense that she resigned because I mean I think it's hard to she can't just be promoted. Like have you guys ever thought about this? General Rico is her dad. So if she's promoted and he just keeps promoting her, that can't happen in EarthGov. These things can't happen. Look what happens when nepotism plays a role in anything. Malcolm, Squad Sigma, the Chance family putting a hit out on fucking Saris. Motherfuckers. She had to earn her way, and, you know. Not worth getting into it, but, she chose Julius over that, so. She should be much given her skill set as a pilot and everything she's capable of doing, she should be. And Suletta, at the bare minimum, captain of one of the Saber fleets, an illustrious position. An Arcane Council pilot, she sets her cup down position, is an illustrious position. Few to fill. How many teams were there at max? 3. But she should be in charge of a large fleet, and that's probably not what she wants. But I don't think that's what she needs to do. Unless she really wanted to. Which I don't think she does! Let's let her take another sip of tea, but she gave up her career for Julius. So I wouldn't be angry with her, Ash.
Not angry anymore. Just disappointed in everything.
Hunkin, this is exactly why Nicole is never dating anybody. And sits down next to Commander Integra. And Commander Integra just... We'll see about that. Leslie, just staring at you, Ash.
What's up, Mom?
So many fun times. She looks at you. Back in the day.
Yeah.
Training. Just reminiscing on the good days.
There'll be more. There'll be more. Not gonna...
I think I can, if you wouldn't mind, if you think it's a good idea. You see Leslie playing with her finger in her hand. I'll talk to her. I can get past those guards at the gate. There's a gate. I've never even been to Rico's fucking house. How many guards are even there?
A fair few that we saw. 4 Spartans as well.
Right. Well, they'll let me in, whether there's a list or not. I'll get you a meeting with her, Julius. But I can't help you any more than that.
That's all I need.
Then I promise I'll get you.
Thank you, Mom.
Thank you.
The rest is up to you. As you hear Dr. Contry coming in, you hear her heels clicking. The high heels she always wears. And Leslie, I suppose that's our cue to beat it out of here. As Dr. Contry comes to the door.
Hello.
Hi.
She waves to you guys and comes in. Where's Davy?
I can go get her.
Sure, or just call her in, whatever you'd like. As Leslie, we'll get out of here.
Kisses Sarah as she gets up. I love you.
She kisses you back, and she whispers in your thank you for always showing you loved me. Julius doesn't hear it.
What else could I do? You're perfect.
She smiles at you and leaves. As Dr. Contry is going to... Sarah's is going to leave. Dr. Contry is going to sit down right next to the Amalco and just glare at it. And boy, Ash, you see her waft her hand in front of her nose. Drinking?
A little bit, ma'am. Apologies.
Right.
I'm...
Given the news, I understand. I've had the displeasure of turning on Myra's computer in the evening.
I'm fine. I didn't drink enough to get myself plastered.
Understood. So, last time we did one of these, in fact, every time we've done one of these, I have always initiated with questions. I've always come at you like a bulldog, attacking the problem head on, because I think those are the type of problems you had. They had to be addressed quickly. Today, if you want help, you will ask questions to me. Because if you want help and you want to get better or you want to overcome whatever's bothering you, you should be able to ask for help, not me interrogating you. Because these problems aren't something that need fixed right now, because you're not under the gun to train with Jiren. So, let's take our time and get through this. Ash. I already know Julius. You see her gesturing awkwardly with her hands. What's on your mind, Ash? If anything.
Honestly, I'm upset right now because of the news, but I'm not hurt like I was before.
I think it's understandable to be upset given the news, but I do think we act irrationally in moments of weakness where we feel betrayed and a mix of emotions. That girl is a F5 tornado of emotions right now. And to be honest, I don't think the pregnancy has anything to do with it. I think it's just what we talked about earlier. So it's not surprising.
And I reacted foolishly in my own emotion as well.
At the very least, if this will comfort you, she can be reinstated at any time. It's very simple given who she is. I mean, unless you are dishonorably discharged, you can be reinstated at the drop of a dime. From a basic foot soldier like your buddy Rob at Raven Rock to General Rico's daughter. It's
Yeah.
just a matter of for Rob it would take an hour, for her it'll take 20 minutes. So, and
Yeah.
she smiled.
That's right. Really. I feel like shit, but I've never been better.
Good. You deserve to feel good.
I don't know, even what we found out in that film. All the things that we found out he did and watched him do, it was shocking, but it doesn't hold any power anymore. It happened. We'll recover and fix it. That's all there is to it.
Exactly. We can't change what he did. And even if you had killed him, there are other psychos out there. Maybe they wouldn't have done the same thing, but they would do horrible things. You're currently facing and fighting a group of these psychos. We can't stop all the bad things. I'm quite proud of you, actually, Ash.
Really?
You've pulled yourself together.
Really?
Yes.
I don't know. Just, feel alive.
Well, you should. And now, who would like to start first? She turns and looks at Julius and Davine. You don't have to divulge anything to me you don't want to. But understand this, if you want help, this is the only way you'll achieve any help. But I'm not here to interrogate you. I have other things I'd prefer to be doing right now. This is part of my duties, but I have a long list of duties as the head physician for the Rangers. So, who would like to start? If any. And if not, she looks at her wrist computer. I will be leaving.
Davine looks out the window and gestures towards, looks out the kitchen window into the apartment and gestures towards Julius. How do you get over a traumatic situation?
Depends on the levity and the gravity of that situation.
When I was 11, I was taken by, and he looks over at Davine, to somewhere. It looked like a cave to me, but apparently it was headquarters to a cult. I was thrown into a cell, and there was two other people, Cillian and Izzy, and they were like me right now. Very depressed, not knowing how to get out of the situation, even though he pinches his nose. I helped them out. I tried to keep morale up. I let them talk to me about things. I think Ash said at one point that, I was their pillar or something. I don't know. Point is, One day, Celine was taken away. We never saw him again. And Izzy died in my arms, bleeding out. And it's hard for me not to think about that. That I could have, maybe if I was stronger, maybe if I knew how to fight, that I could have saved them, I guess.
And you were 11?
It happened over the course of many years. When Cillian left, I was about 16. Izzy, I was 17.
And you had no weapons of any kind? No preconceived training?
I only knew what my mom taught me, I guess. What little she taught me at that point. He puts up quotation marks, the timeline.
Okay. So, when you fought a long time ago, this alien creature, this space hunter, let's say you're 17-year-old Julius, and you're in a fight for your life against this thing. With Ash there, as he was back then, do you think you would have been able to do anything? Collectively, to my understanding, you beat it to the point where you had to run away, and then something happened that's classified that I don't even know about. But point being, what would 17-year-old Julius have been able to do there?
Think. Nothing at all, ma'am. It would have been technologically and physically greater than me.
Let's think back to other examples. Dealer's choice. You two were the pride of the headhunters. You went on many dangerous missions. Raptor mission? 17-year-old Julius, 2 girls involved, Sasha, Saris, their lives in your hands. Do you think they would have survived if you were 17-year-old? Military training is a wonderful thing. It has its downsides, though. It borderlines on indoctrination. It is indoctrination. Whether that indoctrination is used for the right reasons or not is where the morality question comes in. So, unmilitary trained 17-year-old, probably malnourished because you're being kept in a cave or a prison, a cell. Do you think Pequod, whether she resigned or not, is irrelevant to the question? Do you think she'd be alive? And Sasha, today, if you were 17-year-old Julius. And Ash is there.
Might have froze. Out of fear.
Then what could you have done for Cillian and Izzy? You were a child. To this day, you are still a child. Not in a demeaning sense. I don't mean that to demean you. But what I mean is you're emotionally stunted. You have trouble clearly expressing yourself, judging by the outcome of today's events. What could you have done? Nothing. Nothing you would have done changed. The only different outcome you could have had, Julius, is maybe you could have. Were there guards there to keep you in there? So maybe you could have tried to beat one of them up, and then you would have got killed. Or maybe you could have. There's always the other option. You could have killed yourself, and you didn't. So that's what could you have done, really, for them? Children, anybody dying, unless they're purely evil, is terrible. Life is precious. Small insects, large sentient creatures. It's all precious, but you couldn't have rationally done anything. That's how you get over it. The onus is not on you. The events are terrible. The memories are terrible. No matter what anybody says, you'll probably always have a day or two where you think about those things. It's akin to, imagine smoking. Ash, you smoke cigars, do you? Still?
Yes, from time to time, ma'am.
And when you crave those cigars, when you go without for a few days, do you think about them?
A little bit, yes.
You will probably, till the end of your life, think about that every once in a while. Maybe you'll see her in the blink of an eye, in the back of your head. But much like the advice I gave Ash, how he had to carry a picture of Saris, you didn't need a picture. You had all the luxuries in the world. You had Pequod right here, willing to do anything you wanted for you. She gestures over to Ash, he had to suffer, miserably, waiting months on end, wondering if Saris was even going to be receptive of him. You had all the keys to your success here. You threw them away. Or you chose not to use them. Perhaps that's the better way to put it. There was nothing you could have done for that little girl, this other boy, or anybody else involved in this situation, including your mother. There was nothing you could have done. Where could you have led them? What could you have done for them? If you have an answer, I'm waiting.
He opens his mouth, closes it, shakes his head. I didn't know what was past the cave.
And what was?
Gallia. Gallia was past the cave. Nothing good.
Nothing good. And if you got them, let's just be hypothetical. If you got them out of the cave and your mother wasn't involved in this, and it was just the three of you, what would you have done? 17-year-old, emotionally stunted, clueless Julius, in charge of some other boy and some little girl. You would have bounced bars. You would have been a cook. You would have... What would you have done? What skill sets could you have applied in an archaic world that was doomed to be destroyed anyway? And then what would you have done? When the... whatever you called it in the SIS report, the darkening, what would you have done? You would have died. Or maybe you would have lived and then blamed yourself for their deaths too. Right? What could you have done? You were not prepared. A 17-year-old boy is not prepared to bear a burden like that. Why do you think young teenagers that get pregnant, still happens all the time today, put their children up for adoption? A 17-year-old boy is not even a boy, it's a child. You are not prepared to deal with any burden. Taking care of another person, being a leader, a pillar, a hope, a source of light. There was nothing you could have done. That is how you get over it. That, understanding that fact, and that fact alone, it is not your fault. There is nobody to blame. It's not your mother's fault. It's not your fault. It's not Ash's fault. You owe yourself an apology. And Pequod. But that's irrelevant to the point.
I owe myself an apology.
You do. You owe yourself an apology. It wasn't your responsibility to take care of those children. The onus isn't on you for what happened to them. It's not. And the tools to deal with it are simply forgiving yourself, making peace with what happened, but most of all, understanding you were always in control. You two are very lucky to be here. I'm sure Ash has told you this. I'm sure many people have told you. Every other person on the planet of Gallia, with the exception of that field agent out there with Sasha, is dead now. You're very lucky to be here. You had all the tools you needed to succeed here. EarthGov gave you some, you earned some, like Pequod. You earned her love and respect and trust. Put yourself in Ash's shoes, please, for me. For now you understand what it is to be in Ash's shoes. Now you don't have her. He had to carry around a picture of her. Ash,
Yes.
did you not?
Oh, I did. I still do.
And how did you feel? And bear in mind, Ash, is very similar parallels between the two of you. Sure, you're seeing this little girl in your head and feeling sorry about it, which is understandable. Ash is seeing visions of, was it Malcolm? Correct.
Malcolm.
Vivid post-traumatic stress visions. And these are orated visions. Deep psychosis. And he had only a picture. Just one picture. He couldn't grab her and hold her, embrace her, connect to her. They were millions of light years apart. So you can understand why he's angry. And she points at her.
I felt the emptiest I ever have. It was a deep pain. It felt like somebody had my heart in their hand and was twisting it. Anytime it would happen, and I'd look at that picture and it would go away, but I'd be left with an emptiness knowing that I couldn't hold her, and that the fear that she might not want me back.
And every day Pequod was here. And I am sure you have been told this, but I will tell you, because I am a therapist, I am a doctor, I know what I'm talking about. When a girl like Pequod, who does not need anything, who has a line to infinite money, infinite funding, and parents who facilitated her all her life, asks you for things, you should be smart enough to know there's a reason behind more than just she wants something. That is her way of trying to see if you can support her. Much like animals. Animals tend to pick mates based off the one that they see can support them the best. Eagles, for example. A female eagle will mate with the male eagle that brings back consistently the biggest catches of food. Replace food with an Escalade, Julius. And 3 kids. And a lack of really showing feelings and emotions like Ash did to Ceres. And now you sit in this chair looking at me, and you understand the totality of your fuck up. Yes?
He nods.
I'll give you the best piece of advice I can give you, but I'll start by posing a question. What was the dead girl's full name?
Isabel.
Is Isabel alive right now?
He shakes his head.
Are you alive right now?
Nods.
Get busy living, or get busy dying. Simple as that. Not that I want you to die. Not that anybody here wants you to. I doubt Pequod even does. I highly doubt that. But that girl is dead and gone and in the past. Forget about her. Forget about it, forget about the events, forget about the day. It's over. And if she crosses your mind, you have Pequod here. You had Pequod here. Very simple. Get busy living or dying. It's your choice.
He leans back in his chair. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
The last question I'll pose is this. If this girl, Izzy, was here and Pequod was here, choose. She has both of her hands out. Make your choice.
Pequod.
Then let her go. Let her go. She is of no significance. She never was. She looks you right in the eye when she says that. She never was. I'm sure she was a nice girl. I'm sure she was a lovely girl. I'm sure she was pretty and did not deserve what happened to her. But she played no significance then and now. The only significance she played was to die in your arms. And after that, you carried the burden with you as a cross to bear that was not yours to bear. Let her go. Wherever she is now, she's way better off than where she was in the last moments of her life. That, I believe.
Right.
And to be honest, Julius, all she's brought you, or at least the memories of her, not wanting to express yourself or be honest or truthful with your wife, all she has done, you know where you sit now. We won't repeat the Pequod situation. So, I don't think dwelling on her in any sense has done you any good in the past 7 years. And it's led to this.
Nods. Anguish and heartache.
Let her go. She shrugs. Anything else?
Not for me, ma'am. You.
She turns her chair over to Davine. As I said, it's your choice. If you don't want to divulge anything, I don't blame you. As Jiren comes in the room and sits down.
I can leave if you'd prefer.
No. No, it's... She looks at Ash. I think it's better this way.
Okay, whatever you're comfortable with.
I don't really know where to start. I've never done with this kind of thing before.
What bothers you? What ails you? What keeps you up at night? Excluding the problems your son may be having. That's his issues he has to fix. Being concerned about them is good, but nobody can help him with the exception of himself right now.
I suppose that I let myself be controlled into doing things.
The promise of what?
Promise of being safe, being loved. They would tell me that I could stand by my son's side at the end of it all, and I would be safe because I would be deemed worthy of living because I was serving the correct person, God, whatever he said. So I wanted to be safe, and I wanted someone to love me, truly love me. I wanted my son to love me, so I tried. I did as I was told.
So you made the choices you made. I'm privy to a little bit of your background information that Julius has given us over the years, albeit it's been sparing, and General Lorelei being able to read his mind. So you made the choices you made out of a want for love, safety for yourself and your son, yes?
She nods.
Let's compare, as much as I'm sure none of us here in this room like him, but Malcolm. Malcolm! Let's see. The choices Malcolm made. I'm privy to he murdered Denaria's mother. Let's use that. What would you call that choice? To murder Denaria's mother to get what he wanted. The base emotion of that.
Selfishness?
Exactly. Is wanting to be safe and provide for your son and protect your son and survive whatever they told you were going to survive, or whatever lie or truth it may have been. That's irrelevant whether they lied to you or it turned out to be true. It is wanting to do a mother's duty, albeit you went out to left field to do it, or you took maybe the wrong road here or there. But is the base decision selfish or evil or wrong?
I suppose it depends on how you look at it. From one point of view, it could be deemed selfish because I'm doing what I want and I'm doing it and I'm doing what I need to do to get what I want. But other ways, by other people, it might not be.
Then I'll tell you this, every woman who's ever had a child then is selfish. In the galaxy, billions of women, all different species. If it's selfishness to want to provide and protect their children, their son, survive an apocalypse, a disaster, an event, a battle, an incursion. So then every woman who's ever, any good mother who's ever wanted to provide and protect their family is selfish. I don't think that's the case.
They didn't do what I did to try and protect my son.
No, they didn't. I'm sure very few women, in the grand scheme of things, would have done something like that. But, much like military training, a cult, the gateway to any cult is indoctrination. Only, much as I was explaining to Julius and Ash, military training is wonderful, but at its core, it's indoctrination. EarthGov tries to have their soldiers do the right thing, try not to blow up colonies or shoot up places, so the basis is good. In this case, for this cult, clearly it was bad. You would agree or disagree?
Obviously disagree.
So, all you wanted to do was protect your son, survive, and provide for him. You were aware of what was going on with him and the 3 children at all times?
One of the mothers was always deemed to keep an eye on the kids. The other 2, they slacked off quite a bit, so I did it most of the time.
And then the question I have is, when the time came, how did you both leave? How did you escape? How did you... Clearly, there was a lapse in your indoctrination, if you will. And you chose to save your son?
It was... I've always said it. It's true. His eyes are a lot like mine. That's the only reason I can read him. His emotions, I can't read his thoughts, but how he's feeling a lot of the time, even if he tries to hide it, his eyes. Whenever I would look at him, he would be smiling, he would be laughing, trying to make the others laugh, but I saw fear, and when I looked at him, all I saw was my reflection in the mirror, looking at myself, smiling in that mirror, but with the same look in my eyes, the fear. So I decided to try and do something about it. I didn't. I started to train him. The other mothers, they saw that. They saw that I started to get closer and closer to him, so they made me, even though it was their duty, they made me take Cillian from the cell. And they made me take Izzy from the cell. And then throw her back in because he was still somewhat close to me. They were jealous. I believe. Jealousy. I don't know of what, but jealousy. I saw that, and then I saw how he looked at me. He looked angry at me, and I knew I had to fix it. And I started studying the ritual, what they did wrong. And I came to a realization that I don't know what it was exactly. My memory fails me at this point. But it was like one of the runes was misplaced or miscarved. Or they drained too much blood out of them or something like that. And I knew what I needed to do to make him live. So I told him. He didn't believe me. He thought I was trying to trick him, because why wouldn't he? But I started bolstering him up for what was to come. He didn't like it, not one bit, because I was who I was, and I took away who I took away, and I did the ritual on him because I saw it as the only way both of us could escape. And after the ritual, she looks at Julius. He did what he did, and we managed to escape.
Because you love your son.
I couldn't bear to see that look in his eyes.
We all have done bad things. I would say some of the things you did borderline or go over the border of horrible. But I suppose it depends what you choose to believe in. But that does not mean we're not unredeemable. Clearly, you're not. If your first act was to try and save your son, to get him out of there, in your own way, making amends for what you had to do. That proves, whether you like to believe it or not, at your core, you are not a bad person. You're not an evil person. Cults indoctrinate. You were indoctrinated. I'm not making an excuse for you. But if it was anywhere else, any different time, if there was no cult, if they weren't feeding you whether it was truth or fiction, can you see yourself doing what you did in a rational sense?
Of course not.
You're like any other mother. Maybe you took a few left turns, a few wrong turns, but at your core, I believe you're a good person. I think you underestimate. Maybe I'm overstepping my bounds here, but you were exempt from therapy, which is fine. It's not my place to question. But I think people here admire you, look up to you. Even though maybe you've done terrible things, and whether they're aware of or not, I think they admire you and look up to you because most people doing what you've done, going through what you've done, whether it's good or bad, whether it lended you a strained relationship with your son or not, most women, us women, would not be able to stand up and be a warrior goddess like you, a, a fighter, somebody flying into the face of danger, going head to head with the green goblin, the green giant Globnock. I'm privy to combat footage, so that's how I know about Globnock and your last encounter with it. You have a role to play here and shoes to fill. People look up to you. People respect you. I don't think we can excuse what happened. But I'll offer you the same piece of advice I did to your son. It happened 400 million years ago. And 9. You're still here, he's still here, Ash is still here, and the agent outside is still here. You represent all that's left of that world. And from everything everybody has told me about that place, it was the worst place. Whatever happened there should have stayed there.
She nods.
If you were truly a despicable creature, an evil woman, you'd be in league with people like Globnock, not rushing into battle to fight him, to save Ash and Towns, the agent. You wouldn't put your neck on the line for a government that didn't pay you, didn't even know you existed. I mean, granted, nobody in EarthGov condoned what Malcolm was doing, but held hostage on a ship? Any other woman would have buckled a long time ago. Most other women. Maybe not any other, but 99% of us. I assure you, I would have. I probably would have buckled back in the Gallia days. And that's discounting everything you went through with Malcolm, everything you're going to keep going through in this war, conflict, whichever you'd like to call it. But if you were truly a despicable woman, you wouldn't have people who look up to you here, or turn to you in times of need and combat. And I think much like your son, she runs her hand down her face and makes a blank expression. You both project this same visage of just, this makes you, unless you are a very charismatic person, if this, and she's going to do it again, is how everybody perceives you, most people aren't going to try to confide in you. They're going to find you unapproachable, even if they want to talk to you, even if they want to spend time with you. If you exude a presence that you merely tolerate others' existences, you might not like the outcome over time. One might call you, and she looks over at Julius, a user, an abuser. These are all things you probably don't want to be, or considered, or thought of. You've been through a lot, you've experienced a lot. We can't change what happened to the children, or whether they were poor or bad choices, whether they were made right or wrong 400 million years ago. It's all irrelevant at this point. But people look up to you, I think. And I think you should be willing to express yourself. Get to know people, let people get to know you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I don't think it's a switch you can just flick and start doing. You're not going to be the life of the party. I don't think you and Julius ever will. But I think pick and choose your battles. If you want to get to know somebody, if you want to talk to them, if you want to be, she looks over at Jaren, intimate. If you want to, whatever you want to do, treat somebody as a son or a daughter or this or that or a friend. The best way to do it is to sit down and talk. Don't exude the cold rainfall personality, and just be yourselves. Clearly, you're both likable. Clearly, the Rainfalls have excellent genetics. But I will say this: Julius's issues, a one-way road. Julius and Pequod met one another a long time ago back in the Headhunters. I was there. That first day, whenever it was, I don't know when they really became a thing or not. I don't know. But whenever it happened, that fateful day, Julius started down on this road, and it's led here. Because he never chose to. She does the same thing with her hand down her face. I mean, he did a lot of things that contributed, I'm sure. But he never chose to let the guard down, let the visage down. The same outcome will always play out. It can play out with him. She gestures over to Jaren, whether you like it or not. It could. I'm not saying you have to go spill your guts to every person on Gateway Station. But I do think if people look up to you, if people are supposed to trust you to protect them in combat, fight alongside them to the death, let's hope it never comes to that, but you should be willing to get to know your family. There's clearly no awkwardness left in the apartment, excluding the Pequod thing. But, Lasley's back. You two get along great. You have a lot in common. You both clearly adore your son. And there's other people too, but pick and choose your battles. You can speak in private. Be human. She looks right at Davine when she says it. Just be human. The cult tried to dehumanize you. That's what indoctrination does. Be human. You can't change your mistakes, but you can pay them forward.
She sort of giggles to herself. I can at least sit in the kitchen when they're all eating.
You can. And you can get to know the little girl that exempt you when you clearly needed therapy. That's not an insult. You can get to know her, the other girls. I think you and Hunk get along well together because you're both antisocial creatures by nature. For God's sakes, I've known him for how many years and I've never seen his face. She sighs. But I think you're a good person. I think you're a good woman. And I think everybody else here thinks that.
She nods. Thank you, Dr. Country.
You're welcome. And my brother and his friend Ian love you to death. They got you a leather jacket.
Honestly, I cannot wait.
Well, I hope to get a picture of you guys. I'd like to see you in that jacket. I don't know if Julius should go on the podcast. She looks over at Julius.
He rubs the back of his neck. Do you recommend that I don't, ma'am?
She looks at you. I recommend you go, but I think one thing Ash has always been very good at is, and at times to a fault, but protecting you. Just let Ash. I mean, if you want to talk, go ahead. I don't think it looks good if Pequod tunes into the podcast and you're there having a great time, though. If you care, I don't know if you want her back or not. That's up to you.
I can protect him. That's what big brothers do, right?
She stands up, closes her wrist computer. Julius, just one more question before I leave. What would you give to have Pequod back?
Quite literally anything.
Well, she looks around the apartment. You don't have much. All you have is your life. Would you give that?
Yes, ma'am.
She shrugged. That is true love. All we need is love. She shrugs, gives you a thumbs up. All right, have fun on the podcast. I'm always a phone call away. If you want to do more of these, you know where to find me. Davine, she walks up and shakes her hand.
It was nice to meet you.
It was a pleasure to meet you. She smiles. Best of luck, Julius. She turns, looking at Julius concerned.
Thank you, ma'am.
Ugh.
Thank
As
you.
you hear her walking out. You're welcome, Ash. And Ash, she pokes in the room. I am proud of you.
Thank you. Hey, how does it feel not to have to put me back together for once?
Excellent. Excellent. But I have to put Rangers back together.
Don't worry, someday it'll come where you'll be stuck with me again.
You hear her laughing as she leaves. And Jiren just looks at Davine. I agree with everything she said.
Thank you.
Your combat abilities alone. These girls, and I mean, Ash and Julius have seen you, but Icy, Sasha, Saris, they see you fighting. Your combat abilities alone are enough for people to be interested in you, to look up to you. You don't have to be a leader to be inspiring. You can be inspiring through acts.
She rubs her arm. Yes. She looks over at Ash. I'm really sorry.
Whatever for.
She looks over at Julius and, like, just sort of nods at her. Everything?
What do you mean? You've been good to me.
She still feels like crap because she didn't treat everyone well, so she's trying to start with you to apologize because she knows you'll be, receptive to it.
He's gonna get up, walk over, and hug her. You have nothing to apologize for. I know what it's like to have a pain in the depths of your chest that you don't want to deal with because of how badly it stings, right?
Yes.
Well, that's fine. That's what makes us human. To take those moments and to overcome them and grow. It's what sets us apart from almost every other creature in the universe. Humans, elves, any species. That's what soul is, Davine. You have no reason to be upset or apologize to me. I'm just happy you're doing well.
She nods, pats your cheek, and gives it a kiss. Thank you, Sharian.
You're welcome, and just remember, you're not alone. You've got a safety net now, and you've got a wonderful man who cares very deeply about you. As he steps out of the way.
Should I wear wigs? You see Jiren rubbing his head? Or do you prefer the bald head?
She chuckles, walks over. I prefer the bald because that's who you are, Jiren.
He lets go of his head.
She gives him a kiss.
He returns it. Good. You wouldn't believe the looks I got in the wig store down on Ring 2 today.
She starts laughing. If only I could have seen them.
I was going to get this they called it the Dreadlock wig. Dreadlock Jiren, they called me.
Oh, sir. No.
I didn't think that would have been a good idea. And she starts laughing while she hugs his waist.
He hugs her, and you hear everybody's out here, except Icy. She's out. She's asleep, because she doesn't drink or have a tolerance. But everybody's out here and just talking amongst themselves. Jiren, I suppose you'll go on the podcast, but after the cast, we're going out to dinner.
I agree.
And Julius, Ash, he points at both of you. I was at Tommy's restaurant. Don't let Nicole drink like that. He flexes. Don't. Come on, Davey. And he drags her out with.
You feel a little better?
He stands up and gives Ash a hug. Thank you for being a big brother to this little shit.
I've said it again and again, little brother. You are special. You're just finally realizing it.
No, trust me, I don't feel very special right now. Yeah.
You fucked up, but how many people are special enough to fix it?
Well, we're gonna put that to the test, aren't we? Because I'm gonna fucking try.
No.
And succeed.
That's the right way. There's no try. For a ranger, you do.
Chad, you still don't believe how I became a ranger before you. You're the ranger.
Because you're just that good.
He chuckles and lightly pushes Ash along. Yeah, get going, old man.
Now, everybody out here is playing the Amalco, and you hear Zap, and he has the remote in his hand, and he changes the channel on the TV, the setting on the TV, and you hear Hunk, I said no TV, and the pay-per-view starts, the match card starts to play as everybody stares at the TV.
Let me get the script.
Oh god, here we go. I've been waiting all night.
This Sunday night on this pay-per-view, Daz. It's a rematch from the electrifying match at Malkamania. We cut to a title card that says Hollywood Malk Hogan versus the Glob 2. It's the amazing, the good-looking, and electrifying Malk Hogan versus the immovable and charismatic The Glob in a rematch to end all rematches.
Denari is sitting next to him. Well, now, it is the most, rematch, and you see her head tilts and her eyes go cross for a second. Rematch to have ever graced us on pay-per-view. It's, Glob v. Hogan, too. It's gonna be a real slobber burner.
Yes, and No Way Out, a joint production between No Chance and Globdown. What a card we have for you at the Max Tech Arena on Colony N25. And of course, our theme, graciously gifted to us by the band Malcanescence, Bring Ravine to Life.
Yeah, I know that song. It's in that movie, Spider Chance. It's cool, it's off the charts.
Yes, it is, but you know what else is off the charts? It then cuts to a thing of Globnock flexing with Snarf standing next to him, and the title card says Triple G versus Snarf Steiner for the Majestic Heavyweight Championship. Triple G, Snarf Steiner facing each other for the Majestic Heavyweight Championship, putting everything on the line.
Yeah, the lean, mean component slinging machine plays the game for the championship.
He will. Elsewhere on the card, we then cut to Malcolm in an Olympic leotard. Team Colonel takes on the team of Spackle Lesnar, Rolla, and Naria. And it shows the three of them trying to look strong for the camera.
Spackle Lesnar.
Yeah, Team Colonel has the gold, but she gets hit in the back of the head. They will try and chop them down and get that gold.
Yes, and the Universal Tag Team Championships are on the line as Team Chance Knock takes on Rolly Van Dam and Skittle and defends their tag team titles.
Yeah, Rolly and Snarf. She gets hit in the back of the head again. Rolly and Skittle have been on a roll as of late, but they can beat the very, technically sound Universal Tag Team Champions.
And frustration boy has boiled over as the Malker Taker takes on the Glob Show this Sunday.
Yeah, the Scar Heyman mind games are done. There's no chance for the Glob Show when the Colonel Man looks to spoil his fun.
Yes, the Glob Show will rest in peace. And just announced today that Malk Hardy will be taking on Chris Rolico at No Way Out.
Yeah, the self-proclaimed king of the world thinks he has a chance against the colorful and charismatic Malk. The Enigma is gonna show him what for.
Yes, he will. But we will also have the MWF Cruiserweight title on the line with Glob Hardy takes on Snarfy Kidman for the championship.
Well, Glob Hardy has paid his dues, but now he has to fight against the reigning champion, Snarfy Kidman, who's gonna be hard-pressed to keep that belt around his waist. Although that wily boy does have a habit of keeping that thing against strong challengers.
And our last match on the card, the final capstone match, is Stone Cold Malk Austin meeting Danria Bischoff in a no-holds-barred R95 street fight.
It's been a couple weeks since Stone Cold's returned to the MWF, and we all know he's gonna be spewing venom at. Wait, Mal, that's me. Oh. And she gets hit back in the head again. And Bischoff, if you don't believe in God, then start.
And if you can't be on R95, the best way to see No Way Out is on pay-per-view. You don't want to miss Hogan versus the Glob 2? Then call your local cable company or email us at AOL or Roadrunner.com. And order now because this is for a limited time. But ladies and gentlemen, we're not finished yet. Here and now on Globdown, the confrontation you've been waiting all night for. Spackle Lesnar and Malk Angle here on Globdown. You could see Malcolm stand up and start taking his clothing off, revealing the Olympian's leotard.
Oh my God, I can't wait. I really can't. And fades to black.
You see everybody just looking at the TV. Some people looking shocked, some looking smiled. Zap just looking with a smile. Zap just and you see Towns with his hand up. Was that just the same 6 people over and over again?
Yes.
Sasha, yeah. The MWF Well, there are random people in the MWF. They were the slaves that got killed. Towns kind of sinks into his chair, right?
If you saw during the Team Angle part, there were 2 colonists behind him. They didn't make it out.
Yes.
You see Leslie shiver for a second, and Towns, it's not my place, but something tells me General Rico's daughter would really like a picture of Malcolm in whatever an Olympic leotard is.
I'll see if I can find one for her. I didn't know that Snarf, not you, Snarf. That Scar got a job as a manager in the MWF, though. That's interesting.
You hear Snarf, Scar was a man of few words. A simple man. I miss the guy, but, oh god, that poor bastard. He didn't know what he was getting into when he signed up.
Played the manager. The man was he was extremely strong, a laborer. He would have been perfect to play a wrestler, not. And she gestures towards Snarf and Rolly. Not them.
Yeah, well, he could most definitely have kicked Malcolm's ass, Davey. This is Snarf. And Rolly, clearly we couldn't, Davey. He shrugs at her.
But a manager? He made the man do promos.
And he had no fucking charisma. As Snarfle starts laughing.
Yes.
You all saw how he acted in whatever he acted in.
What's the problem, officer?
Yes,
Everybody starts laughing.
yes, all the promos were like that.
Leslie, I'd like to see one of those promos someday, Ash, if you would be so kind.
Well, I don't think I have one completely ready, but I do have him delivering the catchphrase Malcolm gave him.
Let's see it.
He plays it and you see Scar. I'm gonna tell you, Malker Taker, that the Glob Show will beat you at No Way Out. And that's not a prediction. That's a spoiler.
Everybody starts laughing. Snarf. Think of it this way: he was the manager for some reason, and he was the manual laborer on the ship who never manually labored anything, because when anything needed moved, Omega Tristan was called for. Scar even used to tell me he didn't know why he was even there. Malcolm, you guys know how Scar got on the ship, right?
I thought he just was hired. He was there when we came.
No. Okay, so Scar was a dock worker at Sword Base. Lifting boxes, he knew how to run a lift loader, big yellow things. I'm sure you've seen him with the claw hands.
Yeah.
He knew how to do that. Malcolm just grabbed him the day we left and dragged him onto the ship.
Oh, God.
Everybody starts laughing.
Wonderful.
He was loading stuff on the ship in the loader, and he got out of the loader to come in and strap down the food supplies and stuff, and Malcolm just said, "You're coming with us," and closed the door to the back of the ship, and that's how Snarf became a member of Sigma.
Amazing. Wonderful.
Commander Integra, God, every time I open my wrist computer, I get these stupid ads for these games. And she pulls it up. Colonel Mon Tristan version. What in Jesus' name is this?
I'm guessing.
God.
Isn't that one of the RPGs he was planning for the Amalco, Julius?
It was a game where everyone in the world would gather up certain monsters from around the galaxy, and they would use them to do like little fights, you know. Julius. Julius was one of these monsters. And that guy right there, and he points to Malcolm, he was my trainer.
Everybody starts laughing. Leslie scoffed. Trainer my ass.
He's the one who, in the game, taught me how to completely harness my symbiote to fight against these monsters that he would pit me up against.
And become the Colonel Mon master, apparently, as she's watching the rest of the ad.
Yes, he had to defeat the Elite Four, all of which was, and he points over to Ash, him.
In different outfits.
Also, eat gym leaders, all of which were people from around the ship. The water trainer, because it was, certain types. The water trainer was my mother in a bikini. And,
Everybody starts laughing.
and you would go around fighting these people. And once you got all the gyms and defeated the Elite Four, you would go to the final boss.
Oh, and the final boss was Ash.
It was Ash. It was just a big old Ash with big old Colonel Mons or whatever they were called.
Commander Integra closes the ad. Would be an excellent gift for Pequod, Julius. You look quite cute here on this menu screen.
Julius. Fucking Julius toys.
You would look... It would be a good gift for her, I think, Julius. She's looking right at you.
Yeah, I think it would, but I don't know, Ash, was that one ever completed?
I think it was mostly done when everything went down, from what I remember of him screaming at those so-called board meetings. But, Rico's probably paying to have it finished, because it would be a moneymaker.
Snarf nods. Yeah, a lot of our unfinished fucking garbage we put out for this piece of junk, they're finishing. Hunk looks at you, Julius. I know you got a lot on your plate, Julius, but Icy's birthday's coming up, and I have an idea to get her something special. But I'm gonna need your help, and Ash's help. And probably yours, that he points over to Towns, and Towns, okay.
Yeah, what is it?
I'll tell you. Well, he looks around the room. I want it to be a complete surprise. So, some other time I'll tell you.
Of course.
Alright.
Well, we have somewhere to be, don't we?
Leslie, podcast time. We'll be watching it from here.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, have fun. Julius, just try and... Leslie, looking at you, just try and get through it.
I'll try, Mom.
You will. Zap. Looking up at you, Julius.
He walks over, gives Hunk a hug, Leslie a kiss on the cheek. Alright.
Okay. Davine, Jiren kisses Davine goodbye. You know where to go.
Ash kisses Sarah's.
She returns the kiss, and you guys find yourself here. The show hasn't gone live yet. The guys are waiting for you. And you sit down. Pat looks at you guys. Ready to go.
Ready when you are.
We got a lot to go through today. Davine, may I present you? Ian stands up with the CU podcast, the leather jacket.
She stands up, takes it, puts it on, and gives him a hug immediately.
He hugs her back. This jacket gives Davine a +4 to charisma and 2 to wisdom.
Let's go.
Holy crap!
So Davine's rolling in the stats. She doesn't have to wear it all the time, but if she's wearing it into battle in her battle gear, that would be amazing advertising for these guys.
Holy crap!
Ian's gonna sit down. Okay, so we got some things we want to go over, and we got these 2 videos, but we want to open the show with more of the Amalco stuff. Just talk about the Amalco stuff. Really send the points home.
Yeah.
Tell us when you're ready to go.
Ready?
All right. Davine, her jacket on, looking fresh. The theme song plays. They introduce you guys like last time. Pat puts his hand up. Now let's get right into it. So, let's catch up with everybody here. We're short one person, but that's okay. Don't need to get into that. Ash, how you been doing?
Better than ever, boys.
Good. How was your I don't know, it's been a week and a half. How was your week?
All things considered, pretty good. Just, life, right?
Yeah. Miss Davine, how was your weekend?
It was quite good. I've been looking forward to coming back on the show.
Our show last week, or 2 weeks ago, whenever you were last on, is the most viewed show of all time. I think we reached a very broad audience, spilling the truth about Malcolm and your non-existent relationship. Julius, we know you're doing good. Anyway, skipping Julius. So let's get into something. So there's a lot of... You guys know what a meme is.
Oh, yes, of course.
There are a lot of memes out there. Ever since you guys came back, with the truth, talking about Malcolm. And what we do every week now is we pick our favorite Malcolm meme. And since you guys are coming on, we can post them. You have no preconceived notion of what it's going to be. We can post it and get your honest reaction. This, you may have seen it on the eNet. It's one of the most downloaded, images around. But here you go. So clearly, as you can see, that picture is one of those hand-drawn art pictures Malcolm had done of Davine, and the good denizens of the internet made that meme out of Malcolm. They used some cartoon that apparently you guys based a movie off of, from what we're finding out.
Yes. Why does she look afraid in the picture?
Wouldn't you be afraid if Malcolm was touching you?
I guess, but he commissioned that.
Davine, in your honest summation of this image, what do you think?
I think it is an accurate representation of him.
Well, not only that, Ian speaks up, but it's accurate because he never actually got to touch Davine willingly. He only touched her against her will. Is that not correct?
It is true, yes.
You see, we're just driving this point home because, again, I think we said it last time you were on, but this is a victory lap for us. Finally getting to shut up these fucking people who thought somehow Colonel Sanders pulled Davine. Anyway, we were doing some digging and research, and, it's classified material, but it got out. We're not really sure how it got out. But this is a camera POV footage of what happened when you guys were trying to infiltrate. You guys are heroes. Don't let anybody tell you different. You helped liberate Mars, killing the heads of Max Tech. But this is a POV footage from We Believed in Aria. And there's 3 parts to this, and they play this out. You can read it aloud in your character.
Should we really be letting Malcolm get us into the city?
I can hardly remember his name. We should be okay.
Welcome to the capital of Mars. State your business here.
Then, of course, the next part.
Well, yeah, Colonel Malcolm Trans of the Arcane Council. We've come to kill the heads of Max Tech. General Rico sent us this way. Oh, gods.
This a joke, old man?
Then, of course, the final part.
Meet my wife, Davine!
Oh, well, she is hot. Agreed. Okay, go in.
They start laughing. So tell us, is that actually how you got into the city?
Yes.
He actually used... Look at Davine's expression. Ian points up to him. That is the face of a happy wife. You truly believe that?
Oh, you can't see it there, but he's actually grabbing her shoulder behind me.
Pat looks at Ian. Is that your happy face, Davy?
Oh, yes, that is my happy face. That is the face that I make when I am overjoyed.
Take the picture down. So the Amalco stuff is insane. It's crazy. Insane doesn't do it justice. But we've been doing some digging, and as I said, we like to tear this Malcolm guy down. We truly believe this is what he deserves, to be torn down on a subatomic level. Unfortunately, we won't be able to do that to him because he's dead, but check out this claim. I'm not sure if you guys have ever seen this before, but read the last bullet point.
Hall of Fame Yankees. Oh, God.
Plus, Davine, was he a Hall of Fame Yankees minor league baseball player?
No, he did that because at one point, trying to get me more interested in him, he had claimed to Julius that he was a minor league Yankees baseball player and had brought him and me to a game.
And me.
And he brought you, Ash.
No, you weren't there.
No, I was. He just got me a chair at the absolute most nosebleeds you possibly could, and then gave me French fries with ground glass and arsenic on them.
Lucky bastard.
Yeah.
Did you even know what baseball was, Davine?
Not a clue. Do you know how confused I was when all I saw was this group of people take the field and then someone throw a ball at someone holding a stick, try and hit it, miss 2 times, then hit something, and the ball just get thrown all around the field, and eventually reaching one person. And the man didn't even make it to the plate. He was so slow.
And I'm sure Malcolm used the Arcane Counts' money for those front row ticket seats behind home plate.
Obviously, but what else?
I think I heard him say something about him telling Granddad that it was a recon mission.
They start laughing and take the picture down. So, now, retro game podcast, but we like movies. We love our movies. We saw Chancinator 2 Promotion Day. I don't take this the wrong way. This is Ian talking. Don't take this the wrong way, but the only scenes I enjoyed were the end where Ash was beating Malcolm up. Sorry, but
I enjoyed that more than you'll ever know.
I quite enjoyed the scene where he jumped on the truck and he was somehow missing you point blank with some type of automatic weapon. I'm not a gun guy.
Yes, he was. Oh. My only regret with that is that I didn't swing that pipe again after knocking him out.
Now we've seen some of the Malcolm movies. It's the in vogue thing, and they are funny. Malkiana Jones in The Last Crusade. The fight on the tank was that scripted, or did you just start beating him up again? Was this just something that happened? You just beat the shit out of him?
It was scripted at first, but then I just, I saw an opportunity and I took it.
So there's 2 movies on the horizon we've heard about, and it's right up our alley. We're into superheroes, comic books, even though the podcast doesn't typically cover all this stuff. But we've heard about what's the dealio? This is Pat talking on Spider Chance Spider. There's some movie. What is that all about?
Alright. So, Spider Chance is, as you can guess, his attempt at Spider-Man. If you want a sneak preview, Malcolm Chance plays the titular role of Malky Parker.
They start laughing.
His love interest is Davine Jane Watson.
Of course, who else?
There's Julius Osborne. And, Ash Osborne, also known as the Green Gunslinger. Oh, sorry, not Julius. Globnock Osborne. Pardon me. Brain.
Oh, so Julius, you didn't get to play in the movie?
I did.
Okay, no problem. Ash, who did he play? Julius's throat is bothering him. He's been sick lately. Ash, who did he play?
He played Julius Jonah Jameson Jr.
The newspaper dude guy from the comic books.
Mhm.
And so there's this Spider-Man movie. I like to fancy myself, this is Pat, an intelligent guy, not over-intelligent, but I imagine he saw this movie and probably saw the scene where they kiss upside down in the rain, and that is the impetus of getting himself in a spandex leather suit.
Mhm.
Dating some of my gags.
Mind you, 2/3 of the time it was actually Julius in the suit.
Doing the actual work.
Yes. But the kiss, oh boy, the kiss. Well, you can ask her how it felt to kiss him with the wet beard falling on her head.
Have you ever... Have you ever kissed the hair that came out of the shower drain?
They both start laughing. Ian speaks up, I have not, but I'm sure it's an unpleasant experience.
More than you will ever know.
It looked like a
Hopefully.
patch of white moss was growing off of her forehead.
Oh God, a Sharian, please.
Yes, but clearly she was madly in love with Malcolm, ladies and gentlemen.
Of
Clearly. Yes, clearly. If you have an IQ under 50, you clearly believe that. Apes have higher IQs than that. Moving on, as Pat pulls up a video. So, a dealer's choice. You guys, we bring you here. You guys have to talk about these experiences. Would you like to talk about his MTV? MTV doesn't even exist anymore, mind you. His MTV Cribs House tour first, or the tour of the one of the many Amalco offices?
We'll do the tour of the offices first. I think that sounds like fun, right, Davine?
Oh, I think it sounds like a blast.
Let's get to work.
They pull up the video. Pat plays it. Go ahead.
Malcolm clumsily swinging the camera around. Hello, everybody! Now we've shown you our majestic headquarters a number of times at this point, but here we have something special. Our Ripper System headquarters. Here at Division, I'm going to give you a little tour and introduce you to some of our Ripper System crew members. First, I'll introduce you to our money man, Globnock. He walks over to a room with Globnock playing with a pile of credits on the desk, which he quickly hides when he sees he's being filmed.
Hey, man.
So this is where all the magic happens, aside from my bedroom, of course.
Yeah, man. This is where it happens. Malky wants money.
Very true and wise as usual, Globnock.
It's where it all happens. This box has all the money. The box of glob, I call it.
Yes! Without this room, there would be no Division. No Amalco, and what a sad universe that would be. How do you like working here so far, Globnock?
Man, it's the best job I've ever had. Real easy.
Now, before you think I told him that, I didn't. I'm just the best boss ever. As you see Snarf wheeling one of those red wagons into the room filled to the brim with components. See you later, Globnock, my best friend there. He walks 2 steps out of the room. Now that we've seen the money man, we'll actually show you a bit of the building. On to the entrance. He gets over there. Look, there's all this wiring on the walls we're hanging our games off of. Well, when we open this office, it'll look very different once we get the whole team here. Points to a random wall in the entrance. We're gonna put a Division sign right there with the Amalco right next to him. He walks into the completely empty office area, which is furnished with unnecessarily nice furniture. Onto the main area! Only the best for my suite. We painted it Davine's favorite color, Davine Blue.
Is that your favorite color, David?
It's green.
Thank you!
Let me show you around a bit more. It's almost like he's just spinning in place. The camera's whipping so much, and he eventually reaches the kitchen. Here's the kitchen area. He points to what appears to be a Goomba on the glass, except it has Rolly's face taped to it. Look at this! From our hit Amalco! exclusive Stomp the Bug featuring Malkio. He keeps
Stomp
walking-
the Bug? Wasn't that guy a member of your squad?
Yes.
Great man, ladies and gentlemen. Worthy of your money. Continue.
He looks around. But this is where we get the fuel needed to keep the men who make the Amalco going. We're gonna have a 6-star chef in here feeding them every day. Only the best for you. He walks away and it almost looks like he's trying to make people sick with how much he shakes the camera. This is our game room. Look at all of the games, and look, it's Julius. It shows Julius, who looks like he was trying to hide in the corner of the room.
Oh, god damn it.
Yo, Julius, for those who don't know, not only is he our customer service rep, he's also our video expert.
Julius shakes his head and sighs. I've never made a single video for
Ah, what a kidder. He's so modest. He's helping set things up right now. He pans the camera to show that there's no cameras or lights. There's just boxes and random shit in the room. He's setting up for a shoot we're doing tomorrow.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are. What a kidder. Get back to work, my boy. We have some news to discuss after this. He leaves and goes into a different room. Here's John's office. He's on a call, so I should be quiet. You then see Ash desperately trying to get a call through to Ceres. Malcolm, please, go away. As you can see, he's working on Colonel Force Redux. The call Ash is making suddenly gets picked up, and you see Ceres appear on screen and start asking who it is before Malcolm kicks the cord out of the wall, causing the call to drop. Aha, very cool. We'll be doing a video about that game in the next few days. As he turns, you can see Ash hanging his head, looking like he's about to cry in the background. Mind you, that was me trying to get a call through to my fiancée, who at the time I hadn't spoken to at all in a little over a year.
And he hadn't spoken to her because he had kept you where?
On the frontier. Oh, and also he told her that I was cheating on her by then.
Oh! Oh! So just another lie to add to the list of lies that makes him an excellent man to give your life savings to for his game console.
Oh, yes, he tried to ruin my relationship and break the love of my life's heart. Wonderful man. Brilliant person to donate to, really.
Ian puts up his hand. He didn't succeed, right?
No. Sarah.
But then we have to have her on the show.
Oh, glad.
If she wants to come.
If she'd
wants
like to, I'd gladly have her on.
If we could bring her on the show, I'd love to hear her first-hand account of more of Malcolm's lies. And we can get her a jacket if she'd like, though it won't be as fancy as Davine's. That one cost us a lot of credit.
That's fair. Well, let's see what else is in this.
They play.
You see Julie. Okay, where did I get lost? Okay, he continues to walk until he reaches a conference room. This is a conference room! And he points the camera to a pair of massage chairs. These are our massage chairs! Me and Davine have already broken these in together. As he giggles sitting down,
No, she hasn't.
I can still feel her contours buried into the seat.
You can see Julius walk by up into the room with his wrist computer up that says out of relay range, and he looks at Malcolm. Ash was the last one to sit in that, Malcolm.
It shows him running to a trash can before it jaggedly cuts to him in a different hallway outside of a bathroom. Yes, this is cool too. He picks up a Guitar Hero guitar. This guitar was signed by the legendary Kurt Cobain. A legendary songwriter, and he's helping us work on our new Guitar Colonel game. And there, picks up a poster. What does this say? Yes. He turns it around to face the camera, where it clearly shows on the bottom, property of the Gaming Museum of EarthGov.
He stole those? Ian speaks.
I believe so.
That's who stole those!
Just wait, there's more.
Oh, great.
Night Stalker! Really cool. And then there's this. He pulls up a Mike Tyson's Punch-Out poster that has the game and the cartridge and everything in it, with the same property of the Gaming Museum of EarthGov sticker on it. My good friend Michael signed this. He's gonna be on this channel soon, playing Glob Glob with me. We know how much Michael loves video games. Moving on. There's the, tainted conference room again. Ah, here we are. Our Vice President of Business Dev, Mercurius. It pans over to the blank stare of Mercurius sitting behind a desk, editing what appears to be a movie. Yo, what's up, Merc?
Mercurius stares at him blankly.
You've been in this office for months now, haven't you?
He nods once.
And leaves. Why did I give the robot a corner office? Moving on, yes! This was a walk-in freezer, but now we're using it for storage. He opens it up as the cold air rushes out, and you see it is still frozen with filled with various frozen meats. We'll be moving most of this out soon, but you must understand, me and Globnock are very hungry boys. He goes through another door. And welcome to our garage! This is where the assembly of the Amalco mainly occurs. It pans over the garage. Ignore the cars! They're from my professional racing career. I won the Daytona 500 on 3 separate occasions. I won them all in this Burger Time card, the game that good old Julius looks forward to the most. And look at this! It pans the camera over to a jet fuselage. This is the fuselage of an experimental jet that never went into production. Black bag, very secret, but just the cockpit, and there's only 5 of them in existence. Moving on.
Where the fuck did he get that?
Probably embezzled EarthGov money to buy it.
From Max Tech, perhaps?
Oh, in bed with the enemies, ladies and gentlemen. Just keep giving him your money.
He speed walks past a bunch of expensive and interesting-looking machinery. And this is where Spackle makes the components for the Amalco. Nothing important. But this! He walks up to a, 3-foot-tall, 2-foot-wide pile of plastic shells. These are all the old shells for the Amalco! We had to go through many iterations to get something that can live up to the beauty of Devine. Oh, her contours are what inspired the design. We decided on Julius Red, David Blue, Denaria Wood Grain, and Malcolm Gold for the frame colors.
You see Ian gagging.
Look, bring on the wood grain. He walks... Oh, wait, where'd it go? He walks back to the entrance, and in the background you can see Globnock furiously talking to someone on a holo communicator, but you can't make out who, as he just runs past. And this is back where we came in, but there's still one more room that needs to be shown. It cuts to him directly in front of a door, to which he opens it and reveals a dimly lit office. This is my office! Devine's favorite room in the building! You see multiple pieces of gaming memorabilia, each having the property of the Gaming Museum of EarthGov on the bottom of them. Such a beautiful hold, with many treasures to behold. Such as my Ranger Sequoia, which he picks up and accidentally fires into the wall, to which point you hear...
Julius scream and fall to his hands and knees outside the door. Oh my god! You almost hit me!
Oh damn, only almost?
Julius, to which groans, stands up and storms off.
Alright, Julius, we are just about out of time. Thank you for coming on this tour with me, and I hope you all have a grand old night.
It cuts to black as you hear Julius yelling in the hallway.
The video goes off. Only almost. Pat looks at the camera. Only almost. You gave that guy your money. Only almost. So, about how many Amalcos do you think were actually produced at that $1 million office facility?
I'm not sure on the actual consoles, but I know that in the time I was there, I forced labor, mind you, put together maybe 200 decently functional controllers.
We know SIS is they're in possession of 10 or 11 Amalcos in total.
I would say maximum 100 total ever were made.
And he took $12 million of colonist money.
And that's not counting
Yep.
how much money he got for the grant.
Oh, don't bring up the grant, Ash.
Oh, please! What's this grant you're talking about, Ian? Is it the Bavarian grant, or is it the grant for the technology grant? Which one? He had a few grants, if our research is true.
It was a grant that I think General Rico and General Lorelei had actually co-sponsored, which brings me to a point. If you ever saw him claim that the legendary Gondar, General Rico, General Lorelei, any of them had any part in this, take a guess what I'm about to say.
Not true.
None of them ever even knew it was going on.
Yeah, and we can definitely confirm that General Lorelei is not a big Malcolm fan, being that though we didn't pry or try to talk to her, we were taken on a tour around Ring 8, and I don't know if you guys would back us up on this, but oddly enough, there's no Malcolm promotional material on the Ranger wing of Fleet.
Lorelei, the General, bloody hates it. She may hate Malcolm Chance even more than anyone in this room.
Understandably so. So he produced probably under, let's just be generous, 400 consoles. Took, it's more. We have a hard figure of 12 million, but this is a guesstimate and probably way under. If you had to estimate how much of this money, let's just say 12 million, he actually spent on making the console and the pre-orders, mind you, these people are owed this equipment, this shitty system. How much do you think he actually spent on these consoles? Because they're clearly not powerful. They can barely run any games. The only interesting looking game is Colonel Mon.
If I had to make a rough estimate, and this is again being very generous, 5%, maybe?
Right. So, back before the Calamity Wars, if you know anybody who was around back then, though they're rare, but if you know anybody who was around back then, there was a TV station called MTV, Music Television. It is not around anymore. It hasn't been for a long time. So if it's not around, how did Malcolm have an MTV Cribs house tour?
Oh, God, he actually went through with that.
Yes, he did. We have the full uncut video. It surfaced on the ENet. Apparently, the EarthGov Broadcasting Network did get the video sent to them with a memo from Malcolm saying, play it on MTV. As I said, there is no MTV. So he was truly out of his mind.
Yes, so, this is a fun one. He bought... You remember how you said 12 million credits, right?
Probably more, but yeah.
He bought a mansion that was worth more than that, and he furnished it with even more credits, and then did that.
Here's his MTV house tour right here. This is the we're paused on frame 1. I'd just like to preface, we've skimmed through this. There is a lot of stolen stuff in this apartment. So if we could get the address of this place, not give it out on the podcast, but maybe forward it to Lorelei or SIS, and then a lot of these artifacts can be returned to the rightful museums that EarthGov owns, where these things were clearly stolen from. That would be good for the retro market, the conservation.
Agreed. I don't know the exact address, but I do know the planet it's on, because without saying it on air, he exploited the fact that we had saved that planet to get a better deal on the mansion.
Mind you, that's a hover Ferrari that he's getting out of. That alone cost 30-40 million credits. So, God knows where that money came from. Anyway, without further ado, and they play the video.
We open as Malcolm drives up in an actual vintage Corvette. and with royalty-free rock music playing as he steps out of the car, and a wall of text is shown on screen that says Malky Chancerico, age 34, occupation head of day vision, inventor of the Amalco, colonel, hobbies leading men, creating games, and Davine. It then cuts inside the home. Hey there, I'm Malky Tellerico, and welcome to my crib MTV. To which point we see Julius get shoved into frame with green hands just barely showing. This is Julius, and together we'll be showing you my crib.
Julius stares at the camera. It's not even his house.
Onto the tour! And actually, you idiot, it is. I just got it using Granddad's credit card. The first thing I'll show you is this portrait of Walt Disney, signed by the man himself, and a check that he wrote to boot.
Julius bends over and reads the text on the plaque. Property of the Walt Disney Corporation Museum.
Moving on, look at this! Handcuffs that belong to Harold Houdini himself, holding up a pair of old-looking handcuffs.
Malcolm, I can see the tag on them. You bought those from Kohl's? What even is a
Shut
Kohl?
up. That's Houdini's middle name. Let's keep going. It cuts to them standing in front of an arcade cabinet. Look at this! Every game ever created loaded onto one single cabinet.
Julius hits the on button on the front, and as it turns on, you can see only 3 options for games, those being Galaga, Excitebike, and Contra.
You have to go through more menus to use that correctly.
Right, as he looks over to the stack of boxes labeled property of the Gaming Museum of EarthGov. What's that, Malcolm?
Look at this! As he forcibly turns Julius's head. You know, I've never had a drop of alcohol in my life.
Julius moves Malcolm's hand off of his face. I saw you drinking an entire bottle of Cerulean Novara wine last night.
No, you saw me drinking this, an obsession of mine, as he pulls a bottle of balsamic vinegar off the wall. You know, being a paisano myself, I love the taste of, looks at the label, extra virgin olive oil.
Then take a drink.
What?
Take a drink of the olive oil that says balsamic vinegar on the label.
I couldn't, Julius. Some of these are older than I am.
But that one isn't. Go ahead. Take a drink.
Of course! He pops it open and starts chugging it before you see his eyes snap open, a loud gag, and it cuts to them at a different portion of the house. You know, Julius, you asked me what every household should have, right? As he's wiping his tongue on his shirt.
No. But go ahead and tell me, because you're gonna do it anyways.
Correct! I think every household should have a Spider-Man room! As he flings the door open to reveal a room filled with Spider-Man memorabilia. What do you think, my child?
Oh my god. His eyes widen as he steps into the room. Where did you get all of this?
Well, I've collected it for years, don't you know? I'm the biggest Spider-Man fan in the universe.
No, Malcolm, seriously, where did you get this? There's gotta be hundreds of millions of credits in this room.
I told you, I bought them all. Slowly. Look! He points over to a pile of like 5 filing cabinets on the ground. This has every appearance of Spider-Man ever made, in chronological order no less. He rips one open and pulls out a book. This is Amazing Fantasy 15. Did you know this was released all the way back in 1962? As he waves it and shakes it around wildly in Julius's face.
Oh, stop waving it around! Do you know how much that's worth?
Yes, I do. I paid 150 million credits for it, after all.
Oh my god, I might be sick.
Not the Spider-Man room! Go to the bathroom. There's little Charizard gaming cards from 1996 encased in the resin countertop.
Julius sighs and pinches the bridge of his nose. Just move on.
Very well. He throws the Amazing Fantasies over his shoulder. Come with me to the living room, as he drags him, and it cuts to them standing in front of a piano.
Why are we here?
Let me tell you, my boy, he sits down. When I was a young boy, my granddad made me take piano lessons, and that's what inspired me to become a famous video game songwriter as he sits with his fingers on the keys.
Oh, this ought to be good.
Yes, it will! And you see Julius's face widen in surprise as Malcolm begins playing Beethoven's Third Symphony almost beautifully and perfectly.
Julius looks up at the camera and mouths, "What the hell?"
Before Julius can even finish mouthing it, there's a rapid decline in the playing ability as Malcolm almost looks confused and desperate, and trying desperately to play like he was before until it devolves into him just smashing his hands on the keyboard.
That's more like I was expecting.
I'm sorry, my boy. I don't know what happened. It just got away from me. He shakes his head, and you see his eyes snap back to looking like he has the whole video. Well, that's whatever. Shall we go to the living room now?
Sure.
It cuts to them in the living room. Look at these books that I have. This one is by my ancestor, James Chance, a colonel as well. He holds it up, and it reads, How to Get a Girl to Like You, a Master's Guide. I live by this one. Much wisdom. Which books have you read recently, my boy? I'm sure you've read them too. I've read them too.
Cuts over to Julius. I've been reading a lot of Blood Hunter orders about alchemy, a lot of cookbooks.
Ash is gonna point out, what's that in the background?
Dear God, Ian, looking up at the screen.
Oh God, that's me and Malcolm, same screen together.
Correction, this is Ian. Correction, that is a clearly photoshopped image of you and Malcolm.
Yes, correct.
Okay. Apologies. Let's continue the video.
Pat shaking his head, laughing, continue.
How interesting! The history of people like you and your mother must be wonderfully interesting. What kind of blood hunter is Davine? She must be one. She hunted my heart down after all.
Oh God!
She isn't a blood hunter, Malcolm.
But isn't it passed down from relatives, my boy? Surely she is, to make one like you.
Well, for the kind I am, at least. You know, sort of archaic. Yeah, but I'm the first of my kind. She doesn't have any abilities like that.
Oh, no matter! Enough of this stupidity. Let's go to the pool! We cut to them at the pool with Julius looking deadpan at something off frame as it slowly pans over to that statue of Davine and continues panning to Malcolm, who's smiling at the camera with 2 thumbs up.
Julius sighs and walks away.
Wait, no, where are you going? It cuts to them now standing next to the statue. Isn't it beautiful, Julius? One of many around the pool, seeing as it's a transport to a fantasy realm. There are many statues, such as tigers or... Oh no, look behind you!
Julius looks behind himself to see a giant and very lifelike velociraptor statue as he screams and jumps backwards almost into the pool.
What do you think?
Oh my God, Malcolm, God damn it.
I thought you'd love it. Over there is a treasure chest filled with ancient arcade gaming tokens.
Why?
Because! Now it's time to go to the garage.
The garage.
Shut up. He pulls him as it cuts to them in front of the garage, in front of a Ferrari with an Escalade sitting in the background.
Why the hell are we here? So you can show off this. He looks at the Ferrari that looks like it's about to fall apart. Car.
A beauty, isn't she? One of a kind, custom built.
Looks like every other Ferrari I've ever seen.
Well, wait till you hear this baby purr, just like Davine. He gets inside and begins to rev the engine, to which it rattles and rod knocks. It sounds like it's going to explode, and no purring can be found. Listen to her! The same noise Davine makes when I'm nearby!
Julius looks at the camera and starts to laugh.
Yes, you're laughing because it's far too impressive. It is, I know. He's cut off by just a pop, pop, pop. boom, as black smoke starts coming out of the tailpipe, to which he immediately turns the car off.
Julius starts laughing even harder.
That's just a kink. The poor girl still needs to work some out. One-of-a-kind vehicle and all. Not everyone can have fun kinks like David.
Oh my god, it's a piece of crap. The car is terrible.
Shut up, boy! How could you? And it cuts right as Malcolm's hand is swinging towards Julius with them in a new room. Look, Julius, this! As he gestures around, this is the Malkiana Jones Award room. Look at them, Julius. My Guinness World Records. He gestures to 20 of them laid out on the ground. This one is for most video games worked on in a lifetime at 792.
Malcolm.
Yes, boy. Jealous, are you?
No. That says most training simulations completed before being sent out on a combat mission. Why does that record even exist, Malcolm?
I don't know, because it doesn't. It says video games, boy. Video games.
Julius's eyebrow raises as he points to the sentence again. Training simulation.
He's slapped in the face as it cuts to them in a different room in front of a bunch of very old video game consoles with a thick layer of dust on them. Finally, we come here. These are all my consoles I've played over the years, and this, he picks up a terrible-looking Intellivision console. This is the first I ever played on.
Julius begins to point at the plaque with property of the Gaming Museum of EarthGov before he stops himself and sighs.
What do you think? Incredible artifacts, aren't they?
Yeah.
I knew you'd agree. Maybe you aren't that much of a deadbeat after all.
Oh.
It's because of this console, the first console, that I want Davision to succeed. But now that you've seen my crib, yo, what do you think of it?
Julius looks straight at the camera and clicks his tongue. Oh yeah. Real cool museum of stolen artifact as the boom mic comes down and smacks him on the top of the head as you hear Globnok chuckle.
He turns to the camera. Until next time, my bros and hoes, I'm Malky Talarico, and this was my crib as Ring of Shooting Stars plays and it fades to black.
The video fades off the screen. Pat. So, bros and hosts. That's the guy you gave your money to. And thankfully, since General Rico is a nice man, generous man, you'll be getting your money and your console back. Tell me something. Pat looks over at Julius and then Ash, Davey and Ash, how much of that do you think in that house is stolen? A percentile, like, you know.
99.99999%.
I would have said about 75 to 80 because I do know he bought some of them. He did buy that comic book.
That he ruined.
Well, I think even in the case that... Oh, first off, he got that for way less than it's worth. I've since looked that up, right? But even in the shape it's in, it's probably worth more than that, so at least there's some consolation there. But my god, he just destroyed a piece of history.
Pat nods his head, somber expression on his face. At the very least, we can find that mansion and, you know, those property of the EarthGov Gaming Museum of History. There was an incredible theft at that museum. I don't know if you guys have ever been to that museum, but anyway, every door at that museum is triple steel barred when they're closed. That means triple layers of steel bars that go in every direction, up, down, left, right, and diagonally, right, on every access. Apparently somebody busted through the back door, tripped the alarm, beat up the Metro cops that showed up to respond to this. Other cops were on their way calling in backup. They got teleported by the time they got there. They got teleported into the river. None of them died. But anyway, long story short, does that sound like something Malcolm and Globnok could have pulled off to steal
yes,
all that stuff?
100%. That was That was like Grobnog and Malcolm's thing. He would punch everyone, and then Malcolm would teleport either them or others away.
If it's their MO to a T, it 100% was them, guaranteed. I'd bet my life on it.
So not only did he defraud you people out of your money, steal from people, steal from institutions, but he lied about everything. Because everything in that video is a lie. There's nobody alive who worked on 700 plus games. Nobody.
No.
Not a damn person. Though the one thing I will say about games when it comes to Malcolm, every game I've seen on the Amelco looks like shit. However, Colonel Mon looks interesting. And thank God you will not need an Amelco to play any of these games. They're all going to be put on the eNet web store for $1, $2 a piece. Then all the money goes to the Malcolm Fund. So if you have it in your heart and your time to support the people affected by Malcolm's misdoings, bad deeds, misappropriation of prehistoric creatures, I think Colonel Mon would be a good buy, personally, from everything we've seen out of it.
Oh, and yes, you mentioned misappropriation. You know he got that statue of the raptor just to fuck with Julius, right?
So you guys, I mean, Jurassic Galaxy, you have a history. That makes sense. Was this video recorded before or after Galaxy?
It was before Galaxy, but we'd already had an encounter with raptors at that point.
Okay, so he was just a complete sociopath.
Oh, you don't know the half of it. Oh boy.
But some of the things we dug up, I don't know if I want to know. Miss Davine, please.
Yes, but it was after Malkiana Jones, as you could probably tell.
Right, he had his room dedicated to himself, and I think the mystery we were gonna ask, was he a big Spider-Man fan? I think we understand why there was a Spider Colonel movie or whatever he called it.
Yes, because he saw that Peter Parker sometimes actually gets the girl in the comic books and assumed that if he enacted it, he would get Davine as well.
Well, oh, go ahead, Dave.
I remember him saying at one point, I can only assume it was about the comics, if Davine doesn't get with me, I'll just become the Goblin myself and pull Gwen Stacy?
You see both their faces go white. Yeah, so that means he was gonna kill you.
Oh.
The Green Goblin killed Gwen Stacy. Whiplashed her neck, broke her neck. Maybe there's other ways she died in different comics, but it was slang for he was going to kill you.
Like he could.
But that does lead to a certain point here. Ash, what were you gonna say?
Oh, just that he probably would have tried to. I would have loved to see that encounter, but isn't it funny how the other one he tried to steal from comic books is an allegory for civil rights, because he made an X-Men spoof.
The Colonel Men. We've seen production stills. EarthGov is, I guess they got to go through the footage, cut out anything that, because these movies have to abide by the rating, T for teen, R for restricted. But yeah, we've seen some production stills of the Colonel Wolverine. I don't even.
I'm both happy that movie's out and sad, because I will be fair, I really tried to act in that specific movie.
We look forward to seeing it when it comes out. Early screenings will be happening on Gateway. But this leads to a question. Davine, you're not an actress, right?
No, I'm not.
Yet you acted in all these movies. And Davine is not part of the military. Therefore, she couldn't be ordered into doing this. Davine, you were doing these movies and listening to him to feed your son?
Feed your son, or my son, or Ash?
Again, thank you.
They let the mic, they just sit there and don't say anything for a couple seconds.
To put it into perspective, Julius and I, respectively, over the course of those 2 years, dropped about 60 pounds worth of muscle that we lost that weight, and at least 10 to 15 pounds of fat.
But she was married to him and happy to play in these movies. happy.
Yes, yes, ecstatic. You can see my face in Melchiana Jones as he groped me, and how happy I was about that.
And you can see how happy she was when he had the red welt spreading on his face and the broken capillaries in his eye from when she slapped him literal feet across the ground.
Groping women, embezzling funds, basically slave trade labor. Great person to look up to and give your money. And he was never a colonel, he was a captain. Captain Malcolm Chance of the Arcane Council.
Yes, I believe he's obsessed with the colonel rank because, well, you've watched the videos, you've watched anything he's talked about. He makes sure to mention that any chance that he ever mentions was, in fact, a colonel. This is going to sound rude, but if that's the peak that anyone in your family ever reached, then isn't that a bit sad if your family has been in the military for the last 1,000 years?
Can't bullshit your way to general. Pat looks at you.
No? I just... interested.
Strange man. Oh, Davine, Ash, Julius, we hope you feel better. Thank you guys for coming. It was an excellent show. We'll have you on in 2 more weeks. Feel free. Bring more people. Bring more of the fam. Only if they want to come. I'm sure our audience would love to meet them.
I would
Yes.
enjoy that.
They sign off on the podcast. Pat looks at Davine. How's the fit on the jacket?
It is miraculous. Thank you so much.
Good. We had it custom made, but we didn't know your size. We compared some of the clothing articles from some of the movie sets SIS had.
She chuckles. Well, you did a good job. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome. I don't know. Who do you guys think would want to come on the podcast?
I'll pitch it to Sarah. She may be interested.
Yeah. Whoever likes games, they could talk about their experience playing the Amalco, because you guys still have one, right?
Yes, we do.
So, one other thing, before you guys leave, it was earlier today, we were going around Gateway. We're limited on where we can go, but we found, and they present the Saint Guillotine helmet and pipe with the cross on it to you guys. Let me get them. We found these in a trash can, and they looked vaguely familiar since we'd been covering the domestic menace issue that had been going on for, at least a month down in Garden City. And then we saw the footage, because we talked about it last time you guys were here, of Guillotine fighting, and you guys basically doing all the work. But we know they looked familiar, so we grabbed them.
Thank you for saving those.
I don't know if this is like... Here they are. I don't know if this is like a bad cosplay or this was actually his or something, but yeah.
It was his. Just things happening at home. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, we're not too stupid. We're shocked Julius even came. We've seen the news, but that's why we tried to direct away from Julius as much as possible.
Thank you.
Next time you guys are here, we hope everything's working out, everything's fine. We're not going to go into it, and she's back here on the cast. I'm sure it will be. And they try to crack a smile at Julius.
She will be. Thank you.
Sure, no problem. Get those back to the apartment. Thanks for coming on, and enjoy the jacket, Davey. Davey, safety comes first, but that would be awesome advertising. You flying around in that in your combat gear.
You didn't even have to say. I was going to wear this on all of my missions.
They chuckle. Have fun, and thank you for coming.
Thank you guys.
And you return to the apartment with the guillotine artifact.
Alright. He's going to hand them to Mercurius. Put them back where they belong.
I'm sorry, can you say that again? I was on the wrong map.
Yep. He's going to hand them to Mercurius. Put them back where they belong.
He looks at you and you see him shrug. And he takes them and throws them in the trash can right here.
No. Picks the bag out and hands them to him. back on the wall where they were.
He looks confused at you.
That's
And Leslie, clearly, she ordered him to get rid of them.
right. I see. Can you override that order?
Oh, she's drunk. She's just...
Shit. Fine, I'll hold on to them until tomorrow. Great.
Mercurius stands back in the corner just looking at you, very confused.
Great.
Jared comes up to Davine, puts his hand on her shoulders, like fixing the length of the jacket on her. You look very good in this.
I feel very good in this.
Nice, tight fitting. Those boys did good. Even the collar fits your scarf perfectly.
Yes, yes, it does. She plays with her scarf a bit. I think I look quite good.
We should get you an enamel, one of their enamel CU podcast pins for the scarf. Jared is pointing at her scarf.
Yes, a pin right here, and she points to a place on the scarf. That would look great.
He looks at Davine. If you'd be so kind, puts out his hand. I'd like to go out to dinner. It's getting late, but I haven't eaten.
Yes, of course. She takes his hand.
And they leave as everybody watches them leave with a smile. And Sasha, well, at least they're still doing well.
Yeah.
Zap is, there are some less people. Zap is back to sleep. Jennifer is sleeping. They have rooms in the armory. It is a little later in the evening tonight. Because this has all just been basically one day of events. But, yeah. Get rid of the kids. They sleepy. Sunny's sleepy. Rolly's sleepy over here in the corner. Commander Integra's sleepy. But Saris is still here, right?
Alright, Cyrus. He's gonna hold her. God.
But you, Sletta will move out of the way for you.
It's been a long day.
A day of days, one might say, and she looks over at Julius and just comes. Standing over there by yourself isn't gonna do anything.
Alright.
Are you feeling, Julius? Saris looks at.
Like I want to go to sleep.
Understandable. Very understandable. Hunk looks over at you, Ash. And then at you, Julius. So I want to get Nicole another pet for her birthday. Which means we'd have to go to a Nova.
Okay.
Every good wizard has their guardian beasts. Think Lorelei. She's got the cat. You ever see that cat she has?
Yes, Achilles.
Feelings.
Icy has Zanzibar, but I think she could use one more.
Why not?
What did you have in mind?
Well, we don't actually have a name for them. There's been some studies done on them. I think there is a name, but it's like a very long, protracted name, kind of like how they name dinosaurs. In other words, I can't pronounce it. But think of a turtle, but it's like bipedal and walks around and grows up to have these like magical cannons on its back. It'd be really good to keep guys out of here.
So, like a turtle, like
Yeah.
Master Yen, but with cannons on its back?
Magic cannons, yeah. That I mean, it takes time for them to get there, and grow to that size. It would be a little bigger than Zanzibar over there. He's sleeping in the corner. But 2 guardian beasts better than 1.
We'll help you, although if she really wants a guy, she will get one way or another, Hunk. You can't keep her from that forever.
No, she won't. He just stares at you. No.
Hunk, she's already stronger than you are. If she wants one, she'll have one.
Don't say those things, Ash. What? And he walks. I'm going to bed.
I mean, it's true. She probably does want a boyfriend.
Leslie, maybe not after seeing the trials and tribulations of a relationship.
Yeah, I mean,
She'll change her
Okay.
mind. You go.
a good warning, I suppose.
And she might change her mind on that when she sees everything be fixed.
You never know. Maybe she'll find a boyfriend. Maybe not. She's not gonna find anybody drinking like that. Don't let her do that again. Leslie wagging her finger at Julius.
Yeah, I won't.
Sorry about that. I was wallowing my own anguish away.
It's been a bad day. Leslie just crosses her arms and shakes her head.
He's going to pull Ceres closer by her waist. All it's made me remember is how very fortunate I am to live the best life in the world.
Soletta looks over at you, Julius, and moves back so you can see Saris and Ash. And she just, at you.
He gives her a nod and leans in and whispers, "Don't worry, at this point I'm taking notes."
You should. You should have taken notes a long time ago.
You know, Cyrus, I told him this earlier, but I was thinking about just what I would have given up 9 years ago, right when I popped into EarthGov to have the life I do now. I gotta say, I would have been willing to do some pretty horrible things to have just a fraction of what I have with you.
Well, thankfully, you didn't have to do many horrible things. Thanks to that Dale guy, you ended up here.
I ended up here, in the right place to meet an aunt, a mom, sisters, and the most perfect woman to ever exist. And he's gonna kiss her.
You see, Julius, you look over and you see Towns with one of those little handheld notebooks scribbling, looking at. He's just writing down everything Ash said, stealthily.
I told Julius this. I never lived, really, until I met you. You are my life.
Towns turns to Sasha. I never lived, really, until I met you, but you are my life. And she blushes at him and... Let's go get some more ice cream. Tommy's got a great new ice cream maker, and they and you just see Towns giving a thumbs up.
He shot his shot, didn't he, Cyrus?
And Leslie looks at fucking Saris and Ash and looks at Towns and Sasha. Whatever. Whatever.
God.
Maybe the old man isn't such an idiot after all.
No, I should have realized it sooner, but the old man is very wise in some things.
Yeah, sure.
Gods of this moment, Suletta speaks up. Bedtime for Memory Ann and I. Good night. She pats Julius on the head.
Good night, Auntie.
It's a pretty good line, Ash.
Which one?
You know, gods of this moment. I mean, I don't think I'm ever gonna stop making fun of you. But it was a pretty good line. I'll give you that.
Just speak from the heart. It's what I felt in the moment, and I've never been anything but honest with Ceres about how I felt about her.
Julius nods and rubs his face. Alright. He stands up. I have to get some sleep. He pats Leslie on the shoulder. Ash,
Yes.
2 things. I don't necessarily know what we need to make the rings. And I would appreciate your help on that.
Gladly. What metal do you want?
Are there any... This might sound stupid. Are there any blue metals?
You see, I'm thinking... I think there are some variants of cobalt steel that have a bluish tinge, yes?
Maybe we can make it out of that.
We can try. It's very hard to work with, Julius. I'm gonna need your... Well, one, I'm gonna need you to be centered enough to give me the muscle I need.
Ash, I don't care how hard it is to work for it. It's worth it.
Good. Because nothing worth having is easy.
Yeah. And 2, do you still have some of those sleeping potions?
I got one left. It's in the kitchen above the fridge.
Alright. I'll have to make some more.
And we're gonna have to talk to Master Yen. If it's possible, I am gonna warn you. From what I read of the ritual needed to make soul fire, it's said to be the most painful thing imaginable to make. You sure you want to?
He walks over and puts a hand on Ash's shoulder. Yes, Ash, I'm sure.
Good. That's what I wanted to hear.
Lasley, I think he's in more pain being separated from her than anything that could cause him.
I do too. More of a trick question, you understand, Mom?
Well, Julius, I did kind of force your hand into proposing to her all those years ago, and I still think it was the right decision. She just shrugs and crosses her arms.
He shrugs. I mean, it was the right decision. Yeah. Alright, he puts a hand out to Saris. I don't know what you're comfortable with doing. I don't know if you want to hug me right now or not.
She gets up and hugs you. Just being normal, expressing ourselves. It's shouldn't be hard after how long we've known one another. And hugs you and sits back down.
Yeah, I'm talking more about the situation. I didn't know if you would want to hug me.
Of course. And Lasley's before Julius leaves. Lasley's gonna say, "You'd give your life to get her back."
More than my life. My
Then,
soul.
then we'll get her. You're going to Yen's temple tomorrow, and I'll get the meeting set up. So you'll have to go turbo mode on crafting those rings.
Well,
Hey.
it appears I'm not going to bed yet, Cyrus.
That's fine. I'll stay up with you.
Good. Alright, Julius. You want them very simple, or do you want something ornate?
Oh man, only the best. Ornate.
Boy. Well, Cyrus, if you wouldn't mind, could you get us some very caffeinated things to drink? Because it's gonna be a long, long night.
You got it. I'll head down to Tommy's coffee shop he just opened.
Gonna kiss her as she leaves? Thank you.
Lasley, I'll go with her. And they disappear, and we'll cut there.